I crossed over to the Douluo continent. Other protagonists awakened formidable weapons like haotian hammer or 7-killing sword. But I managed to awaken was a rusty iron sword, only 0.5 soul power. I thought hopeless in my life. Unexpectedly bounding villain life simulator system. It didn't only life simulate with heroine and also give me reward. Chapter 51. Soul Ring Hunting. In the soul hunting forest outside of Nuoding City, Su Cheng didn't join any hunting teams. Instead, he rushed off alone in a certain direction. Just half a day ago, he had successfully completed a transaction with Saul. Although Nuoding City was just a border town, becoming one of the heads in the black market here certainly couldn't be achieved solely through the strength of a great soul master. The ability to judge people, handle affairs, and manage subordinates were all indispensable qualities. Moreover, he clearly wouldn't suffer a loss in this deal. Su Cheng's asking price was definitely not high. 50 gold soul coins plus a hunting permit would be enough for him to make back his investment with interest within 1 or 2 years. In fact, the market for these low-level potions was the largest. The lowest-tier soul masters were the most numerous, and they often had to undertake dangerous tasks. Something that could potentially save their lives in critical moments would easily fetch 20 or 30 silver soul coins per bottle. Su Cheng swiftly traversed through the forest. Even in the rugged terrain of the soul-hunting forest, he moved with the ease of familiarity. After all, he had already mapped out the area. He knew the location of a soul beast, and he was quite certain that it was still there. 2 hours later, Su Cheng stood in a mountain hollow. The scenery here was peculiar. Surrounded by tall mounds, the depressed central area had no soul beasts inhabiting it. Not only were there no animal-type soul beasts, even plant-type soul beasts were absent. Instead, dense thickets grew within, creating a damp atmosphere. Clearly, this place wasn't frequented by people. Su Cheng took a glance and understood the situation. With the martial soul eternal sword in hand, he raised it, preparing to strike. Strands of sword intent were carefully guided by him, slowly wrapping around the blade. As the sword light flashed, Kai, the sword chi deeply pierced into the ground to an unknown depth. Roar. After a moment, a muffled roar echoed from below the ground. Then, a massive soul beast suddenly burst out from the earth, with a clear and deep sword scar evident on its body, clearly the masterpiece of Su Cheng's previous strike. The soul beast that appeared was none other than Su Cheng's target, a 900-year-old Mount Town dragon. It was called a dragon, but in reality, it resembled a giant, bizarre earthworm. However, it was far from harmless like ordinary earthworms. Even without considering its enormous size, the hard scales covering its body displayed its formidable defense. Its long, sturdy body was a deep brown color, as if it could merge with the earth at any moment. Its sharp head lacked redundant organs and was covered with a thick layer of horn, exuding a strong deterrent. Around its circumference, there were small, tough brown hairs, along with thorns on its abdomen, giving it extremely high mobility both on the ground and underground. This soul beast, when suddenly awakened by Su Cheng from deep underground and then inexplicably wounded, became extremely irritable. In the first moment it saw him, it launched an attack. Actually, this type of soul beast didn't have a strong desire to attack. They usually slept deep underground, sometimes not moving at all for decades. But they detested being disturbed. Back in the simulation, Su Cheng had spent a long time searching for it with his exceptional perception. The earth trembled, and the ground began to shake. The Mount Town dragon's massive body twisted into an arc and then shot towards Su Cheng, with sharp horns emitting a cold light, covered in a layer of yellow light. In terms of raw strength, Su Cheng was actually evenly matched with this gifted earth element soul beast. But its straightforward attack method was something he wasn't afraid of. He lifted his sword, and the sharp head of the Mount Town dragon collided solidly with Su Cheng's. Clang! The sound of metal colliding with horns reverberated in the mountain hollow. Su Cheng's body sank, releasing the force from his feet, causing the hard ground to sink more than a foot, with cracks spreading rapidly around. Seeing that his prolonged attack was ineffective, the giant soul beast became even more irritable and attacked him in the same way once again. Seeing this scene, Su Cheng calmed down instead, beginning to gather strength. Engaging in a battle of attrition was not realistic. This type of soul beast had extremely strong endurance and wasn't easy to kill. It might even run away directly after venting its anger. So during this time, the key was to find an opportunity to inflict a fatal wound. And that opportunity soon presented itself. Seeing that his attacks were ineffective after a long time, the earthworm soul beast suddenly leaned back, raising its head high, and a deep yellow light began to gather at its head. The entire ground began to tremble. It was obvious that its next attack would be earth-shattering. But Su Cheng wouldn't give it that time. Within the swirl of sword chi, the martial soul eternal sword in his hand emitted a faint cyan light, guiding the sword intent to enhance it. With lightning speed, he thrust the sword, instantly piercing into the ring around its head. Then, he exerted force with all his might. The massive soul beast was instantly decapitated, and the yellow light on its head dissipated. But even so, it didn't die immediately. Its body thrashed about, trying to escape from the scene. Su Cheng shook his head, approached, and struck it a few more times before finally killing it. A moment later, a deep yellow soul ring slowly emerged. Before coming here, Su Cheng had already explored the surrounding area and found no one else present. Combined with the remote and uninhabited nature of this place, there was no delay, and he was ready to start absorbing the soul ring. As usual, he took off his shirt and applied the prepared potion, then used a silver needle to pierce several acupoints on his body. A familiar sensation of expansion came. However, compared to the simulation, the burden on his body now was almost negligible, as his physical aptitude had improved significantly. Actually, this Mount-town earthworm was not his only choice. Su Cheng also knew the whereabouts of two other soul beasts with extreme earth attributes. But undoubtedly, if he could absorb it, this soul beast would be the best choice. The highest age limit was one aspect, and the soul skill it provided was most likely a state enhancement type, which was Su Cheng's favorite type. After completing the absorption of the soul ring, Su Cheng temporarily didn't plan to register at the Martial Soul Hall. The speed of his soul power improvement wasn't easy to explain. It might be better to wait a few years. By then, he could go to the Advanced Soul Master Academy as a genius, and presumably, there wouldn't be too many people digging up old accounts. Besides, he could withstand scrutiny. He didn't have a soul bone, he hadn't ingested any immortal herbs, and he hadn't devoured anyone's soul power. It was just that there had been a mistake during the awakening ceremony, and Master Su Yuntao had mistaken him for a genius with full innate soul power. It wasn't a big deal. As for now, staying in one place didn't make much difference to him. Nuoding City was a good foothold, after all, with a low danger level in the extremely familiar soul-hunting forest as his backyard. As for his choice of academy, Su Cheng leaned towards the Royal Academy of Tien Do. After all, whether it was the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Clan or the Tien Do Royal City, he was quite familiar with both of them. Moreover, he could also take the opportunity to see the current state of Qian Runshui. Perhaps he would have the chance to give her some guidance and try to prevent her from wasting her talent. Little did Su Cheng know that at this moment, Qian Runshui was raging in her study because of him. Chapter 52, Different Shui Qinghe. A month's time, and this is all you've managed to find out. Qian Renyu, clad in black robes as dark as ink, stood behind the desk. Her slender and fair hand raised high, clutching a stack of papers. These were the intelligence gathered by her subordinates from the Martial Soul Hall over the past month, concerning nearly 100 soul masters. Swish! As her words fell, the papers were all flung to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the snake spear Douluo across from her felt a cold sweat forming on his forehead. The young mistress had become increasingly gloomy recently, but this was the first time she had erupted in such anger, clearly dissatisfied with the efficiency of their work. Indeed, while it wasn't clear who exactly Qian Renyu was trying to find among the soul masters, anyone who caught her attention was obviously no ordinary person. Yet among the soul masters in the gathered intelligence, not one of them had remarkable talent. In Martial Soul City, there were countless soul masters with similar qualifications. Mistress, please calm down. Although we haven't found anything significant from the Martial Soul Hall, there is something. What is it? Qian Renyu quickly restrained her emotions, focusing her gaze. The Chen Xin, from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Clan, when hearing this name, seemed to react strangely. Tell me more. One of his soul saints mentioned Su Cheng's name during negotiations with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Clan. From his description, it didn't seem like Chen Xin knew this person, but he seemed to have heard of him somewhere. Qian Renzu's heart stirred at the mention of this. She thought of someone. Chen Xin, he's after all. Suppressing the urge to interrogate Chen Xin, she lowered her eyelids, deep in thought. Clearly, The path of Chen Xin was a dead end. Before the martial soul hall, a mere sword Douluo was insignificant. However, at this moment, she couldn't mobilize the high-end combat power of the martial soul hall without sufficient reason. Her grandfather always kept public and private matters separate. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door, interrupting her thoughts. Come in. As the door opened, a Soul King walked into the study. Chen Renyu's cold gaze swept over him. The sight made the man tremble all over. Mistress, there is news from the palace. What happened? In truth, she was too disinterested in what chaos had arisen in the palace again, but she couldn't ignore the voice in her heart either. After a moment of silence, she spoke lightly. It's Prince Shui Bang, Crown Prince. He got into a conflict with someone in Moon Pavilion, and the other party seems to have some background, the son of an elder from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Chen Renyu's brows twitched slightly, a hint of killing intent flashing in her eyes. That damn guy, causing trouble for me at this time. Half an hour later, outside Moon Pavilion. Despite sporting some bruises on his face, Shui Bang still looked arrogantly at the young man across from him. No matter who you are, it's useless. My elder brother will be here soon. Apologize now, and leave, you might still have time. Yu Tianji furrowed his brows. Although the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had been low-key lately, he himself wasn't among the most talented in the sect. But no matter what, he was the son of an elder, bearing the top-tier beast martial soul Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, and could be considered a person of significance. How could he easily back down on his own turf? But apologizing was out of the question. It was the other party who had been rude first, and the dignity of the Blue Sea Tyrant Dragon couldn't be tarnished. At this moment, two elegantly dressed young men at Moon Pavilion's entrance glanced at each other, feeling somewhat helpless. Tang Yuehua didn't come forward at this time. She didn't have much favor for this Prince Shui Bang, and with her status in Tien Do City, she didn't need to give face to this arrogant prince. Everything could wait for Shui Qinghe to handle it. What's going on here? Just then, a voice rang out. Shui Qinghe, the crown prince, had arrived. Seeing Shui Qinghe dressed in black robes, no one was surprised. In recent times, the crown prince had undergone quite a change in both demeanor and attire. Initially, some were surprised by this, but now most had grown accustomed to it. Brother, Shui Bang's face showed a hint of joy. Shut up, Shui Qinghe said calmly, not even looking at him, directly cutting off what he wanted to say. Turning to Yu Tianji, he looked at him with a calm gaze tinged with inquiry. Prince Shui Bang, upon arriving at Moon Pavilion, insisted on having Miss Hua Zhe play for him. But at that time, Miss Hua Zhe was with us. I merely spoke a few words of reason, and he insulted me, saying that someone like me was too vulgar to appreciate art here. Yu Tianji succinctly explained the cause of the incident. He didn't exaggerate, nor did he go into too much detail in certain places. Facing the Tien Do City crown prince clad in black, he instinctively felt a bit apprehensive. Shui Qinghe nodded upon hearing this, without any hint of doubt. Because this was something Shui Bang would do. Turning to the brother opposite him, he said coldly, apologize and compensate. Brother, I told you to apologize and compensate. Don't you understand? He repeated, emphasizing his tone, and black light flickered in his eyes. Shui Bang's eyes flashed with resentment, then he lowered his head without a word. Seeing this, Shui Qinghe walked towards him, and in a voice audible only to the two of them, whispered softly. Shui Bang, if I catch you causing trouble again, I'll chop off that thing below you and feed it to the dogs. Do you want to try whether that damn Snow Star Prince will protect you? As he spoke, his face was filled with a warm smile, as if comforting a younger brother. But Shui Bang's body trembled slightly. In his own sideline, a pair of black eyes, as dark as ink, stared at him like a cold poisonous dragon, seemingly ready to kill him at any moment. Tisk. With a cold laugh, Shui Qinghe turned away. This was just a self-proclaimed smart fool, at most a puppet in various games. He then walked to the entrance of Moon Pavilion and nodded at the two elegantly dressed young men. Tell Miss Tang, today's losses will be fully compensated by me. If this guy dares to come again, break his legs directly, and I'll take full responsibility for everything. Having said that, he turned and left. The two men looked at each other in surprise. Oh, one more thing. At this moment, Shui Qinghe turned back. Seeing this, The two men relaxed a bit, apparently thinking that the crown prince had exaggerated a bit just now. Reflecting on it, no matter how audacious Shui Beng's actions were, he was still a prince, and even Shui Qinghe couldn't act recklessly. I'll add to that, no matter why he's here, whether he's causing trouble or not, his legs can be broken. Having said that, he glanced sideways at the trembling Shui Beng nearby, snorted coldly, then rolled up his sleeves and departed. Disgusting. Chapter 53, Unexpected Challenge. Su Cheng slowly opened his eyes. Having experienced absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring before, although this time the span of years crossed was comparatively larger, his talent spoke for itself. Moreover, his mastery in body studies was at a grandmaster level, making the entire process very smooth. With the eternal sword in hand, Su Cheng silently assessed his current state. 19th level. Absorbing the energy of the martial soul across the time limit has increased by about 3 levels. Judging from this, with an initial strength of the martial soul at or above the 15th level, the difference compared to Xiao Shui's 6-winged angel martial soul is not far off. Under various conditions, Su Cheng smoothly broke through to the 19th level upon completing the additional attachment of the first ring. However, early-stage soul power cultivation was not difficult, and with his talent, reaching this level wouldn't take much time even relying solely on his own cultivation. Next, he needed to properly adapt to his body, nurture his spiritual power, and when the time was ripe, break through to the 20th level and attach the second soul ring. Adapting to the body was a necessary step. After undergoing the modification of the simulation, subtle changes appeared in his body structure, making it more suitable for exerting force and combat. Although Su Cheng had deep knowledge of human body studies and could easily perceive the changes, many details were not yet fully grasped, requiring sufficient practice to achieve perfection. At the current stage, soul power advancement naturally took precedence, but sharpening the axe doesn't delay the chopping of wood. Having a clear understanding of every detail of his body was also extremely helpful in laying a solid foundation. Then, the first soul ring attached to his eternal sword lit up. First soul skill. Bearing virtue. As the soul skill was used, the eternal sword instantly became slightly heavier, and at the same time, Su Cheng felt as if he were connected with the earth, warmth emanating from beneath his feet. If before, the land gave him the feeling of a generous elder treating all children equally, then at this moment, the earth seemed to have turned into a loving mother, eager to give all her love to her only child. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Su Cheng's mouth. A good soul skill. As he expected, the soul ring of the Mount Town Earth Dragon gave him an auxiliary enhancement skill. After use, it could increase his own strength by 20% and endurance and tenacity by 50%, with a slight reduction in speed. However, if firmly rooted on the ground, the enhancement effect could double, with no compromise to speed. Although a longsword was clearly an offensive weapon, the first soul ring attached by Su Cheng brought a defensive auxiliary soul skill, but he was quite satisfied with it. He wasn't pursuing extreme offense in his path. Of course, if a sword was chosen for stacking maximum attacks, it wouldn't be wrong either, but the nature of his martial soul determined that it wasn't suitable for that path. If it were a 7-kill sword type martial soul, Su Cheng would absolutely pursue extreme sharpness without hesitation, pushing the offense to its limit. But the eternal sword wasn't a 7-kill sword, balance was its essence. Moreover, with this soul skill, his sword stance could be further improved. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that when used, even a first-ring haotian hammer of the same level using the chaotic wind hammer technique could be met with some resistance. After obtaining the soul rings, Su Cheng quietly returned to the academy. He didn't make a fuss about advancing to a soul master. In fact, the knowledge of the academy was dispensable to him. The main reason he chose to stay in Nuoding City was to have a foothold. He was quite familiar with the spirit hunting forest, which was very suitable for early development. After reaching the third ring, when the hidden dangers of sword intent were completely eliminated and his spiritual power broke through, he would be able to leave for the Imperial City. At that time, he could also start the next simulation. As he walked into the 7th dormitory, several people inside immediately fell silent, quieting down instantly. Especially Xiao Wu, her gaze avoiding his, showing some lingering shadows in her heart. On the contrary, Tang San, meeting his gaze, seemed quite calm, with a hint of provocation in his eyes. Su Cheng was somewhat surprised at first, but then he understood the other's thoughts. Probably because he just attached the first soul ring and his strength had greatly increased, Tang San felt that the situation like last time wouldn't happen again. Moreover, with the improvement in his sword intent and the advancement to Soul Master, although there was still a lot of pressure in his sea of consciousness, at least his momentum wouldn't easily leak out. In this comparison, Tang San's deterrent power naturally appeared much weaker in the perception of the senses. Su Cheng didn't mind. He really didn't want to get too involved with Tang San now, especially dealing with Tang Hao, who had a weird habit of stalking his son from the shadows. And he still had to worry about the 100,000-year soul bone of others. In the future, they would each rely on their own means, and there was nothing more to say. This time he came back to pack things up, although there was nothing besides the academy certificate. With money in hand, Su Cheng didn't plan to continue living in the collective dormitory of the work-study students. It was inconvenient here, both for deploying potions and practicing martial soul cultivation. When he left, Tang San looked at his back, nibbling his lips, but in the end, he didn't speak. Just because he remembered what the teacher had said to him, "You two are from two different worlds, and the gap between him and you will only grow bigger." In fact, it wasn't just Tang San who was concerned about Su Cheng. Su Cheng was also thinking about how to deal with Tang San in the future as he walked on the road. This kid was naturally opposed to the martial soul hall and was fond of licking the boots of the royal family and nobles. He would definitely clash with Qian Runshui in the future. Su Cheng's education in his previous life determined that he didn't have a good impression of the martial soul hall, but he had an even worse impression of the nobility. He didn't have the leisure or intention to carry out any reforms, but for Xiao Shui's sake, he would have to deal with Tang San in the future. But the specific approach was just a rough idea for now. The most crucial thing was to understand what was behind the Asura god behind the other party and how strong the so-called Child of Destiny's luck was. I still need to find an opportunity to test it out, he thought silently. In this calm atmosphere, a year passed quickly, and during this period, Su Cheng also advanced to the realm of the Soul Grand Master, and during the school break, he went back to Wangsu village once, giving a considerable amount of gold soul coins to the village chief, Wang Pan, who had always taken care of him. As he walked back to his residence after finishing his meal at the cafeteria one day, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Su Cheng, do you dare to spar with me?" The voice came from Tang San, surprising Su Cheng. Beside him, Xiao Wu lowered her head, her expression unreadable. Over the past year, there had been no conflicts between them, and they had essentially become strangers. So why did Tang San suddenly seek him out right after he returned for the semester? Su Cheng was unaware that Tang San's actions were purely for Xiao Wu's sake. Tang San had realized that Xiao Wu still harbored fear towards Su Cheng, which could potentially hinder her future cultivation. With his past life experience, Tang San understood that allowing this fear to persist would be detrimental to Xiao Wu's progress. Thus, he decided to take matters into his own hands and confront Su Cheng to help Xiao Wu overcome her inner demons. Chapter 54. Your belt looks nice. Sparring. Thinking for a moment, Su Cheng didn't immediately refuse, but instead asked, "Why should I spar with you? What's in it for me?" This question caught Tang San off guard. In his view, children of this age were usually eager to compete, and few would refuse a challenge, let alone ask for benefits. But Su Cheng seemed different from his peers. Tang San couldn't help but furrow his brow. If the other party insisted on avoiding the fight, he didn't have a good way to handle it, especially in public. Su Cheng now lived in a single dormitory in the academy, separate from the work-study students like them, making it difficult to encounter him privately. "Are you afraid?" "Not afraid, just don't want to waste time," Su Cheng said nonchalantly, raising an eyebrow. Tang San wasn't good at provoking others, and seeing that his words were ineffective, he felt a bit tongue-tied. Glancing at Xiao Wu, who had been hanging her head beside him, he spoke frankly, "What do you want as a benefit?" "Well," Su Cheng scratched his chin with his finger, sizing up Tang San from head to toe. His gaze paused and then settled on Tang San's waist. There, he noticed a very elegant belt, which didn't quite match his attire. The belt was entirely black, with barely discernible dark stripes on it. 24 milky white circular jade stones were evenly embedded on the outer side of the belt, each about the size of Su Cheng's thumb. The stones had a warm luster, clearly rare and precious. Cough. Su Cheng felt a bit embarrassed. "Your belt looks nice." Upon hearing this, Tang San was taken aback, then anger surged within him. How dare he? This guy actually set his sights on the 24 moonlit bridges night that his teacher had given him. Not to mention the value of the storage-type soul tool itself, just the fact that it was a gift from his teacher should have made it off-limits as a bet. Moreover, this belt was quite significant to him in terms of practical use. The 24 moonlit bridges night was embedded with 24 milky white jade stones, each containing a cubic meter of storage space. For Tang San, this meant he could store 24 types of hidden weapons. With this belt, he no longer worried about the storage problem for his hidden weapons. Brother, let it go. Seeing Tang San silent, Xiaowu quickly tugged at his sleeve and whispered. Xiaowu naturally felt close to Tang San, and his actions in standing up for her at the beginning of the semester had touched her deeply, even accelerating the progress of their relationship. When they confirmed their relationship in the Soul Village, Tang San had confided the secret of his hidden weapons to her, so she naturally understood the belt's importance to him. She didn't want him to take any risks because of this matter. At this moment, Xiaowu looked at Tang San with eyes full of tenderness, almost melting his heart. Hurry up, don't waste time. An untimely voice suddenly interrupted their eye contact. However, just being encouraged by Xiaowu's words, Tang San was no longer hesitant. Looking coldly at Su Cheng, he said, "Fine, if I lose, the belt is yours. But if you lose, you have to apologize to Xiaowu." "Hey, I haven't done anything to her, yet you want me to apologize," Su Cheng said somewhat helplessly. "But since you're so sincere, I'll agree. If I lose, I'll apologize. Let's go, to the back mountain. Go, what if you don't follow the deal if you lose? If I say something, I won't go back on my word. Whether you stick to your word or not, I'm not sure, let me think." Su Cheng pondered for a moment, then turned to Xiaowu. "How about this, let this girl by your side swear to it. If she breaks the oath, you will lose her forever." Tang San's eyes flashed with anger and killing intent. He couldn't believe that Su Cheng dared to curse Xiaowu like that, it was truly seeking death. "I won't make Xiaowu swear," Tang San said coldly. "In that case, there's nothing to discuss," Su Cheng said, pretending to leave. "Wait," Xiaowu suddenly spoke up, stopping him. First, she glanced at Tang San, then said softly, "Brother, I will never leave you." Then, she suppressed her fear and looked straight at Suo Cheng. "I promise for my brother." Su Cheng looked at Tang San with a smirk. "What do you say?" By this point, Tang San had calmed down. He had already made up his mind that he would use hidden weapons if necessary in this battle. Even if he didn't kill Su Cheng, he would permanently cripple him, letting him know that some things couldn't be said casually. "Let's go." On the rocky slope of the back mountain, after Tang San handed over some items stored in the 24 moonlit bridges night to Xiaowu, he stood facing Su Cheng. Actually, the terrain here wasn't favorable for Tang San, and there were no plants around, making his attacks easily predictable. But finding a jungle within the academy was obviously unrealistic, and Su Cheng wouldn't agree to it anyway. Moreover, in Tang San's view, with Su Cheng's 0.5 level innate soul power, having 2 or 3 levels of cultivation was already considered good. Even if he had some tricks up his sleeve, they wouldn't surpass his own cultivation level and the guidance from Yu Xiaogang. He was confident that he could handle the situation anywhere. The key was how to teach him a lesson. Tang San, second-year work-study student, martial soul, blue-silver grass. Soul Master at rank 14, one-ring Soul Master. A faint white light shone from Tang San's body as he raised his right hand, and blue-silver grass sprouted from his palm. Tang San raised his right hand, and a faint white light appeared on the surface of his skin. Immediately after, a faint blue-silver grass emerged from his palm, floating around his feet. A bright yellow soul ring rose from under his feet, hovering around his body and undulating up and down. A faint tea fragrance emanated, but within that intoxicating aroma lurked a paralyzing toxin. Su Cheng, second-year student. Martial soul. Suo Cheng paused, his expression inexplicable. "I don't need to use my martial soul." As he spoke, he picked up a wooden stick from the ground. At this point, he didn't want to reveal his martial soul, so a wooden stick was enough to defeat Tang San. "You're looking for death." Seeing his demeanor, Tang San's anger surged. Several blue-silver grass leaves swiftly detached from his palm, heading straight for Su Cheng's face. At the same time, over a dozen thick blue-silver grasses suddenly surged from under Su Cheng's feet, coiling up and aiming for his legs. Useless martial soul, feeble attack. Su Cheng effortlessly defended against the attacks while continuing to taunt. He wasn't trying to win against Tang San, there was no need for that. Moreover, even if he tried to teach him something, it wouldn't work. After all, blue-silver grass was a mediocre martial soul unless it awakened into blue-silver emperor. Its potential was limited, and he couldn't see it reaching far. He just wanted to plant a seed in Tang San's mind, that blue-silver grass was a trash martial soul. In the future, if he could prompt Tang San to switch to forging the clear sky hammer ahead of schedule, that would be even better. Su Cheng didn't feel threatened, but he was thinking about how the Asura god would handle this. A twin martial soul talent wasted like this, how would the divine realm god kings deal with it? Although the gods in this world were a bit unruly, the divine realm committee shouldn't have absolute control. With limited interference in the mortal realm, there was still plenty of room for maneuvering. As for Tang San, he had never been Su Cheng's target. While Su Cheng was lost in his thoughts, Tang San was already sweating, feeling a bit anxious. Seeing that blue-silver grass's entanglement was ineffective, he shifted his footwork and used Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track to quickly rush towards Su Cheng. Then, he gathered his strength in his palms and pushed them out slowly in front of his chest. Tang Sect's ultimate technique, Mysterious Jade Hands. Smack! Su Cheng's wooden stick struck Tang San's palm ahead of time, cutting off his close-range attack. This sudden turn of events obviously caught Tang San off guard, and his attack was delayed for a moment. Dull reaction, ineffective attack. Then, Su Cheng flicked his wrist upward, and the wooden stick struck Tang San's inner wrist acupoint, causing his arm to go numb. Immediately after, he used the stick like a sword, quickly striking at Tang San's throat. You lose. ... Tang San's pupils dilated, and he stood frozen in place. How was this possible? How could this be? How could his mysterious jade hands attack be easily resolved like this? How could he keep up with the speed of my Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track? My sleeve arrows, my hidden weapons, I haven't even used them yet. Su Cheng didn't move his hand holding the stick, but his left hand reached out and took off Tang San's belt. Tang San's face turned pale, and he remained motionless, still not reacting. It seemed that this failure had a much greater impact on him than Su Cheng had imagined. Success and failure are easy to come by, but gains and losses are easy to bear. It's easy to say, but few can truly achieve it. Shaking his head, Su Cheng turned and left with the soul tool in his hand. He had indeed overestimated Tang San. Chapter 55. Not playing with you anymore. It's quite nice, now it's temporarily mine. With one hand up and one down, he casually tossed the soul tool he had obtained from Tang San. The reason he said temporarily was that he wasn't sure if Tang Hao would have any reaction to this. At this point in time, Tang Hao should have already left the city of Nuoding. However, even if he was still here, it wouldn't matter much. Considering Tang Hao's character, if someone bullied Tang San, he might intervene. But to seek revenge for a 7-year-old child over a mere soul tool was unlikely. His tolerance shouldn't have diminished to such a level. Moreover, his apparent talent was very poor, and he wouldn't be seen as a threat. As for the meridian breaking and chi controlling method and swordsmanship, Tang Hao might not be able to see through the former, and he wouldn't care about the latter. In Tang Hao's eyes, the techniques of the Haotian 9 ultimates, the chaotic wind hammer technique, and the exploding rings were the strongest. More likely, he would see him as a whetstone for his son. If things really went beyond expectations, he could simply return the item. A storage-type soul tool like this could be easily obtained with money, and he didn't see it as anything special. The key was to have a legitimate opportunity to provoke Tang San and explore his background. Since he had decided not to pursue the path of inheriting the divine position, he would likely confront the divine realm in the future. From all aspects, it was beneficial to understand in advance. As for the blue-silver emperor soul bone, he wasn't in a hurry to obtain it. Even if he got it, he couldn't use it temporarily. He had to wait until he tested his soul power in the spirit hall before revealing that he possessed 100,000-year soul bone. And Su Cheng wasn't sure where Tang Hao was now. If he happened to be guarding the corpse, wouldn't he be walking into the lion's den? The best time would be when Tang San and his group went to Shrek Academy. Tang Hao would definitely follow them then, and they wouldn't cross paths. At this moment, Tang Hao hadn't left yet. Originally, he wanted to spend some more time with his son, secretly getting along with him for a while. Unexpectedly, he witnessed the conflict between Tang San and Su Cheng. However, Su Cheng had misunderstood one thing. Because of the legacy of his predecessors, the Haotian sect had a good grasp of practical combat with martial and soul tools. Tang Hao actually saw some insights into the meridian breaking and chi controlling method and noticed Su Cheng's agility in soul power manipulation and skill in combat. But he didn't care. In Tang Hao's view, Su Cheng had chosen to study combat techniques because of his poor talent, making it difficult for him to advance. This kind of forsaking the foundation for the branches made him look down on Su Cheng even more. As for Tang San's failure, such setbacks were nothing in Tang Hao's eyes. Without even getting injured, it was just losing a round in a sparring match with peers. Losing a soul tool was even less significant. Just take it as an experience for Sanner. This child has average talent but good comprehension, which suits him as the first stage of his growth. If he truly wants to oppose the Spirit Hall in the future, this is just a minor obstacle. Thinking of this, Tang Hao's eyes became more profound and complex, containing various emotions such as sorrow, anger, and hatred. Yin. Inside the Nuoding Academy, Yu Shaogang sat quietly in the room, listening attentively to Tang San's description of the previous battle. Quote, Teacher, why was my blue-silver grass martial soul so easily cut by Su Cheng, even though it had been enhanced with 100-year soul ring and gained toughness? Listening to his disciple's despondent and puzzled tone, Yu Shaogang didn't rush. He first picked up his teacup and took a sip before calmly speaking. San, do you remember what I told you before? The blue-silver grass martial soul is most advantageous for development as a control type. You asked me at the time, how can blue-silver grass, so fragile and easily broken, trap enemies? How can it withstand their struggles? How did I answer you? Tang San's expression became pensive, as he repeated the words of his master at the time, grass is soft and flexible, capable of transforming into various forms under control. For future soul ring choices, focus should be on two aspects, toughness and toxins. With the advancement of soul power, the blue-silver grass itself will become much tougher than natural blue-silver grass when more soul power is infused. With the additional effects of soul rings in the future, trapping enemies won't be difficult. And if blue-silver grass possesses toxin effects, it can naturally serve an offensive purpose. Now think carefully about those words. Are you suggesting that? Tang San's eyes brightened. It's not that this development path is wrong, but rather that I haven't enhanced it enough. Exactly, Yu Shaogang nodded. You've only attached one soul ring so far, still a long way from the final goal. San, you have full innate soul power, and you have a unique advantage in cultivation. When you attach the second and third soul rings, you'll be able to fully demonstrate the control effects of the blue-silver grass martial soul. But that Su Cheng, he didn't even use his martial soul. That's because his cultivation is too low. Even if he used his martial soul, it wouldn't have had much effect. It's better for him not to use it, which can relax your vigilance, Yu Shaogang said disdainfully. Despite always saying, there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters, he was actually someone who valued martial soul talent the most because he had suffered from the drawbacks of having a low-quality martial soul. Seeing Tang San's expression of enlightenment, a faint smile appeared on Yu Shaogang's stiff face. He patted Tang San's head and didn't blame him for losing the 24 Moonlit Bridges night. Instead, he comforted him, take it as an experience for Sanner. With your graduation, your soul power will be at least 20 levels higher than his. When the time comes, you'll have a proper fight with him again. Let the soul tool be temporarily in his possession, and you'll win it back in the future. Teacher believes in you. However, Tang Hao and Yu Shaogang's expectations for Tang San were destined to be disappointed. 3.5 years later, Su Cheng, who had already attached the third soul ring to his eternal sword, quietly completed his graduation procedures. This matter wasn't complicated at all. As long as your cultivation reached the basic threshold and you had enough money, graduating from such a low-level academy was actually very easy. In this world where individuals possessed extraordinary martial prowess, the group of soul masters themselves was a privileged class. Even when a soul master reached the realm of Soul Douluo, as long as they registered with the Spirit Hall, they could receive a direct title of nobility from the country, becoming the lowest rank of noble, a baron. Goodbye, Tang San, take good care of your 6th soul ring. Su Cheng walked out of the academy gate, a relaxed smile on his face. Tien Do City, here I come. Chapter 56, Found You. Su Cheng chose to leave now because there were no suitable soul beasts left in the spirit hunting forest. The ones he had searched for in the simulation had all become his soul rings now. Although soul beasts with the bloodline of the 9 dragon kings had the chance to achieve ultimate attributes, they were difficult to find, especially in the relatively small spirit hunting forest. However, Su Cheng was not in a hurry. With the current state of his eternal sword, even if the subsequent added soul rings were not of ultimate attributes, it wouldn't have a significant impact. In the simulated world, ultimate attributes feedback on martial souls was to compensate for the martial soul's inherent deficiencies and to attempt to nurture the 5 elements. But now that the foundation of his martial soul was solid, the rotation of the 5 elements wasn't just talk. With the addition of innate talent fields, the transformation of the 5 elements wasn't difficult. In this situation, the difference between soul beasts with ultimate attributes and ordinary soul beasts lay more in energy and soul skills, with limited help in enhancing the essence of martial souls. In recent years, besides cultivation, his main focus had been on swordsmanship. With his current cultivation as a soul elder of the 3rd rank in spiritual power far surpassing this realm, the insights into sword intent brought out from the simulation had been completely integrated and understood. It wouldn't oppress his consciousness anymore, and he could start the next simulation soon. During the last simulation, Su Cheng, constrained by his aptitude, lacked insight into swordsmanship but solidified the foundation of swordsmanship. Now that his talent had improved, he based his newly created 13 sword techniques on the previously comprehended swordsmanship and sword intent. The first 3 techniques were derived from the basic swordsmanship he had honed day and night. The next 3 swords were sword techniques combining sword intent and sword art, while the last 6 swords were based on the 5 elements sword art. There was also the final technique, heart sword, which was extremely powerful. However, he hadn't mastered it well himself and couldn't easily use it. When used, it not only affected others' emotions but also required him to mobilize his own emotions. With this set of swordsmanship in hand, although it wasn't guaranteed, it would be effortless to deal with soul masters. If he used the final sword, he might not even lose to ordinary soul kings. Sitting in the carriage heading to Tien Do City, Su Cheng silently contemplated his future plans. Given the characters of those few instructors at Tien Do Royal Academy and with only a few years left until the next Elite Soul Master Academy Grand Competition, it wouldn't be too difficult to join after revealing his age and soul rings. The current issue was how to handle Chen Renyu's situation. Su Cheng lightly tapped the armrest with his fingers. Should I join Xiao Shui's camp to help her? Immediately, he shook his head. No, her identity has too many flaws, and her previous methods were too crude. People in the royal family and the empire's major nobles might have noticed other figures. It's just that under various constraints, she appeared to be at ease, but there are many hidden dangers. Even if she succeeds, there will be many lingering problems afterward. So, no matter how you look at it, it seems simpler to drive her back to the Martial Soul Hall and end this farce early. After all, it only takes leveraging power to expose her flaws. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. In the simulated world, he ostensibly helped her, but in truth, he was using her to destroy the Martial Soul Hall. By now, he clearly wanted the best for her but had to oppose her inaction. Instant karma, huh? Su Cheng wasn't worried about arousing Chen Renyu's disgust. He understood Xiao Shui's personality, where both sides used their means, and the winner took all. As for other matters, they could be dealt with after the academy competition. Moreover, if Shui Beng became the crown prince, it would actually be beneficial to Su Cheng. This 4th prince had little ability, making him easier to control. But that Shui Beng, it seems like he's not very capable. I don't know if he can hold up. Su Cheng rubbed his forehead, worried that one day he might not be able to resist chopping this playboy to pieces. As for the hidden dangers in Chen Renyu's divine inheritance, it wasn't a big problem now. Even if she returned to the Martial Soul Hall, she wouldn't have contact with the divine examination for a short time, and instead, she could use this opportunity to consolidate her foundation. She had wasted too much talent in recent years. While Su Cheng was on his way to Tien Do City, Chen Renyu, who had been waiting anxiously for more than 3 years, finally received the latest intelligence from Snake Spear Douluo. News from the division hall in Nuoding City. 1,000-year-old second soul ring. Chen Renyu snatched the information from Snake Spear's hand and examined it carefully. But young master, according to the people there, this person doesn't want to join the martial soul hall for the time being. He says he needs to consider it. It's strange, this child hasn't even tested his soul power at the level of soul masters and grand soul masters. They say he's also from a commoner background and doesn't need the martial soul hall subsidy. However, at this moment, Chen Renyu did not hear what Snake Spear was saying. Her entire mind was already occupied by the slightly immature face in the portrait. Not only the appearance but also that aura. A portrait couldn't perfectly capture a person's spirit, but even with this trace of dignity, she captured it. 3 years. A full 3 years. How did she get through these 3 years? Dealing with the aristocrats from the imperial city, seeing those disgusting smiling faces, enduring the impulse to kill them all while pretending to be polite. Unlike the previous Chen Renyu, she had no interest in political matters at all and didn't want to complete the ridiculous task assigned by the martial soul hall. She only wanted to improve her strength and then find Su Cheng. In recent years, she had been numbing herself through cultivation, only stepping forward when absolutely necessary. However, there had been no news about Su Cheng for years. Even she began to doubt whether it was a dream, whether her judgment was wrong. Quote, Young master, what did you say? Under Snake Spear's repeated calls, Chen Renyu finally came to her senses, with a slight daze still lingering in her eyes, as if just waking from a dream. I said that the child doesn't want to join the martial soul hall for the time being, Snake Spear said, his eyes somewhat strange, but he didn't dare say more. Nowadays, his young master's temper was not so good. How old is he? Chen Renyu didn't care about this question but instead asked about Su Cheng's current age. Because there were too many relevant soul masters discovered before, only brief information was passed to her side for now. And soul masters developed quickly, so it was difficult to judge their age by appearance alone. If it were close contact, she could estimate roughly, but it was impossible to tell from a portrait. He's a rare genius, not even 11 years old yet, and he's already at the rank of Soul Elder. I don't know how the people who tested his soul power back then managed it. It's said that they even got his innate soul power level wrong. Not even 11 years old. Chen Renyu widened her eyes in shock. Is it true? Chapter 57. Confrontation with Chen Renyu. Bring me detailed information. Shortly after, a more detailed report was placed on Chen Renyu's desk. It included information about Su Cheng's hometown, Wangsu Village, and the situation at the Nuoding Junior Soul Master Academy. Soul Elder level cultivation, both the second and third soul rings are at the 1,000-year level, with a top-tier sword-type martial soul. Chen Renyu's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, becoming more convinced that this was the teacher she had longed for. The similarities between the two were striking. Apart from age and background discrepancies, everything, including appearance, martial soul, soul rings, and temperament, matched perfectly. Even though she didn't understand the logic behind it or whether the other world truly existed, these two individuals must have some connection or might be the same person. Immediately accompany me to Nuoding City. What? Snake Spear Douluo was momentarily stunned. But what about Tien Do City? I said now. Come with me immediately. Wait a moment. Before finishing her sentence, she suddenly frowned. Snake Spear Douluo keenly noticed that something was off with his young mistress. Her aura fluctuated intensely, and there seemed to be a blurry golden light in her eyes, making her expression uncertain. Young mistress, what's wrong? From his perspective, Chen Renyu's feet were already covered in a layer of golden light, gradually ascending and spreading to her ankles, distinctly contrasting with the black lower leg garment. It's nothing. You can leave for now. But, I said it's nothing. Just go out, and remember to close the door. Fine. Helplessly, Snake Spear could only leave the room and close the door but remained nearby in silence. Once he left, Chen Renyu slumped into the chair behind her, feeling powerless. What are you doing? I know what you're thinking, another voice sounded in her mind. Don't do this. What am I doing? Am I going to harm him? Chen Renyu smirked oddly, questioning herself in her mind. Even if he remembers everything, he will come to me naturally. Why wait for him? Moreover, He doesn't know our current identities. Right now, he's just a soul elder. Wouldn't it be better to go directly to him, make him stay with us forever? I don't need that. The tone of the other voice became colder. Hey, Chen Renyu let out a disdainful chuckle. Weak, hesitant, that's you, the angel's successor who dares not face reality. Be it in the matter of Bibi Dong or the affairs of the martial soul hall, even the layout in the Tien Do Empire, you've been dragging your feet. Forever enduring, forever yielding, guarding your laughable bottom line. You truly live up to being a descendant of the Qian Dao clan. Her tone became more sinister. Look at what your actions have brought us. Bibi Dong's encroachment, the insatiable greed of those nobles. Why retreat even from Su Cheng now? I won't let go of him. The golden light on her body stabilized, no longer as turbulent as before, but the upward spread speed increased gradually. Even though the teacher is still young now, whatever he thinks in his heart should not be interfered with by me. He has his own choices, and I have my own path to walk. Qian Runshui frowned slightly, but at this moment, she was somewhat helpless. Although she had been in control of the body for most of these years, it could only happen when the main personality willingly let go. In reality, her strength was slightly inferior to the other personality, especially when the other party was determined. In this confrontation, she found herself at a disadvantage. After a moment of silence, she chose to compromise. I won't go find him, but I have a condition. The golden light on Qian Runshui's body also subsided, and her breath finally stabilized. If we meet him in the future, don't interfere at critical moments. At this moment, Su Cheng was unaware of the changes happening with Qian Runshui. After arriving near Tien Do City, he didn't waste much time and headed straight to the Royal Academy of Tien Do. As a gathering place for the Empire's geniuses, countless eyes were focused here, making it the most convenient entry point into the heart of the Empire. Of course, many students got in using connections and noble titles. But that wasn't a bad thing. With their extraordinary backgrounds, utilizing those resources was also a wise choice. Moreover, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan was located between the Academy and Tien Do City. Perhaps he could seize the opportunity to connect with Ning Fengji. From Su Cheng's understanding, as long as he displayed enough talent, he could obtain support from Ning Fengji in many aspects in the future. This was likely a tradition for a top-level sect centered around auxiliary-type martial souls. Not taking too much time, Su Cheng arrived at the foothills of 1,000-meter mountain, the location of the main entrance to the Royal Academy of Tien Do. May I ask who you are, and what is your purpose in our academy? 10 soul masters around 18 or 19 years old, dressed in goose-yellow uniforms, stood not far away. Upon seeing Su Cheng, 2 students approached to inquire. In recent years, using some potion formulas, Su Cheng had earned a considerable amount of money from black market boss Saul. With decent attire, even though he was still young, he occasionally revealed a touch of master-level temperament. The 2 students who came forward were quite polite. I just graduated from the Junior Soul Master Academy and want to join your esteemed academy. May I inquire about the admission requirements here? As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and with 1 yellow, 2 purple, 3 soul rings, and a sword-type martial soul appeared in his palm. Seeing this extraordinary soul ring configuration in the 3rd-rank soul elder level, the 2 students widened their eyes, their faces filled with inexplicable shock. Looking at the person in front of them, who was obviously much younger, they didn't dare to be neglectful and hurriedly said, "Please wait, I'll go get a teacher from the academy." The 2 had already lost their arrogance as students of the Royal Academy of Tien Do the moment they saw Su Cheng's soul ring configuration. Not making Su Cheng wait too long, a figure swiftly approached along the forested path, stopping in front of Su Cheng. The 2 students who had gone to get a teacher were left far behind. This person was dressed in silver battle attire, looking in his 50s, with a face like a silver plate, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. His hands were clasped behind his back, giving off an air of a formidable expert. "Kid, do you want to join the Royal Academy of Tien Do?" he asked in a soft voice, but his eyes couldn't help but glance at Su Cheng's martial soul, revealing a trace of uncontrollable astonishment. Chapter 58, The Distinguished Guests of Tien Do Royal Academy. "Senior, hello, I'm Su Cheng. I do indeed have such a thought," Su Cheng nodded. "I heard that Tien Do Royal Academy has the best cultivation environment in the Empire. Then you've chosen the right place. The man nodded, a hint of pride appearing on his face. I'm Sun Buyu, a teacher at the academy. Follow me to meet some of the academic committee members. We'll talk as we walk. For ordinary people, it would be impossible to receive such treatment. Not only meeting with the higher-ups of the academy directly, but even the difficulty of enrollment would be extremely high. However, the standards for geniuses are naturally different. Su Cheng put away his martial soul upon seeing this and followed Sun Buyu towards the academy in the mountains. As they walked away, the few students who had been guarding the entrance of the academy chatted for a while before leaving excitedly. Obviously, the scene they witnessed today was also big news for them, ready to share it with their friends. Su Cheng and Sun Buyu were unaware of what happened behind them. At this moment, the two of them were walking on the mountain path towards the academy. However, along the way, Su Cheng didn't see many students. According to Sun Buyu, although there were quite a few students at Tien Do Royal Academy, there were over 500 of them. However, the academy's area was too large, and it had various simulated training grounds for soul masters with different attributes. Most of the students were distributed in various simulated areas for cultivation, so the main campus area was relatively empty. The location we're in now has already entered the main campus area of the academy. The simulated areas are distributed everywhere, both up and down the mountains, and by the lake. There are over 50 teachers in the academy, and the faculty is extremely well equipped. As they walked, Sun Buyu explained the various advantages of the academy to Su Cheng and also inquired about his situation. Su Cheng, I see you're only around 12 or 13 years old this year, and you already have the cultivation of a soul elder level. I suppose your martial soul has a full innate soul power level. I wonder which family you come from, and do you have any elders accompanying you? Soul masters develop relatively quickly, and coupled with Su Cheng's rapid progress in the past 2 years, he looked almost like a 16 or 17-year-old youth based on his appearance. Sun Buyu also made a rough estimate of his age based on his cultivation level and his own experience. I don't have any family. I'm an orphan who was adopted and grew up in a remote mountain village. My foster father has long passed away. As for the level of my innate soul power, I'm not very sure. I heard that the person from the Martial Soul Hall who tested my soul power made a mistake, and the test results weren't accurate. I see, then your martial soul is likely to have undergone a mutation, Sun Buyu nodded, looking pensive. When it comes to artifacts, there are always problems that arise, and unexpected incidents have occurred during the innate soul power testing process before. Especially when it comes to judging mutated martial souls, errors are more likely to occur. So, what about your second soul ring? Sun Buyu finally asked the question he was most curious and concerned about. My second soul ring. Su Cheng had already planned for this question and showed a hint of fear on his face at the right moment. When I was at level 20, I hunted soul beasts alone without anyone guiding me. After desperately killing a ghostly shadow wolf that had just passed the 1000-year level, I instinctively felt that I could absorb its soul ring. So I tried it, feeling like my body was about to burst from the energy, but luckily I managed to endure it in the end. In fact, what he killed was not a ghostly shadow wolf at all, but a blue-armored lizard with extreme gold attribute, with nearly 2000 years of cultivation. You're really reckless, Sun Buyu gasped at the revelation. Su Cheng wasn't the first person to absorb a soul ring beyond their years. It had been done successfully in the past, but absorbing a second soul ring of the 1000-year level was unheard of. Not to mention that he did it without any guidance, which could only be attributed to his luck in surviving. As they spoke, the two of them arrived at the central area of the academy's main campus. Sun Buyu led Su Cheng into a reception room. Su Cheng, there are distinguished guests visiting the academy today. Wait here for a moment, I'll go inform the academic committee members. The two guests who are coming can also be seen with you. With your talent, you might even have the chance to be selected into the Tien Do Royal Academy's combat team. Distinguished guests, Su Cheng was slightly surprised. There weren't many people who could be referred to as distinguished guests by Tien Do Royal Academy. Was it a member of the imperial family? Or perhaps it was Chen Renyu disguised as Shui Qinghe? He remembered that several of the academic committee members were affiliated with Shui Qinghe's faction. Of course, it could also be someone from Prince Qinghe's faction. The fourth prince, Shui Beng, whom he considered contacting before, seemed to be a student at Tien Do Royal Academy. But speculating now was pointless, he would know when he saw them later. Not long after Su Cheng's brief wait, Sun Buyu returned. Su Cheng, after hearing about your situation, several academic committee members want to meet you. Follow me. Perform well later, you might have the chance to be selected into the Tien Do Royal Academy's combat team. With that, he led Su Cheng into the office next door. As the power center of Tien Do Royal Academy, the office was very simple in its decoration, with only necessary furnishings and some simple green plants as decorations. Upon entering the room, Su Cheng's first sight was the three elders sitting in the center. The three of them didn't look stern, and their gazes towards Su Cheng were gentle, but just sitting there, they exuded the aura of strong individuals that was hard to hide. They were all wearing black robes with peculiar patterns embroidered in gold silk. Su Cheng knew that these were customized robes for Soul Douluo above level 80, second only to the red robes for Title Douluo. Generally, Soul Douluo and Title Douluo rarely wore these robes. It represented not only their status but also solemnity. These robes were only worn during duels with opponents of the same level or on extremely important occasions. They certainly weren't meant for Su Cheng to wear, but for the two distinguished guests mentioned by Sun Buyu. Glancing sideways, besides the three elders, there was also a middle-aged man in his 40s and a girl of about the same age as himself sitting as guests. The middle-aged man had a dignified and elegant appearance, with a straight nose and square mouth. He wore a spotless white robe, and his soft black hair cascaded behind him. At the moment, he was looking at Su Cheng with curiosity. The girl had short hair that reached her ears, and her delicate and ethereal appearance exuded the aura of a noble young lady. She also showed curiosity. Is that Ning Fengji? Then the girl sitting next to him must be Ning Rongrong. Su Cheng was slightly surprised but didn't show it on his face. Chapter 59. Su Cheng's Impressions. Upon seeing the two of them, Su Cheng's mind churned with some new ideas. Being in the center of the vortex was surprisingly safe and stable. With Ning Fengji present, perhaps they could be more aggressive than planned today. However, the gaze of the other party was somewhat peculiar. What was the deal with this old guy? Su Cheng was aware of the relatively close relationship between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Tien Do Imperial Family, and the Tien Do Royal Academy. After all, they were neighbors, and as the #1 auxiliary sect in the world, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was wealthy. Ning Fengji was also a skilled diplomat, so it was normal for them to have a broad network. Numerous thoughts quickly flashed through his mind, and Su Cheng temporarily ignored the two people, respectfully bowing to the three main seats. Junior Su Cheng, greetings to the three seniors. The three-spirit Douluo did not adopt a condescending attitude. The white-haired elder in the center, the head of administration at Heaven Do Imperial Academy, smiled at Su Cheng and spoke with a slightly sharp voice, but it was not unpleasant. I am the head of administration at Heaven Do Imperial Academy, Meng Shenji. These two are the deputy chiefs of the Academy's Education Committee, Bai Baoshan and Jilin. Child, how old are you this year? I just turned 11 after the new year. Upon hearing this, the faces of everyone present showed a fleeting surprise. During the golden cultivation period of soul masters in their youth, even a difference of 1 or 2 years represented vastly different talents. Meng Shenji couldn't maintain his calm demeanor for a moment either. He stood up and approached Su Cheng, reaching out to grab his wrist. Su Cheng didn't dodge, knowing that the other party wanted to test his bone age. Meng Shenji pinched his wrist bones, then turned to nod confidently at the other people, confirming that what he said was true. Child, could you show us your martial soul? In fact, Sun Buyu had already mentioned Su Cheng's situation before. But now that he knew his actual age, his attitude naturally changed. Su Cheng complied without hesitation, extending his right hand, and 3 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, appeared, with the eternal sword hovering above his hand. Impressive, impressive, cough, asterisk. At this moment, a light cough interrupted Meng Shenji. Looking up, he noticed Jilin giving him a meaningful look. Only then did he notice that Ning Fengji, sitting as a guest, had been scrutinizing Su Cheng's sword martial soul with a pensive expression. A thought flickered in the elder's mind, and he patted Su Cheng's hand, indicating he could put away his martial soul for now. He warmly pulled him towards Ning Fengji and introduced, "This is Ning Fengji, the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan. His martial soul is the legendary support type martial soul, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. I greet Sect Master Ning. Su Cheng pretended to be surprised and quickly saluted. Ning Fengji smiled gently, his face showing an inexplicable expression. Have you heard of the title of Sword Douluo Chen Xin? Su Cheng's eyes flickered slightly. How could he not know about Chen Xin? Not only did he know, but he was also very familiar with it. The great name of Sword Douluo, I believe there are few soul masters with sword martial souls who are unaware of it, and I am no exception. I'll take you to meet him another day. Su Cheng was surprised. Ning Fengji had always liked to show favor to talented juniors, which Su Cheng understood. It was an old tradition of support-type sects. But Chen Xin wasn't that easy to deal with. Ning Fengji had no reason to be so kind to a junior he had just met, even bringing up the title of Sword Douluo, the highest-ranking member of their sect. Strange, has there been any recent changes in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan? He wondered silently, but on the surface, he showed a hint of surprise and nodded in agreement. It's my honor. The three-spirit Douluo on the side also couldn't help but raise their regard for Su Cheng. Regardless of how his relationship with Chen Xin would turn out in the future after joining the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile school, at least they would be closer. And even if they didn't consider the Sword Master, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile school was one of the major financial backers of the academy, so they would certainly give him some face. Su Cheng, Sun Buyu has already shown you around the academy. How do you feel? The training environment couldn't be better, worthy of the name, Royal. The head of administration smiled. Are you sure you want to join the Tien Do Imperial Academy? I heard that the Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite competition will start in over 3 years. Su Cheng didn't immediately answer, instead asking another unrelated question. However, Meng Shenji, being shrewd, instantly understood the implication in his words, and hesitantly said, are you considering competing for a spot in the Royal Academy's team? In his opinion, Su Cheng's strength was naturally sufficient. Even though he had just reached the 30th rank, there were still several years before the Soul Master Grand Competition, during which he could easily advance a few more ranks. Moreover, sword-type martial souls were known for their formidable attack power, especially when they were at the level of full soul power at birth. However, the problem was that team slots were not solely determined by strength. If several people were equally matched, factors such as background, age, martial soul attributes, and team cooperation needed to be considered. And Su Cheng was still young, with another class to wait for. By then, his strength might even further improve. It was really unnecessary to compete with older students. But, he definitely couldn't let go of this student. He couldn't help feeling a bit conflicted. Su Cheng didn't bother to continue the verbal tug of war. He straightforwardly said, in the world of soul masters, strength speaks for itself, Teacher Meng. Can you let me see the strength of the team's prospective members? If I'm not as good as them, I'm willing to give up. Meng Shenji instantly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, even if you lose, it doesn't matter. After all, you're still young, and waiting for the next term is completely feasible. Su Cheng nodded, then please arrange it for me, Teacher Meng. Haha, it's also a good opportunity for you to see the talents of our academy students. Students await your scrutiny. Seeing that the two of them had almost finished discussing enrollment matters, Ning Fengji spoke up, wrong, you're more familiar with the environment of the academy. Take Su Jr. around, and I have some matters to discuss with a few members of the education committee. Ning Rongrong immediately stood up upon hearing this. She had been impatient to leave here a long time ago. She had only stayed here for a while out of politeness. Now that she had the opportunity to leave, she naturally couldn't be happier. Walking up to Su Cheng, she smiled, come, I'll show you around the academy. Ning Rongrong had 2 dimples when she smiled, making her look especially charming. Although she was young, her eyes carried a hint of charm. Su Cheng naturally had no reason to refuse. He had already done what he needed to do, so he could just wait to beat up the members of the academy team later. Thus, he greeted her and left the education committee with her. It had to be said that the environment of the Tien Do Royal Academy was really good. Because it was located in the mountains, the natural scenery was excellent, and the air was very fresh and humid. Walking through the academy like this, Su Cheng's mind felt much more relaxed. He didn't have any particular feelings towards Ning Rongrong, nor did he have any likes or dislikes. However, he knew that Chen Xin valued this little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile school very much. After walking a certain distance away from the education committee, he planned to exchange a few words with her. Chapter 60. I hate brats. Su Cheng hadn't spoken yet, but Ning Rongrong was quick to speak up. She turned her head with curiosity towards Su Cheng. Is your martial soul mutated? Why can you cultivate so fast? I'm the same age as you, but I'm only at level 24. Probably mutated, but I'm not very clear about the specific situation, Su Cheng shrugged and replied casually. Can you show me your martial soul again? Sure. Su Cheng revealed his martial soul. My martial soul is called Eternal Sword. Its attack power is not as strong as Sword Douluo's 7-kill sword, but its abilities are more balanced. Ning Rongrong nodded, but she wasn't very interested in the specific characteristics of the Eternal Sword. Instead, she asked, why is your second spirit ring at the 1000-year level? How did you manage that? Previously at the education committee, Sun Buyu only briefly mentioned Su Cheng's situation, and the details were unclear, so she had been curious about it. It's also luck. Su Cheng smiled bitterly and recounted the same story he had told her before, adding many more details to make the story vivid. So, you've been practicing alone since you were a child. Ning Rongrong's eyes showed a hint of pity. As the jewel of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, she couldn't imagine such a situation, let alone how someone with such conditions could cultivate to such a level at this age. Doesn't that mean you lack a lot of basic knowledge about martial souls? Probably. I didn't have anyone to guide me since I was young, and the academy I was in before was a remote area's primary academy, which didn't offer much knowledge. And because of the wrong soul power test result, I couldn't enter the martial soul temple at first, so my exploration of martial souls has always been stumbling. This is a lie. As a research talent, his understanding of martial souls is far from his medical expertise, but he is still considered top-notch on this continent. Saying these words was just a pretext to better establish a relationship with Chen Xin in the future. Although Ning Rongrong has a bit of a spoiled temperament, she is kind-hearted, so he thought it might be beneficial to portray his childhood as a bit pitiful. Sure enough, after hearing these words, Ning Rongrong's eyes showed even more pity, and she said comfortingly, it's okay, we're still young now, and cultivating soul power is the most important thing. Even if the first few spirit rings are a bit off, the impact won't be too great. Moreover, your second spirit ring is at the 1000-year level, which has already compensated for many deficiencies. Su Cheng nodded and put away the Eternal Sword. Miss Ning, I've heard of the fame of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda as the #1 auxiliary martial soul in the world. Can I have a look at it? Just call me Rongrong. Ning Rongrong waved her hand indifferently. Then, a dazzling 7-colored light emanated from her body, condensing in the palm of her right hand, and a 7-colored pagoda over a foot high floated above it. Under the radiance of the glazed tile pagoda, she appeared even more noble and imposing. 2 yellow spirit rings also rose from under her feet and quietly circled around. Ning Rongrong's pretty face showed a trace of pride. My innate soul power is also at level 9. According to what my dad said, there has never been a case where an auxiliary martial soul has reached full innate soul power. Among auxiliary soul masters, my talent is top-notch. Su Cheng looked at the radiant 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, his face showing a pensive expression. I heard that because of the special nature of the 7-treasure glazed tile school's martial soul, when choosing a partner, they cannot choose someone with the same auxiliary soul master status. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Cheng regretted it. He intended to use this as a starting point to introduce what he wanted to say next, but it sounded obviously problematic and lacked tact. Perhaps it's been too long since he's interacted with someone of the same age and the position has shifted slightly. He's not an elder now but a teenager like her, and saying such things inevitably leads to misunderstandings. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, Ning Rongrong's eyes instantly became somewhat strange. Su Cheng felt a bit embarrassed for a moment. Cough, what I mean is, this standard might be a bit unreasonable. Quote. Ning Rongrong's eyes became even more strange. I think even as auxiliary soul masters, they might still develop some combat abilities. At least in some non-extreme situations, they can protect themselves without relying on others. This time he was speaking sincerely. The so-called auxiliary system, martial soul is just a definition given by soul masters to various martial souls. Indeed, martial soul attributes tend to be biased, some are good at attack, some are more suitable for group battles, but to say that this limits the development direction, Su Cheng doesn't agree. Even Oscar's food system martial soul can gain attack power through a mirror image skill, and martial souls like the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda should have no reason not to develop other uses. Of course, in terms of cost effectiveness, stacking auxiliary attributes is definitely the most suitable and adaptable. This is the best way of use passed down by the 7 treasure glazed tile school for thousands of years. Su Cheng is not so arrogant as to think he can overturn it on his own. Ultimately, the user knows their martial soul best. But besides spirit rings, training one's own combat literacy and using soul bones to some extent to enhance attack and defense capabilities should still be achievable. With the financial resources of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Su Cheng doesn't believe they can't afford a few soul bones. After all, it's ultimately because Ning Rongrong is too pampered, coupled with the cultural inheritance of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, that she fundamentally lacks this awareness. However, for Su Cheng's words, Ning Rongrong didn't agree. She admitted that Su Cheng's talent was indeed very high, but she didn't think she was any worse than him. The two are on different paths. As an auxiliary soul master with level 9 innate soul power, and being born noble and regarded as the hope of the family since childhood, she has her own pride. In Ning Rongrong's cognition, there hasn't been any auxiliary soul master on the continent who has reached full innate soul power, so she believes she has the best talent. Not to mention that Su Cheng comes from an ordinary background, doesn't even understand his own martial soul, and now he's here spouting nonsense and pointing fingers at her. In mentioning the 7 treasure glazed tile school standards for choosing a spouse inevitably leads to speculation, which instantly made her impression of him much worse. However, even though Ning Rongrong felt disdain in her heart, the education and influence she received from a young age still made her maintain basic politeness on the surface. She said perfunctorily, "Su Cheng, you're just joking. These are all traditions passed down by our elders. How could a younger generation like me think too much about it?" Su Cheng, with his extensive experience in Ning Rongrong's inability to conceal her emotions well, could see her thoughts at a glance. Oops, now I'm completely seen as a common believer. Su Cheng realized he was in the wrong, sighed deeply in his heart, and muttered to himself, "I hate brats." Chapter 61. Life like floating, death like rest. On the square of the academy, Su Cheng glanced at the nearly 100-strong crowd, feeling somewhat surprised. This was almost 1/5 of the total number of students in the academy. He had just returned with Ning Rongrong, so how could they gather so quickly? Wasn't it said that the students in the academy were dispersed in various mimicry practice grounds and not easy to gather in one place? Meng Shenji smiled at him and nodded, saying, "It seems like the news about your second 1,000-year soul ring spread somehow. Many people want to see it for themselves. It's quite a coincidence, but it saved us a lot of time." Su Cheng suddenly realized that when he first entered the academy, his display of martial soul had caught the attention of other students. Glancing around the crowd, he noticed several distinct groups, wondering if Shui Beng's group was among them. Whether they were there or not didn't matter. After today's battle, the 4th prince, Shui Beng, would likely come looking for him. He was an ambitious fellow. In Su Cheng's imagination, Shui Beng should be an arrogant and overbearing figure with low strength, but none of the people he saw fit that description. Shui Beng is probably not among them. However, he didn't know that Shui Beng was actually scanning the crowd at the moment. It's just that he had been disguised. After his incident with Qinren Shui disguised as Shui Qinghe, he had become much more low-key. Meng Shenji looked at the students, his expression becoming more serious, no longer as amiable as before. "I believe you have all heard about the new student in our academy. However, there isn't much information about him. Let me formally introduce him to you." He gestured towards Su Cheng. Su Cheng, a level 32 assault-type soul master, not yet 11 years old, and possesses a second 1,000-year soul ring. Initially, some students didn't quite believe the rumors, but hearing the confirmation from the chief of the education committee, the square erupted into murmurs and discussions. Some frowned secretly, some looked at him with scrutiny, and some didn't care at all. Various emotions were evident, but most prevalent among them was astonishment. Seeing this scene, Meng Shenji nodded inwardly. The students of the Tien Do Royal Academy were either noble-born or talented. They were often too proud, and letting them know that there were greater talents beyond their imagination was not a bad thing. However, Su Cheng's reaction was unexpected. His expression remained calm, neither nervous nor proud of being in the spotlight. Mang Shenji made a gesture for silence and continued, but today is not just about introducing Su to you. The selection for our Academy's team for the Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament, which will take place 3 years from now, is still ongoing. This new student also wants to participate. Upon hearing this, the students' faces changed. A boy not even 11 years old with the strength of a soul elder. In 3 years, who knows what level of cultivation he would reach. If he also wanted to compete for a spot, it meant fewer chances for others. But Su Cheng said that in the world of soul masters, only strength matters, not anything else. If he loses today, he'll wait for the next tournament. Who wants to fight him first? Su Cheng glanced at him sideways. This old guy was quite shrewd, speaking so decisively in front of everyone, sealing Su Cheng's fate. If he lost today, it meant he would have no chance in the tournament. As Mang Shenji's words fell, regardless of the students' initial sentiments towards Su Cheng, they all became somewhat hostile. Participating in this tournament was not just a demonstration of strength, it involved complex interests such as honor, status, rewards, and more. No one would willingly give up a chance to compete. Yu Tianeng, Du Guyan, and others who were already assured a spot in the team naturally weren't interested in fighting. But others couldn't sit still. Ji Yuan was one of them. Compared to others in the academy, he came from a relatively ordinary background, from a declining aristocratic family. However, his soul had undergone mutation, reaching above 6th level innate soul force. At 21 years old this year, his soul force cultivation had reached level 34, making him one of the candidates for the second team captain. Ji Yuan had long considered this spot as his family's hope for resurgence. At this moment, he felt the greatest threat. Hearing Mang Shenji's words, he stood up with a grim expression. Little brother, are you really going to do this? That kid is also considered a genius. I'll defeat any genius. Genius, he's just a kid under 11. Among the 500 students in the Tien Do Royal Academy, apart from those noble-born idiots sent by their families, who wasn't a genius? What use was an unfulfilled genius? Ji Yuan leisurely walked to the center of the square, looking down at Su Cheng, who was almost a head shorter. A hint of a smile curled his lips. Kid, do you really want to fight? But remember, combat isn't just about levels. Of course, in terms of soul force, you can't match me. Silver Wolf, possess. As he spoke, a bright silver light shone on him, and silver fur appeared on his exposed arms, enhancing his defensive capabilities. His muscles bulged, almost tearing his bright yellow school uniform. Sharp claws emerged from his fingertips, gleaming like short daggers. As they clashed, they emitted a metallic clang, indicating their sharpness. He flexed his bones, emitting crackling sounds, and his body elongated slightly. His eyes gleamed with a ghostly light, and steel-like silver fur appeared on his temples. As he completed the beast martial soul possession, 3 soul rings rose beneath his feet, emanating surging soul power. Ji Yuan moved his fingers and lazily said, Ji Yuan, martial soul, silver wolf, level 34 soul elder. Su Cheng raised his right palm, and the eternal sword appeared in his hand. 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings emerged beneath his feet. Su Cheng, martial soul, eternal sword, level 32 soul elder. As he revealed his martial soul, a new round of discussions erupted below. Ning Fengji glanced at Mang Shenji standing beside him and casually asked, Dream Commissioner, who do you think has a better chance of winning? After a moment of contemplation, Mang Shenji spoke, Ji Yuan has a better chance of winning. Su Cheng may have reached such cultivation at his age, but even with exceptional talent, he must have worked hard, yet he probably lacks experience in battles against soul masters and hasn't received basic education in this regard. Ning Fengji shook his head at the response. I think Su Jr. has a good chance. He added in his mind, especially if he has any connection with the person Master's sword mentioned earlier. He can't win. At this moment, a crisp voice interrupted their conversation. Ning Fengji turned slightly, surprised to see his daughter pursing her lips. Su Cheng just told me that he hasn't received systematic education in Soul Masters and doesn't even understand Soul Ring selection. He probably doesn't have strong soul skills either. Ning Fengji looked at her, slightly puzzled. This tone didn't seem optimistic about Su Cheng. Was their interaction not pleasant just now? This wasn't a good sign. You see how slow his reaction is, Ning Rongrong continued. On the square, Ji Yuan didn't intend to hold back. After completing his possession, his entire body's physical qualities and combat instincts received a significant boost. His wolf-like body pounced forward, bringing a gust of bloody wind. At the same time, the sharp claws on his hands shot out, aiming for Su Cheng's body. The first soul ring beneath his feet lit up, and streams of nimble gusts of wind seemed to materialize, flowing between the claws. He directly used his first soul skill, the Silver Wolf Divine Wind Claw. Clearly, Ji Yuan wanted to end this quickly. However, Su Cheng showed no reaction, not even a sign of using a soul skill. It's over, Ji Yuan thought. His soul skill enhanced his speed and power when attacking with claws. If the opponent didn't respond in time, they would likely be at a disadvantage. But Su Cheng didn't react at all, indicating that the outcome was predictable. It's over, Meng Shenji sighed, somewhat disappointed. He didn't want Su Cheng to compete with the older students for the team spot, but he also didn't want this new student to be just a cultivation prodigy. But at this distance, with Su Cheng not even using a soul skill, it seemed too late to make any further moves. Activating soul power required time. Any delay would be detrimental. Ning Fengji frowned slightly. Junior brother, let me give you a lesson today. In Soul Master battles, it's not just about talent. Ji Yuan's voice echoed, accompanied by the sound of wind. I can defeat you because I know how to use my advantages, understand psychological warfare, and even consider the terrain. I immediately used my strongest single-target attack skill. Su Cheng looked calmly at the approaching body, seemingly oblivious to the words spoken. In an instant, his soul power traversed several meridians, and the eternal sword angled upwards, intercepting in front of him. His sword was swift, and his strength formidable. A silver radiance appeared on the sword's edge, making it seem even sharper. 13 sword forms. 7th form, White Tiger. The offense and defense switched instantly, and Ji Yuan's actions were blocked by Su Cheng's sword. Seeing this, Ji Yuan's pupils contracted, and he was forced to halt his movements. He hastily swung his claws forward, attempting to resist the sharp sword. Clang! With a resounding metallic clash, Ji Yuan grunted and retreated a few steps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He had been injured by this sword strike. This was expected. He had reacted hastily, and his strength had not yet peaked when Su Cheng intercepted him. Without overwhelming strength, he was naturally at a disadvantage in this collision. However, before Ji Yuan could make any further move, Su Cheng's next strike was already upon him. Su Cheng smoothly thrust his sword forward, its speed leaving Ji Yuan no time to react. Where his gaze fell, the sword's radiance resembled a white rainbow piercing towards his forehead. 3rd form, Shadowless. Ji Yuan's heart pounded, feeling as if the sword shadow was about to pierce through his skull. In an instant, he was drenched in cold sweat. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. In desperation, Ji Yuan tried to dodge, but it was already too late. He could only desperately use his wolf claws, which were not completely shattered, to resist. He felt a sense of despair, as if he was standing on the edge of a cliff, one step away from death. The sword momentum soared higher and higher. Ji Yuan felt like he was on thin ice, on the brink of an abyss. He wanted to roar. He wanted to punch. He wanted to use all the soul skills and trump cards he had. He wanted to unleash all his hidden cards and killer moves. But he couldn't even move a finger. His soul power, his soul skills, were all suppressed within his body. The fear of losing everything made his body tremble slightly. He could only stare wide-eyed at the young man opposite him. No, not just him. Even the high-level students behind him, including Yu Tianeng and Du Guyan from the first team, were enveloped in a wave of sword momentum. Despair surged from their hearts, followed by a glimmer of hopelessness. Gazing at that sword momentum was like gazing at an unscalable mountain peak. You, Ji Yuan's throat trembled, squeezing out a few scattered words with a shaky voice. I can defeat you, regardless of tactics, simply because I am stronger than you. Su Cheng's gaze was as calm as water, crossing over his shoulder to the group of figures behind him. Who's next? The entire square fell into silence. Meng Shenji, Ning Fengji, and others standing behind Su Cheng exchanged solemn glances. Ning Rongrong's gaze was vacant. This battle had ended in less than a minute. During that time, Su Cheng hadn't even used a single soul ring skill. She suddenly realized that perhaps what Su Cheng had said earlier had some truth to it. Chapter 62, Runshui's discovery. Yu Tianeng and Du Guyan exchanged a glance, their expressions filled with astonishment and seriousness, yet also revealing a hint of joy. They didn't have much competition with Su Cheng. The stronger Su Cheng became, the more advantageous it would be for the combat team, and the greater the hope of winning future matches. Especially Yu Tianeng, burdened with the family's expectations and not particularly assertive by nature, subconsciously had a bit of a mentality to latch onto a strong figure. On Su Cheng's side, seeing no one daring to challenge, he disregarded Ji Yuan, who was still in shock in front of him, and turned to look at Meng Shenji. Teacher Meng. After the initial surprise, a smile reappeared on Meng Shenji's face. His mindset was completely different now. Before, he only saw potential in Su Cheng's talent, but his actual combat strength was still a question mark. Disrupting the current division of interests within the academy for this was very unwise. Even for them, as Seoul Douluo level powerhouses, they were not without constraints in this power vortex. But now, looking again, compared to what Su Cheng could bring them, the price they paid was definitely bearable. 3 years later, facing the so-called golden generation of the martial soul temple might not be without the power to fight. As a dark player buried by the martial soul temple in the Tien Do Empire years ago, he also understood the situation of the martial soul temple academy. Especially the Holy Maiden, with extraordinary talent and the personal guidance of the Pope. Her strength was probably unmatched among her peers. Thinking of this, he took the initiative to approach, patting Su Cheng's shoulder very intimately. Looking at the students on the square, he said lightly, "Since no one dares to challenge, let's disperse. Focus on cultivating and don't always look down on others. Yu Tianeng, Du Guyan, come with me." After speaking, he led a few people towards the teaching committee. After they left, the remaining students also dispersed, discussing in twos and threes as they left the place. Today's match indeed opened many people's eyes. But it was limited to this. There were countless geniuses in the world of soul masters. What did it have to do with ordinary people like them? Most of it was just for entertainment. However, apart from the part of the students who were likely to be selected for the combat team, there was another small group who were very concerned about Su Cheng. Fourth Prince, should we try to approach him? Shui Beng's eyes flickered slightly, pondering for a moment before saying, "Let me contact Uncle first. It's better to do it sooner rather than later. Those members of the teaching committee have always had a good relationship with the Crown Prince." On the way, Ning Fengji walked beside Su Cheng with a friendly smile, probing, "Su Jr., I noticed that when you were using swordsmanship just now, there didn't seem to be any signs of using soul ring skills." Several members of the teaching committee and Yutian Heng also perked up their ears upon hearing this. Even Ning Rongrong, who had been silent with her head down, looked up. "It's not much, Master Ning. Since childhood, I've enjoyed experimenting with soul techniques on my own, so I've stumbled upon some tricks by accident." Yu Tianeng and Du Guyan exchanged glances, speechless. "Your experimenting and accidental discoveries sound quite casual." However, Meng Shenji and the others secretly thought it was indeed the case. It really was a self-created soul technique. Although with their level, they couldn't understand the mystery of severing pulse and continuing chi method, but it was quite obvious that those 3 sword techniques were not soul ring skills. Especially the last one, its power far exceeded the same level. Although they didn't feel the oppressive feeling directly, just seeing his back could cast a shadow over their hearts. Among them, Meng Shenji felt particularly deeply due to his own martial soul characteristics. He believed that if they were at the same level, his own performance would definitely not be better than Ji Yuan's. Ning Fengji's eyes shimmered even more at this moment, thinking of many things. Why was the Haotian sect strong? Was it because of the so-called world's #1 weapon martial soul title of the Haotian hammer? Wrong. It was because of the Haotian ultimate skill created by Tang Chen back then, which endowed the Haotian hammer with power far superior to other top martial souls. If Su Cheng's soul techniques also had universality. Su Cheng glanced at the group, not saying anything more. In fact, he didn't originally intend to use these sword techniques, especially the last one. He wasn't planning to use it even as an opening move. There was no way. These members of the Academy's teaching committee had a close relationship with Qian Runshui disguised as Shui Qinghe. He was worried that being too conspicuous would easily attract her attention. But when he saw Ning Fengji's reaction, he changed his mind. With his current channels, he originally had no chance to directly contact the higher-ups, which would require a lot of time. But today was the perfect opportunity, as Ning Fengji happened to be visiting here. Considering the character of this old guy, after witnessing his potential, there was a high probability that he would take action. It was completely worth a gamble. As for Ning Rongrong's impression, it didn't matter much. It would be good to win her favor, making it easier to get closer to Chen Xin later on. But his previous slip of the tongue probably already left a bad impression, though it wasn't a big problem. Adults talk about interests, not feelings. Especially people like Ning Fengji. Sure enough, after hearing his answer, Ning Fengji's smile became even brighter, and his gentle tone was like a warm spring breeze. Su Jr., are you interested in accompanying me on a trip to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect later? I believe Sword Douluo uncle would be delighted to see such a talented individual with a sword martial soul. It would be my honor. I just don't know about the arrangements from the academy. Su Cheng glanced at Meng Shenji and the others. You can go. Our academy doesn't have many restrictions on students' freedom. Meng Shenji glanced at the two of them and didn't stop them. For a soul master school like the Tien Do Royal Academy, their attitude towards students was relatively lenient. Except for the combat team members needing to start training and bonding before matches, cultivation was mainly based on freedom. After all, each soul master's martial soul had different attributes, and there were enough simulation training grounds in the academy to choose from. Even the courses were optional. As long as they met the graduation standards of the Advanced Academy, it was fine. It was quite rare to have collective training like at Shrek Academy, where teachers were numerous and students were few, and they were supervised from start to finish. What did you say? Su Cheng went to the Tien Do Royal Academy. In the study, Chen Renyu looked at the snake spear Douluo opposite her with a surprised expression. With her current infiltration into the royal family and her relationship with Meng Shenji and others, everything that happened in the academy naturally couldn't escape her notice. Yes, and after defeating a senior student on the spot, he was directly selected into the royal combat team and then went to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect with Ning Fengji. The snake spear Douluo nodded, and it's said that he used a set of self-created soul techniques at the time, suppressing all the students present and no one dared to challenge him again. Chen Renyu nodded slightly, pondering silently. She had no doubt about Su Cheng's ability. Bring me the detailed information about that time. After a moment, she looked at the snake spear and said in a deep voice, in addition, when he returns to the academy from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, report to me immediately. After the messenger left, Chen Renyu lightly tapped her slender fingers on the table. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. However, no matter what, Ning Fengji was her nominal teacher now. It shouldn't have any impact, she presumed. Chapter 63. Wrong, call him Master Uncle. I'm back, Grandpa Sword, Grandpa Bone. Upon entering the inner hall of the 7 Treasure Glazed Sect, Ning Rongrong immediately regained her liveliness and called out to the two elders sitting in chairs. However, this time, Chen Xin surprisingly didn't respond immediately to Ning Rongrong. His gaze shifted towards Su Cheng, who had come along with Ning Fengji, and there was a momentary flicker in his eyes. In Chen Xin's dream, there weren't many memories left, only 2 scenes were exceptionally clear. One was the time when Su Cheng learned swordsmanship from him during his childhood. Although Su Cheng's aptitude was mediocre, he was extremely diligent, persistently practicing swordsmanship day after day without wavering. The other memory was of 30 years later when this adopted son died in his arms. Also passing away at that time were the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall, Bibi Dong, and the Martial Soul Hall's young mistress, Chen Renyu. His adopted son almost single-handedly destroyed the entire Martial Soul Hall. But even so, he still found the face of the young man before him strangely familiar. Chen Xin was devoted to the way of the sword, single-mindedly focused on it his whole life, never marrying or having children. The adopted son in his dream was no different from his own biological son, making it unforgettable for him. With Chen Xin's cultivation realm, the concept of sleep and dreaming almost didn't exist for him. He felt this was a kind of omen from the heavens. Later, when he recalled it, he discussed it with Ji Yu Rong and Ning Fengji. However, after several years, they didn't uncover any related information. The 7 Treasure Glazed Sect didn't have intelligence systems like the Martial Soul Hall or the Empire, so they had no choice but to let it go. Ning Fengji observed Chen Shin's expression and, noticing his demeanor, understood that he had probably found the right person. Master Sword, Master Bone, let me introduce you. He walked to the table and poured tea for Su Cheng and himself, smiling, it's quite a coincidence. Today, I took wrong to visit the Royal Academy and happened to meet this young man, Su, who is planning to enroll there. He gestured towards Su Cheng and continued, he's a genius with a sword martial soul and wanted to invite Master Sword to meet him. After speaking, he subtly gestured towards Chen Shin. Su Cheng nodded and revealed his eternal sword. Seeing the one yellow, and two purple, both titled Douluo were somewhat surprised and looked at Ning Fengji with questioning eyes. Ning Fengji, seeing their expressions, explained the events that had happened in the academy. After listening, Chen Shin felt both moved and puzzled. He wasn't surprised about Su Cheng creating his own soul technique. Although his adopted son had mediocre aptitude, he was always full of ingenious ideas. But what was strange was that Su Cheng's sword martial soul was obviously of extremely high quality, and judging by instinct, it seemed to be even better than his 7-kill sword. He opened his mouth to say something but swallowed his words. Instead, he asked, "Child, are you willing to be my disciple?" Su Cheng was somewhat surprised. He had spent a long time with Chen Shin in the simulated world and understood him to some extent. Unlike Ning Fengji, Chen Shin wasn't the type to be eager to make friends with a genius soul master, let alone accept him as a disciple. But now it seemed he didn't have much time to think about it. This was a good opportunity, and everything he had shown earlier was to increase his background and connections for this moment. And now, it seemed that the effect was even better than expected. Su Cheng quickly stood up and offered tea, bowing to Chen Shin, "Master, this is my honor." On the side, Ji Yu Rong scrutinized the two with a critical eye and suddenly realized something. Smiling, he looked at Ning Rongrong, "Rong, why don't you call him Master Uncle?" His words carried a teasing tone. Chen Shin and Ning Fengji also reacted immediately and looked at the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed sect, their faces showing a sly smile. Su Cheng's eyes twitched inwardly, feeling that something wasn't right. Ning Rongrong looked at the elders in front of her in surprise, feeling a bit aggrieved. In fact, when she first met Su Cheng, she had an instinctive fondness for him. Later, when she learned that he had been practicing alone all this time, she admired and sympathized with him even more. But Su Cheng shouldn't have mentioned the rules of the 7-treasure glazed sect. She always took pride in her background, and even though she later found Su Cheng to be exceptional, with her personality, she wouldn't back down. And today, when she returned, her usual spotlight was stolen by someone else. Upon hearing Ji Yu Rong's words, she couldn't suppress her emotions and protested loudly, "I don't want to." Seeing her strong reaction, Ji Yu Rong, who had originally spoken, was taken aback. Su Cheng, seeing Ning Rongrong's reluctant expression, quickly said, "Master, Elder Bone, Lord Ning, there's no need for titles like Master Uncle or anything like that. It's better for us to address each other as equals." Chen Shin, who saw this, was about to say something else, but Ning Fengji's expression changed slightly, and he intervened, "Then why don't you address each other as siblings?" Seeing Ning Rongrong still hesitating, he urged her with a hint of dissatisfaction. Ning Rongrong reluctantly called out, "Brother," in a low voice. Su Cheng felt helpless, but he also understood that this was probably Ning Fengji's way of bringing them closer. He nodded and agreed. Seeing the relationship between the two confirmed, Ning Fengji felt satisfied and resumed his seat. He led the conversation, quickly building a rapport between Su Cheng and the others. During this time, he didn't inquire about Su Cheng's self-created soul technique. With his smooth and diplomatic style, he knew it wasn't the right time yet. Bringing it up hastily could tarnish the good impression and make it seem like the 7-treasure glazed sect had ulterior motives. Instead, he focused on Su Cheng's well-being, asking about his experiences over the past few years. Su Cheng had nothing to hide, and his whereabouts over the years had been clean. He had mainly focused on cultivation and sword practice, so there was nothing significant to conceal. As he recounted his experiences over the years, Su Cheng also pondered silently. The next step was to find a way to involve the 7-treasure glazed sect. At the very least, it would provide him with a concrete guarantee he could use to intimidate others. Currently, he and Chen Shin were only nominally master and disciple. While it was enough to deter others, it might not be sufficient if he were to face off against Qian Runshui disguised as Shui Qinghe. However, Su Cheng had already figured out what to do on his way here. He needed a mascot that could represent the 7 treasure-glazed sect, someone who could often appear with him. Ning Rongrong was the best candidate. Chapter 64, Is he really a genius? Currently, Ning Rongrong didn't have much say within the sect, merely occupying the role of a little princess. But that didn't matter much, as the significance she represented as the designated successor of the 7 treasure-glazed tile sect was paramount. However, Ning Rongrong herself had a rebellious personality, and suggesting directly that she attend the Tien Do Imperial Academy might have the opposite effect. One had to be mindful of the approach. At this moment, Ning Fengji suddenly took out a stack of manuscripts from his soul device and handed them to Su Cheng. With a smile, he said, although you use self-created soul techniques, their power far surpasses others of the same level, which must pose a problem in terms of soul power consumption. This is a secret skill of our 7 treasure-glazed tile sect, the mind division control technique. If you can learn it, it will be highly effective in saving soul power. Mind division control technique. Su Cheng was momentarily stunned. He had heard of this technique before. Although it was not created by the 7 treasure-glazed tile sect, it seemed that only they still preserved this method of cultivation. The mind division control technique involved simultaneously controlling different soul techniques of the soul master, divided into 5 realms: 3 aperture heart control, 4 aperture steady heart, 5 aperture scattered heart, 6 aperture free heart, and 7 aperture exquisite heart. Each realm represented the ability to control the number of soul techniques and the frequency of simultaneous releases. This control method was useful for any soul master, but it was particularly significant for soul masters with the 7 treasure-glazed tile pagoda martial soul. For ordinary soul masters, since each soul technique consumed different amounts of soul power, the impact of not having mind division control was minimal. Therefore, the practice method of mind division control gradually fell out of favor. However, it was different for the 7 treasure-glazed tile pagoda. Each soul technique consumed the same amount of soul power at the same level, so only they continued to pass down this method. Moreover, after generations of refinement and inheritance by the 7 treasure-glazed glass sect, this technique probably received significant optimization. Su Cheng felt some suspicion. Ning Fengji seemed overly enthusiastic. Even if he wanted to win him over, shouldn't there be at least some testing first? He wasn't a direct disciple of the 7 treasure-glazed tile sect. Even if he became Chen Xin's disciple today, wasn't Ning Fengji afraid he might switch allegiance in the future? There's something fishy here. He hesitated for a moment before politely declining. Sect Master, this is too precious. It's all right. Ning Fengji waved his hand. Since you are Chen Xin's disciple, you are considered a core disciple of the sect. Besides, this mind division control technique is not unique to the 7 treasure-glazed tile sect. It's just useful for us, so it has been passed down. After a moment of hesitation, Su Cheng accepted the manuscript. This mind division control technique would indeed be helpful for him. His severing pulse continuation chi and self-created soul techniques could somewhat reduce soul power consumption. Coupled with the 5-element domain and the inherent characteristics of the eternal sword, the soul techniques he used had much lower consumption compared to other soul masters of the same level. But considering he usually used techniques much more powerful than his current level, his advantage in soul power wasn't that significant. Moreover, after receiving the manuscript, Su Cheng silently browsed through it. The others didn't pay much attention, and Ning Fengji even suggested, you can exchange ideas with Rongrong in the future. She's also practicing in this area now. Su Cheng nodded slightly, looking at Ning Rongrong. I understand. I will consult Rongrong on these matters in the future. With Rongrong's talent, she probably has some insights by now. Ning Rongrong nodded with some pride. Don't worry, just ask me if you have any questions. Actually, she hadn't seriously practiced this technique at all. She hadn't even fully mastered the 3 aperture heart control yet. But guiding someone like Su Cheng, a beginner, gave her a sense of satisfaction. For a moment, her vanity was greatly satisfied. Ning Fengji glanced at his daughter, smiled, but didn't expose her. Instead, he felt it was good to improve their relationship through this method. To excel in this mind division control technique, the key should be to enhance one's perception, right? After browsing through the manuscript for a while, Su Cheng suddenly spoke up. Yes. Ning Fengji looked surprised. Your comprehension is indeed high. He had already reached the highest level of the 7-aperture exquisite heart in mind division control, so his understanding was profound. Many people, when first introduced to this technique, tended to focus on training their mental strength, forcibly cultivating the ability to use multiple techniques at once. This method was also fine, but it was considered a detour. Moreover, after achieving the 3-aperture heart control through this method, it would be equally difficult to advance to the 4-aperture steady heart level. The best way was actually to perceive the changes in the environment, improve one's adaptability instinctively, and naturally comprehend the essence of it. Although it required some luck to grasp this at the beginning, once achieved, the subsequent cultivation would become faster and faster. Sect Master, I have some insights now. After a moment, Su Cheng suddenly spoke again. With that, he extended his right hand and summoned his martial soul. The third soul ring lit up, and he performed the soul skill, shadow splitting. As the soul skill was executed, Su Cheng's eternal sword split into 3, forming 3 sword shadows. Then, much to the surprise of everyone present, Su Cheng controlled the 3 swords with soul power, performing basic sword moves like diagonal slashes, vertical cuts, and straight stabs. At first, it seemed somewhat awkward, but as time passed, it became more natural. Eventually, he even maneuvered them in the air, forming combinations of sword moves like flowing clouds and flowing water. Actually, this type of soul skill wasn't particularly powerful. Each sword shadow only possessed 60% of the original eternal sword martial soul's power. The main effect of using it was to disturb the opponent's perception, but with the support of the domain, the ability of this soul skill was greatly enhanced. Now, with the assistance of mind division control, he could unleash even more variations. Ning Fengji, Ning Rongrong, Have you encountered this mind division control technique before? Ning Fengji looked at the scene, his voice somewhat dry, his face showing some disbelief. Damn it, how could someone still achieve such a thing? This technique wasn't particularly difficult, but mastering it within half an hour of receiving it was completely unreasonable, right? Actually, Su Cheng understood that this had nothing to do with talent. The greatest difficulty of the mind division control technique lay in the initial sensory intuition. Unfortunately, Su Cheng had already mastered the rudiments of swordsmanship and was particularly adept at short-range intuition, which was the characteristic of all strong offensive domain skills. As a result, learning the mind division control technique was almost like a college student encountering elementary school exercises, extremely easy to grasp. Afterward, if he wanted to advance to the 5-aperture level, it would still take some time, but mastering the basics was effortless. Chapter 65, Shui Qinghei's Visit. It's probably because I naturally resonate with this kind of technique. Su Cheng put away his martial soul, looking somewhat embarrassed. That was just a facade. He had already decided that in front of Ning Fengji, he wouldn't hesitate to seize any opportunity to showcase his abilities. But I'm just barely getting started. If I want to continue improving, I'll need Rongrong to give me more guidance, Su Cheng added. Ning Rongrong pursed her lips, remaining silent. We can discuss this matter later, Ning Fengji intervened, feeling a bit embarrassed for his daughter and quickly changing the subject. Su Cheng, what are your plans for the future? I want to focus on improving my cultivation in the next few years, and then witness the brilliance of young talents from other academies during the Soul Master Grand Competition, Su Cheng replied. Ning Fengji nodded, having anticipated this. He had witnessed Su Cheng's determination to join the Emperor team when he enrolled, so he roughly guessed his intentions. Glancing at Ning Rongrong, Su Cheng tentatively asked, Master, isn't Rongrong planning to join an advanced Soul Master Academy? Although disciples of sects had decent learning conditions within their respective sects, in general, disciples from various sects would still join various Soul Master Academies for study. Systematic knowledge and cooperation among Soul Masters were only one aspect of the reason. The key was that as disciples of sects, expanding their network was necessary. And the academy was the best way to meet young Soul Masters. Rongrong, what are your thoughts? Ning Fengji asked, after a moment of contemplation, also turning to Ning Rongrong. He actually had this idea long ago, otherwise, he wouldn't occasionally take Ning Rongrong out of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect as a guest. Ning Rongrong hesitated upon hearing this, looking at Ning Fengji and then glancing at Su Cheng sitting beside her. Su Cheng knew there was a chance now, and it was his turn to play along. I think it's a pity for someone as talented as Rongrong to stay closed off. The Soul Master Grand Competition is a good opportunity to showcase the brilliance of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda's martial soul to everyone. What's the point of the Royal Academy? Ning Rongrong muttered. This place was too close to home, she didn't want to study here. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji frowned, instinctively wanting to reprimand her. The Royal Academy indeed isn't very meaningful, and the students there are also weak. Su Cheng surprisingly agreed with Ning Rongrong's words. However, there's only a little over 3 years left until the Soul Master Grand Competition. After winning the championship, we can leave this place, right? Hearing this, Ning Rongrong was immediately intrigued. As the heiress of a top sect, she had seen many so-called geniuses, but she had never seen anyone as strong as Su Cheng. Regardless of her personal feelings towards him, she had to admit his strength. Do we have a chance to win? She asked. Of course. Su Cheng nodded confidently, with a spirited demeanor. With your assistance as the top auxiliary martial soul in the world, why wouldn't we have a chance? Ning Fengji glanced at him but didn't say much more. He wasn't really interested in winning the championship, he wanted to use this opportunity to train the future heir of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Originally, he had intended to wait for the next generation, but participating earlier was also a good idea. As for the talk of winning the championship, Ning Fengji was somewhat skeptical. Although Su Cheng was strong and had exceptional talent, he knew how profound the foundation of the martial soul temple was. No matter how outstanding this child was, he was still just one person. But the teams in the Soul Master Grand Competition required 7 people to cooperate with each other in battle. The next day, Su Cheng and Ning Rongrong returned to the Royal Academy together. Under the guidance of Su Cheng and Ning Fengji, with the cooperation of Chen Xin and Ji Yurong, Ning Rongrong finally chose to enroll in this advanced Soul Master Academy closest to her home. Along the way, Su Cheng figured out how to get along with the heiress of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. First, you had to be strong enough to earn her respect. On this basis, flattering her a bit and slipping in some personal remarks would easily sway this naive girl to his side. In areas she didn't understand, Ning Rongrong was actually quite willing to listen to others' advice. Brother, are you serious about what you said yesterday about auxiliary-type soul masters? When they arrived at the academy, she asked the question that had been weighing on her mind. Ah, that's just an idea of mine. You've seen it yourself. I like to research soul skills. Martial souls themselves possess some characteristics of tools, even auxiliary martial souls have some similarities with assault-type martial souls, Su Cheng explained. Su Cheng, classmate. Ning Rongrong was about to ask further questions when 3 students from the academy approached, apparently waiting specifically for Su Cheng. Who are you? Su Cheng turned to the newcomers, somewhat surprised. I'm Shui Beng. I've been wanting to exchange ideas with Su classmates since I saw your talent yesterday, but you went directly to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. I had no choice but to wait here, the leading youth said with a polite smile. Your surname is Shui. He is the 4th prince of the Tien Do Empire, Ning Rongrong reminded Su Cheng from the side. Upon seeing Shui Beng, Ning Rongrong didn't react much. She was still young during the time when Shui Beng was causing trouble, and she mostly stayed within the sect, knowing little about the situation. Moreover, Shui Beng couldn't have caused any trouble at the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Over the years, he had become much more restrained, and Ning Rongrong didn't harbor any ill feelings towards him. So you're the 4th prince, Su Cheng nodded. Did you wait for me for something? Shui Beng's face changed slightly, and his smile became forced. My own talent for cultivation isn't very good, so I've always admired talented soul masters like you. I wonder if you would do me the honor of having a meal together and exchanging ideas. Su Cheng did intend to get to know Shui Beng, but now wasn't the best time. Just as he was about to decline, another person approached. Su Cheng, the crown prince has come to the academy and wants to meet you. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng hadn't had a chance to say anything yet, but Shui Beng's expression suddenly changed, and his smile became strained. Su Cheng couldn't help but furrow his brows. Why was the 4th prince reacting like this upon hearing just a name? Was it just a coincidence? But something's not right. Why does it feel like there's something strange going on everywhere in Tien Do City now? Ning Fengji, Shui Beng, and what I imagined aren't the same. Did I unintentionally change something? Su Cheng pondered silently. But I've been in the Nuoding city for the past few years, there's no reason I could have influenced the situation in Tien Do city so far away. Chapter 66. Brother. In the office of the Education Committee, Qian Runshui, dressed in black, sat across from the Meng Shenji, taking a sip of tea with a slight nervousness in her heart. At this moment, she was surprisingly tense. Is this Su Cheng the same person as the teacher? Has he also had the same dream? Would the choices in the dream be his choices now? Qian Runshui was somewhat relieved that she still had the identity of Shui Qinghe. She didn't need to meet Su Cheng in her original guise, at least she could observe him for a while. Not long after, Su Cheng and Ning Rongrong arrived at the Education Committee together. Both of them stood up at the same time in the room. Meng Shenji smiled and said, "Let me introduce you. Su Cheng, this is His Royal Highness Shui Qinghe, the current prince of the Tien Do Empire. After hearing about you from me, he specially came to see you." As Ning Fengji's nominal disciple, Ning Rongrong already knew Shui Qinghe, so Meng Shenji didn't need to make further introductions. "I am Su Cheng, I have met His Royal Highness." Su Cheng bowed slightly, speaking calmly and confidently. But there was a hint of astonishment in his heart. Something was wrong, this Shui Qinghe was not quite right. Although he appeared composed and had a gentle gaze, he was meticulously assessing Su Cheng. From his expression, it seemed like there was nothing wrong, just a bit too plain, as if he was wearing a mask. But Su Cheng's senses were keen. He sensed a discordant aura from the other party. Perhaps others didn't realize it, but he was too familiar with Qian Runshui. The person in front of him gave him a sense of ambiguity, a subtle chill that made his scalp tingle. But this Shui Qinghe was indeed the one impersonated by Qian Runshui. The divine aura of the angelic martial soul was different from that of the Tien Do imperial family members. Ordinary people might not discern the difference if they hadn't seen the six-winged angelic martial soul, but Su Cheng could feel it. Damn it, where did things go wrong? Moreover, Shui Qinghe's attire was also strange. With his status, there were indeed no dressing requirements for non-important occasions, but dressing entirely in black seemed too serious. In Su Cheng's memory, when Qian Runshui disguised herself as Shui Qinghe, she always appeared in a friendly manner. No need to be so formal, there's no need to mention titles like Prince. Su Cheng, as a young genius, just call me Big Brother Shui. Just when his thoughts were racing, Shui Qinghe's warm voice sounded, with a hint of amusement in it. Big Brother Shui. Hearing Su Cheng's address, Shui Qinghe lifted his teacup to cover his face. After taking a sip, he continued in a casual tone, "I heard that you broke through the theoretical limit of soul ring age, and your second soul ring is at the 1,000-year level. Could you show me?" No problem. Su Cheng had expected this request, and besides, many people had already seen it, so it didn't matter. He immediately summoned his martial soul, and 3 soul rings quietly surrounded him. Staring at the long sword in Su Cheng's hand, Shui Qinghe narrowed his eyes slightly, concealing his emotions. No one present knew that what she was actually paying attention to was not the conspicuous second soul ring, but the martial soul itself. Sure enough, the eternal sword. Although it was different from the previous eternal sword, the quality of the martial soul had improved significantly, and the additional soul rings were different. But she still recognized it at a glance. Looking at this familiar long sword martial soul, her eyes flickered with complex emotions for a moment. Then she smiled faintly and praised, "Good martial soul, good soul rings." Su Cheng, however, was unaware that Meng Shenji was even more surprised at this moment. In recent years, Shui Qinghe's temperament had changed drastically, becoming domineering and ruthless. He almost never minced words with anyone, and while many people admired him for it, others kept their distance. Meng Shenji even thought that the martial soul hall might have changed its strategy. But today, seeing him again, Shui Qinghe seemed to have returned to his demeanor from years ago. For a moment, everyone present felt complex emotions, except for Ning Rongrong, who was completely oblivious, pouring herself a cup of tea and looking like she was returning home. Shui Qinghe glanced at her, his eyes flickering slightly, and asked casually, "Why did you come to the academy alone today, Rongrong? Where's your teacher?" "My father asked me to enroll here." "Your father?" Upon hearing her answer, Meng Shenji was suddenly delighted. having advised Ning Fengji several times to send Ning Rongrong to the school for its proximity and the opportunity to meet other disciples of prestigious families. But unfortunately, Ning Rongrong had always been uninterested. Didn't expect her to change her mind now. But Shui Qinghe raised his eyebrows, frowning slightly. Weren't you reluctant to come to this school before? Because my brother came with me. Your brother? Upon hearing her reply, Meng Shenji paused for a moment, and Shui Qinghe furrowed his brow. You mean Su Cheng, your brother? He became Master Sword Douluo's disciple, and father wants us to address each other as siblings from now on. Steady, good little sister, I've been waiting for this. Su Cheng was initially delighted, but then his heart sank. Suddenly, he looked at Shui Qinghe. Killing intent. Although faint and fleeting, he was absolutely sure he hadn't misperceived it. Just now, there was a hint of killing intent emanating from Shui Qinghe. What's going on? Who is it directed at? First, it definitely wasn't Ning Rongrong. The Shui Qinghe impersonated by Qian Runshui was nominally a disciple of Ning Fengji, and she needed the support of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to secure her position as the prince. Moreover, Ning Rongrong didn't pose any practical conflicts of interest. On the contrary, her enrollment would further bind her relationship with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Was it Meng Shenji? But that doesn't make sense. He seemed only pleased about Ning Rongrong's enrollment and didn't say anything else. So, was it directed at him? But there was no reason for it. Was it because he joined the team and might threaten the academy team of the Martial Soul Hall? Qian Runshui's relationship with the Martial Soul Hall wasn't strong enough for that, right? Or was it because she felt that his relationship with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was too close and might disrupt her plans? It's all messed up, completely different from the script and expectations. Shui Qinghe's killing intent disappeared in an instant. Except for Su Cheng, no one, not even Meng Shenji, noticed it. He was still immersed in the joy of Ning Rongrong's enrollment. At this moment, Shui Qinghe returned to his usual demeanor, praising, Su Cheng, you truly deserve to be called a young genius, to have gained the favor of Master Sword Douluo. As far as I know, his discernment is remarkably high. Even my father, His Excellency, never minces words with him. Your Royal Highness is too kind. I am unworthy of Master Sword Douluo's favor. Su Cheng responded with a blush, suppressing his inner doubts. Chapter 67 Ning Rongrong is in danger. You don't need to be modest, Shui Qinghe waved his hand. Without the Meng Education Committee informing me, it's hard to imagine that someone your age could create their own soul technique and suppress the older students in the academy from easily taking action. It's just luck, really. I just stumbled upon some techniques for using martial souls. When it comes to talent, I have someone with the world's top auxiliary martial soul right by my side, don't I? Su Cheng said, turning to Meng Shenji. By the way, Teacher Meng, could you arrange for Rongrong to join the academy's team as well? No problem, Meng Shenji readily agreed without refusal. Unlike Su Cheng's situation, outstanding auxiliary soul masters were rare, and there was little competition pressure, especially with the renowned Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda's fame. Currently, in the Imperial Combat Team, there was only one eligible auxiliary soul master, Yi Lingling. Even if Ning Rongrong couldn't become a regular team member, being a substitute for the first team was effortless. Brother Su Cheng, Rongrong, how about having lunch together later? Shui Qinghe glanced at Ning Rongrong and suggested to them. Ning Rongrong looked at Su Cheng, waiting for his decision. Facing the invitation, Su Cheng shook his head, politely declining. I'd rather not. I just enrolled today and still don't understand many things. Besides, Rongrong and I need to get acquainted with the senior members of the team today. He couldn't get too close to Shui Qinghe right now. Today's meeting was one thing, but if they went out for a meal, given Shui Qinghe's behavior earlier, it might lead to him being cautious in the future. Furthermore, Shui Qinghe's unexpected performance today made him wary. Shui Qinghe nodded without insisting. From his pocket, he took out a golden token and handed it over. The design of the token was simple, but it contained a special energy flow, with the character, Tien, carved on it. In that case, Brother Su Cheng, take this token. If you have any issues in the future, feel free to come to the palace and find me. Seeing Su Cheng hesitating, Meng Shenji spoke, Su Cheng, just take it. This token is just a personal symbol of His Highness and has no other purpose. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng had no choice but to accept the golden token. After leaving the Royal Combat Academy, Chen Renyu entered the carriage with a cold expression and said, "Back to the palace." The snake spear Douluo, disguised as a coachman, looked at his young master's expression and felt a slight tremor in his heart. When they came, Chen Renyu was still enthusiastic, but now she had this demeanor. However, he dared not ask anything and quickly drove the carriage away from the academy's entrance. Sitting in the carriage, Chen Renyu's expression was complex, with occasional flashes of golden light in her eyes, and her aura fluctuated. The moment she saw Su Cheng, she was actually very excited. This meeting finally confirmed the identity of the other party. Not just the appearance, martial soul, and other external factors, but more importantly, the intangible aura, speaking style, and even the gaze during contemplation, all made her feel extremely familiar. At that moment, she almost couldn't contain her emotions. Even looking at the youthful Su Cheng, there was still a strange emotion in her heart. But she ultimately restrained herself. Although Chen Renyu didn't know that the other party had long known her true identity, she judged from his occasional gaze and words that Su Cheng was hiding something deep. "What do you want to do?" Chen Renyu furrowed her brows. "Joining the team, how could you be interested in a mere soul master competition?" For Su Cheng, there was no need to rely on such means to improve his cultivation or gain rewards with his abilities. She also didn't believe that he would be interested in winning a title like this. Joining the team must have some other purpose. In the dream world, Su Cheng spent decades playing a big game. But, this time, it's you in the light, and me in the dark. Chen Renyu silently said in her heart. And that Ning Rongrong. Her expression darkened at the thought. She knew Ning Rongrong's character very well. Letting these two call each other siblings, there must be some ulterior motive. What if I kill her? A sneer appeared at the corner of Chen Renyu's mouth, but her eyes were as cold as ice. After a moment of silence, a pair of golden eyes lit up in her heart. Then let's kill her. Who? Chen Renyu exhaled a breath. I've had enough of this damn prince. If necessary, capture Su Cheng and return to the Hall of Souls. Let's see who can stop me. This time, the voice in her heart did not oppose. Who asked you to willingly step into the trap? Inside the academy, Su Cheng was unaware that Ning Rongrong by his side had now become a wanted criminal. After completing Ning Rongrong's enrollment procedures, the two of them rushed to the training base of the Imperial Combat Team together. There was still several years before the Soul Master competition began, and team members didn't need to train continuously, so they had some freedom. Moreover, the roster was not yet finalized, and there might be changes in the next year or so. But this obviously had little to do with them. Su Cheng had already proven his talent and strength, surpassing even Yu Tianeng and Du Guyan. As for Ning Rongrong, her 7-treasure glazed tile school martial soul alone spoke volumes. Walking along the road, Su Cheng silently calculated the cards in his hand. He had already established a background with the 7-treasure glazed tile school openly. Even if Ning Fengji chose to stand with Shui Qinghe in the future, it didn't matter. It wasn't like he was directly competing with Shui Qinghe, with the avalanche looming ahead. Moreover, Su Cheng's goal from the beginning was to expose the other party's flaws without needing to personally take action. With relationships with Chen Xin and Ning Rongrong established, his personal safety was somewhat assured. But that wasn't enough. Next, with the convenience of having team members, he could try to contact Du Guyan. The solution to the jade scale snake's poison wasn't a problem for him. With that, he could establish a connection with Doupo through her. His time interacting with this poison Douluo in the simulated world was not short, and he understood his temperament well enough. He wasn't difficult to get along with. Unlike Chen Xin, Doupo was almost a lone wolf. If the relationship was in place, being at his beck and call wouldn't be a problem. He wasn't particularly interested in immortal herbs. But if he could tie a lone-titled Douluo like Doupo to him, the current effect would be even better than having a powerful force behind him. Chapter 68, Take the Medicine. In the Royal Academy of Tien Do, in the team lounge, Su Cheng and Ning Rongrong entered, almost blinded by the dazzling golden light that filled the room. The luxurious room spanned over 100 square meters, adorned with golden palace lamps, golden wallpaper, and various golden decorations, creating the ambiance of a splendid miniature palace. A massive genuine leather sofa was placed in the center of the room, accompanied by a crystal coffee table displaying exquisite snacks and beverages. It was undeniable that the Royal Academy excelled in material indulgence, leaving Su Cheng in awe. Currently, there were only 3 people in the room, all appearing to be under 20 by the standards of Soul Masters. A young man with long black hair, dressed in a simple blue combat suit, sat on the sofa. His posture was upright, facial muscles slightly stiff, lacking many expressions. Next to him was a slightly lazy-looking girl leaning on the back of the sofa. With deep purple short hair exuding a heroic vibe, her green eyes gave off a somewhat exotic charm. These were none other than Yu Tianeng and Du Guyan, whom Su Cheng had briefly met the day before. In the corner stood a blue-haired girl in black clothes and a face mask, appearing cold and indifferent. As Su Cheng and Ning Rongrong entered, including the girl in the corner, they all stood up to greet them. "Welcome, Su Jr., you are the 4th official member of our Royal Combat Team." Yu Tianeng looked at Su Cheng, a faint smile on his face. "I am Yu Tianeng, a level 35 Assault System Soul Elder, and my martial soul is the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon." Du Guyan, a level 34 Control System Soul Elder, with the martial soul of the Azure Scale Snake, Du Guyan said with a charming smile, glancing curiously at Ning Rongrong standing beside Su Cheng. Yi Lingling, a level 27 Auxiliary System Grand Soul Master, with the martial soul 9 Heart Flowering Apple, the last to speak was the blue-haired girl who had been standing in the corner. Her voice was sweet and pleasant but slightly hollow, giving off an ethereal and unreal feeling. 9 Heart Flowering Apple. Upon hearing the name of the martial soul, Ning Rongrong, who had been nonchalant until now, suddenly exclaimed. "What's wrong?" Su Cheng glanced at her, asking softly. "My father once said, 9 Heart Flowering Apple is a miracle among martial souls." Ning Rongrong looked at Yi Lingling, who remained silent, and slowly explained, "Regardless of the number of soul rings, this martial soul has only one soul skill, a ranged group healing skill. The healing degree is controlled by the Soul Master's will. The higher the level and more soul rings, the more soul power it uses for healing." Not delving into the drawbacks of the 9 Heart Flowering Apple being passed down through generations, she refrained from saying more in front of others. However, just with these words, Yu Tianeng and Du Guyan were astonished. Knowledge of such a martial soul was rare, and the fact that this girl accurately described the characteristics indicated her noble background. Even Yi Lingling, who had been detached and aloof, couldn't help but glance at her. "Su Jr., who is this?" "She is Ning Rongrong, the only daughter of the 7th Treasure Glass Sect's head, with the martial soul 7 Treasure Glass Pagoda and an innate soul power level of 9. Upon hearing Su Cheng's introduction, Yu Tianeng was surprised at first but then quickly understood. "Does she?" "Rongrong has already enrolled in Tien Do Royal Academy. The Meng Teaching Committee wants her to train with the team," Su Cheng explained. "Great, double happiness." Yu Tianeng clapped his hands, showing obvious joy on his somewhat rigid face. "Captain, you said I am the 4th official member of the team." "That's right." He nodded and began to explain to the two. The current Royal Combat Team was still in the selection phase. Besides Yu Tianeng and Du Guyan, only Yi Lingling was confirmed to join. The other candidates were still uncertain, and even the hopeful ones were only guaranteed a spot in the second team. For example, Ji Yuan, who had fought against Su Cheng before, had a decent level but lacked the essential strength in his martial soul, making him not stand out. Upon hearing Yu Tianeng mention Ji Yuan, Du Guyan immediately showed disdain. "He's just pretending. With his strength, entering the first team is not a problem. But he has always wanted to lead a team himself, so he stayed in the competition for the captaincy of the second team. If you teach him a lesson, we'll all be pleased." "Yanzi," Yu Tianeng hastily intervened. Seeing Du Guyan sticking out her tongue, she didn't continue. Su Cheng quietly observed the expressions of the two and felt that their relationship hadn't developed into a romantic one yet. Not to mention the issue of the snake poison on Du Guyan, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan might view her as a tool to connect with the poison Douluo, which could lead to conflicts due to her assertive personality. Both Yu Tianeng and his father, Yu Shaogang, had somewhat similar personalities. They weren't domineering, and their sect ranked higher than personal feelings. The future might be unpredictable. However, these thoughts flashed through his mind and were gone. How these two would relate to him in the future was not a major concern. Su Cheng took out 4 vials of elixirs from his soul device and placed them on the coffee table, smiling. "Nice to meet you." This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it, senior and senior sisters. What is this? The three of them looked at his actions and were slightly puzzled. These are some elixirs I've concocted over the years based on ancient texts and medical books. They are effective with no significant side effects. To be honest, my family is average, and everything, including this outfit and the soul device, was earned through these concoctions. It took them a moment to grasp his intention. Medicines were common in various sects and families, especially for disciples who hadn't awakened their martial souls. Using similar methods to enhance potential had some effect and could increase the innate soul power during awakening. However, they weren't familiar with Su Cheng and had just met him today, making them hesitant to easily try the elixirs he brought. Su Cheng had anticipated this situation and gave Ning Rongrong a meaningful look. Ning Rongrong's lively face showed a hint of surprise. She hadn't expected Su Cheng to have expertise in this area. She casually picked up one vial and shook it in front of her eyes, then turned to Su Cheng. You even know about this? She didn't have any guard or suspicion in her heart. Subconsciously, she believed that since both her father and Sword Douluo recognized him, he was someone worth trusting. However, she couldn't help but feel amazed. Generally, soul masters focused on enhancing soul power during their youth. Not to mention researching, even the time spent refining soul rings and skills was probably not enough. Looking at Su Cheng, who had not only created his own soul skill but also delved into elixirs, she couldn't help but be surprised. Su Cheng's expression remained calm as he awaited their response. Chapter 69. Junior, do you still have some? You can give it a try. Su Cheng smiled and didn't explain much further. HMPH, being all mysterious, Ning Rongrong said dismissively, thinking it was just ordinary medicine, and promptly consumed it. In the 7 treasure glazed tile school, they also had some similar supplements, but they mostly had little effect and were considered mediocre. However, Su Cheng's potion was obviously different from ordinary supplements. Just after Ning Rongrong took it, she immediately felt something was different. She felt a slight warmth spreading through her body, but it wasn't uncomfortable. Instead, it was a relaxing sensation of relief. The speed of soul power circulating through her meridians doubled, and her body was craving for the infusion of the energy from heaven and earth. The efficiency of soul power conversion suddenly increased by several levels. The recent sluggish progress in her cultivation suddenly showed signs of revival. Surprised, Ning Rongrong glanced at Su Cheng and didn't waste time saying much. She quickly sat down to adjust her breath and cultivate. The fluctuations of her aura were intense, and everyone present could clearly feel her soul power rapidly increasing. Seeing this, Su Cheng looked towards the other two. However, even with Ning Rongrong's demonstration, Yu Tianeng and Du Guyan still seemed hesitant. Especially with the scene before them being somewhat surreal, they had never heard of any medicine with such obvious effects. In fact, they were overthinking it. The reason why Ning Rongrong's reaction to taking the potion was so significant was because she was already on the brink of breakthrough. In the end, this was just a short-term stimulus, but it happened to be effective for her. Su Cheng had not deceived them earlier. Indeed, this potion could regulate the body, greatly alleviate the pressure on the meridians in a short time, stimulate soul power circulation, and in moderate doses, it had no side effects. However, this was not its main effect. Seeing Yu Tianeng and Du Guyan's hesitant expressions, Su Cheng sighed inwardly. If he had known that Ning Rongrong was about to break through, he wouldn't have let her demonstrate, as it seemed to have backfired. But he was prepared for this. If it worked, that would be great. If not, there were other ways. Thinking this, he was about to speak to ease the tension. Unexpectedly, something happened. A fair hand reached out and took the bottle of potion from the table. It was actually Yi Lingling. She wordlessly lifted her veil and, like Ning Rongrong, swallowed the potion. Soon, her aura also began to show subtle fluctuations, though not as pronounced as Ning Rongrong's. Seeing this scene, Du Guyan no longer hesitated and casually picked up a bottle of potion. After taking it, she blinked at Su Cheng. Su junior brother, how can a senior sister like me disappoint your kind intentions? After she sat down to adjust her breath, Yu Tianeng was left somewhat awkwardly, hesitating before reaching for a bottle himself. Su Cheng smiled and said directly, senior brother doesn't need to rush. Let's wait for them to finish adjusting their breath first. Unlike Grandmaster Dugu, who treated her like a precious treasure, Yu Tianeng appeared to be prominent, but his status within the clan was just average. For a child raised in such an environment, having more cautious thoughts was normal. Unfortunately, his indecisive personality might hinder him. Regardless of whether he used this potion or not, he shouldn't be so hesitant here. With his style of doing things, if his own cultivation didn't reach the top, and he didn't have the support of influential figures, he would likely never have a chance at becoming the clan leader. At this moment, Du Guyan, who had just taken the potion, suddenly changed her expression and opened her eyes wide. Her slightly eerie green eyes looked at Su Cheng with a hint of uncontrollable excitement. What kind of potion is this? What's wrong, Yanzi? Yu Tianung's expression changed slightly, and he quickly put down the bottle in his hand, looking anxiously at Du Guyan. Su Cheng, seeing this, glanced subtly, but didn't say much. Turning to Du Guyan, he asked, "Senior sister, is something wrong?" "No, nothing's wrong, it's just." Du Guyan glanced at the anxious Yu Tianung and Yi Lingling, who had just been awakened by her exclamation. She hesitated, biting her lip, and swallowed the words she had originally intended to say, opting instead to say, "Nothing, junior brother. Thank you for the potion, it's been a great help to me." "No need to be polite." Su Cheng nodded lightly, understanding. It seemed she hadn't mentioned her snake poison to anyone else. Alchemy is about using subordinate ingredients to assist the main ingredient. Relieving meridian pressure is just one of the effects of the combination of the 7-star grass and blue phosphorus flower, not its ultimate purpose. However, this potion was not a special remedy for the azure snake poison. Its true effect was to greatly enhance a soul master's resistance to poison. From Du Guyan's hair and eye color, it was clear that the toxicity in her body was already causing her significant discomfort. After taking this potion, it could temporarily alleviate her symptoms, so her excitement was normal. Su Cheng was actually quite grateful to Yi Lingling. If she hadn't taken the lead, Du Guyan might not have followed suit. "Junior brother, do you still have any spare?" Du Guyan asked nervously, her face showing gratitude. "Is there anything you need? I can exchange it with you. I still have a few bottles, and they're all yours." Su Cheng took out 4 more bottles of potion from his soul device. "They're not really valuable, so there's no need for an exchange. I'm not lacking anything." While this potion's effects were clear to everyone present, saying it wasn't valuable was obviously not convincing. Du Guyan's gratitude was becoming more apparent, but this potion was indeed very useful for her, so she accepted it after thanking Su Cheng repeatedly. Su Cheng was also secretly satisfied. The production cost of this potion was indeed extremely low, but it required many materials and advanced mixing techniques. Ordinary people wouldn't understand, but Du Gubo, who had become a doctor after a long illness, would definitely be able to see its extraordinary nature. In fact, he had been waiting for Du Guyan to say that last sentence from start to finish today. You're really generous," Ning Rongrong muttered strangely as they left the training room. Earning benefits while avoiding losses, Su Cheng chuckled and didn't explain further. Rolling her eyes, Ning Rongrong didn't continue. She didn't particularly like that woman, Du Guyan. It had nothing to do with Su Cheng. In her perception, Du Guyan was too enchanting. From her hair and eye color to her nails, which were all emerald green, she just didn't seem serious. Seeing this, Su Cheng casually took out 3 more bottles of potion and handed them to Ning Rongrong. "These are for you." Chapter 70. Poison Douluo. "I don't need it, what you gave me earlier is enough." Ning Rongrong hastily waved her hand in refusal. She came from a privileged background and wasn't the type to take advantage of others. Her previous words were just casual remarks, not aimed at Su Cheng. The 3 bottles of medicine in front of her looked even better in appearance compared to the previous ones. "You should keep them, no need to be polite with me," Su Cheng insisted. "Do these also enhance soul power?" Ning Rongrong's face flushed slightly as she hesitantly reached out to accept them. "Pour them into warm bathwater, soak in it for an hour during your bath, use 1 bottle each day, and it will enhance your physical foundation." Ning Rongrong was taken aback. It wasn't about enhancing soul power, but about enhancing the physical foundation. But she was just an auxiliary soul master. Su Cheng guessed her thoughts and smiled. "As I said before, even as an auxiliary soul master, you should have some means of self-defense. Regardless, I truly consider you as a younger sister and at least hope you have the right to choose your own future. If you're unwilling to train, using some medicine is better than nothing." Ning Rongrong looked at the 3 glass bottles in her hand with a mixture of emotions. She wasn't sure of the exact value of these medicines, but just the one that helped her break through her bottleneck earlier was definitely extraordinary. After experiencing the exhilaration of leveling up in seconds, she dared not underestimate Su Cheng's abilities in this regard. Moreover, Su Cheng's unexpected words just now also caught her off guard. Seeing Ning Rongrong's changing expression, Su Cheng also felt some emotions. Finally, there's someone whose personality hasn't changed much from before. Since coming to Tien Do City, he had noticed that many key characters in the plot had changed somewhat. However, whether it was Chen Renyu or Ning Fengji, he still had some understanding of them from the simulated world, and could clearly sense the strangeness about these people. Fortunately, although Ning Fengji's behavior was somewhat peculiar, overall he still resembled the image of the supreme auxiliary sect master that he knew. Smooth in handling matters, adept at diplomacy, and everywhere trying to recruit talents. Otherwise, he would face even more constraints. Up to now, only Ning Rongrong still seemed relatively normal. Although she had a bit of a princess temperament, as long as the right medicine was used and approved, it was easy to deal with her. By the way, how much do you know about the crown prince of the empire? Su Cheng asked suddenly. I know some. Why? Surprised by Su Cheng's sudden mention of Shui Qinghe, Ning Rongrong looked puzzled. He looks quite serious, dressed all in black. I've never seen a nobleman dress like that before. Well, Ning Rongrong hesitated before speaking slowly. Indeed, he used to visit the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School as a guest, and he didn't look like this at first. What? Su Cheng was taken aback. What was he like back then? He seemed very kind and courteous, well-mannered, and had a good reputation. At that time, my father also admired him a lot. However, in recent years, his visits have become less frequent, and my father has mentioned that he can't quite figure him out. When did this change happen? Su Cheng's expression changed suddenly. That was about 4 years ago, Ning Rongrong recalled. At that time, there were many discussions in the upper circles of the imperial city about this. 4 years ago, Su Cheng's face changed suddenly. Wasn't that the time when he had just left Wangsu village and entered the Nuo Ding Academy? So, Shui Qinghe, or rather Chen Renyu's change originated from himself. If it was because of himself, then it was actually a good thing. He was most afraid that this world wasn't the original timeline, just like there was no Tang San, the transmigrator, in the simulated world, and this world was also a different Douluo world. If that were the case, his prophetic advantage would be completely nullified. But what exactly was the reason for this change? Was it because of his awakening as a martial soul? Or was it because of the activation of the simulator? Or was it because of a conflict with Tang San, the son of destiny of this world, which inadvertently changed something? However, when he entered the simulation, it seemed that there was something mentioned about the string of fate. Was it related to that? In the following days, Su Cheng spent most of his time quietly practicing in the academy, occasionally giving some guidance to Ning Rongrong. According to Su Cheng's observation, the effect of enhancing her physique after using the forging body medicine was indeed quite good. After all, as an auxiliary soul master, her physique was inherently weak, and she absorbed the effects of the medicine better than an ordinary person. Ning Rongrong became closer to him, but Su Cheng wasn't very good at dealing with a girl of her age, so most of the time he let her train with the team. During this time, Yu Tianeng often showed concern for Su Cheng, rarely interfering with the fact that he didn't often train with the team. However, there were some probing words from time to time, and occasionally he asked about the medicines. Su Cheng understood what he meant and didn't bother to refuse, just asking the other party to wait a few days. Yu Tianeng did have a good impression of Su Cheng. In his eyes, Su Cheng's strength and talent were unparalleled, yet he was easy to get along with without competing or fighting for anything. Although he didn't usually train with the team, he didn't monopolize Ning Rongrong, the top auxiliary soul master, showing great tolerance. However, thinking of the family's stance, he was still somewhat troubled. Being referred to as brothers and sisters with the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and even becoming the only disciple of the sword Douluo Chen Xin, the proud identity he took pride in was not an advantage at all. The current method was to play the emotional card. Su Cheng could also guess what the other party was thinking, but he didn't bother to pay attention to it. During this period, apart from practicing soul power, Su Cheng spent most of his time honing his swordsmanship, which wasn't convenient to do with others. Moreover, those people couldn't keep up with his pace. After nearly a month passed, the person he had been waiting for finally arrived. At the Tien Do Royal Academy, in the team lounge. At this moment, besides Yu Tianeng and Du Guyan, there was also an old man sitting with Du Guyan. The two seemed very close, sitting together and chatting, with the old man patiently listening to Du Guyan. At first glance, the old man seemed ordinary, wearing a simple gray robe, but upon closer inspection, he was quite extraordinary. His slender figure sat upright like a spear, with green hair and eyes that shimmered like emeralds. He exuded an aura that was deep and unfathomable, like an abyss. His cheeks were slightly stiff, with sunken cheeks, and his green hair was scattered untidily on his head. His hands were tucked into his sleeves, his eyes half closed, not even giving Yu Tianeng, who stood nearby, a glance, just patiently listening to Du Guyan's words. Chapter 71. Do you think I'm just a regular genius? As Su Cheng and Ning Rongrong entered the lounge, the green-haired elder's eyes, shining like electricity, turned towards them. In the instant his eyes widened, the temperature in the lounge seemed to drop a few degrees. His dark green eyes, devoid of any signs of life, exuded not only coldness but also a hint of sinister cruelty. Even with Su Cheng's keen eyesight, he couldn't catch any movement from the elder before the latter, like a phantom, had already appeared in front of him. It was only at this moment that the girl with short deep purple hair who had been sitting with the elder reacted. She quickly stood up and shouted loudly, "Grandpa!" On the other side, Ning Rongrong's expression changed slightly as she whispered to Su Cheng, "Poison Douluo, Du Gubo." Du Gubo glanced at her but didn't say much. Instead, he focused his gaze on the young man before him. For some reason, he felt a connection with this youth, who was a few years younger than his granddaughter. His initially unwelcoming demeanor softened involuntarily. The potion Yan Yan used earlier, was it given to her by you? Du Gubo asked coldly. Grandpa. At this moment, Du Guyan also ran over, tugging at her grandfather's sleeve, then glanced apologetically at Su Cheng. Honestly, although this was Su Cheng's intention from the start, Du Guyan's behavior was still inappropriate. At the very least, he should have greeted him first. But considering they had only recently met, he had given her the potion, and it was normal for her to let her elder see it. In fact, even Yu Tianeng had reported it directly to the family. Su Cheng thought to himself but remained composed on the surface. He nodded to Du Gubo and said, "Senior Dugu, indeed, I gave the potion to senior sister, but is there something wrong with it?" Du Gubo's expression darkened at first, then he narrowed his eyes, staring at Su Cheng in silence. As a title Douluo, even without releasing any aura, his mere presence could instill fear in people. For a moment, tension filled the air. Yu Tianeng, who was standing in the distance, looked both nervous and puzzled. He already harbored some fear towards Du Gubo, and now he seemed somewhat flustered. Du Guyan also looked bewildered, opening her mouth but not knowing what to say. On the other hand, Ning Rongrong frowned, about to step forward to argue. Sensing her movement, Su Cheng quickly reached out and grabbed her wrist, stopping her from saying anything further. Facing Du Gubo calmly, his gaze was like water, clear and transparent. Suddenly, the coldness on Du Gubo's face relaxed, and the somewhat tense atmosphere dissipated instantly. With a hearty laugh, he said, "Good temperament, good courage, kid, I admire you. I wonder what Senior Dugu means by that." Du Gubo patted Su Cheng's shoulder and said casually, "No need to be so formal, just like Yan Yan, you can call me Grandpa." Su Cheng, I used to call you Brother Dugu, and you called me Mr. Su, and now you want me to call you Grandpa. Even if two worlds cannot be compared, I still can't say it. Of course, Su Cheng only thought to himself. He nodded slightly to Du Gubo and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but my master is Sword Douluo Chen Xin. It wouldn't be appropriate to change our titles randomly. You've taken Chen Xin as your master." Du Gubo was somewhat surprised, glancing at his granddaughter. She hadn't told him about this. Du Guyan felt a bit helpless at this moment. She hadn't had the chance to explain Su Cheng's situation to Du Gubo yet. But she was also somewhat surprised. When did her grandfather become so easygoing? "Yes," Ning Rongrong interjected from the side, "my brother is Sword Grandpa's only direct disciple." "How can he call you Grandpa? Then why do you still call him brother?" Doupo sneered. Ning Rongrong blushed instantly. We have our own ways. Then we can have our own ways too. Elder, this is not appropriate. Su Cheng quickly interrupted their argument and gestured with his eyes for Ning Rongrong to say less. Seeing this, Doupo didn't continue either. He had just said those words casually earlier. Since Su Cheng was Chen Xin's disciple, it was natural that he wouldn't call him grandpa. Glancing at the people around him, Doupo patted Su Cheng's shoulder and said, "Kid, come with me for a moment." Then he turned and walked towards a separate room on the side of the lounge. Ning Rongrong looked worried, pulling Su Cheng's sleeve. Su Cheng glanced at her and whispered, "It's okay, just wait here." With that, he nodded to Dugu Yan and Yu Tianeng before following Doupo. After entering the room, he closed the door behind him. Seeing his action, Doupo's eyes showed a hint of approval. Then he said seriously, "Kid, you seem to have a good understanding of medicines." "The junior's name is Su Cheng, and I value honesty." Su Cheng corrected the address before continuing, "To be precise, it's not just medicines, but I have some research in the field of human body." "Well, Su Cheng, at your young age, not only do you understand medicines, but you also have time to study human body." Doupo showed a hint of disbelief. "You don't need to test me, senior. Life is inherently unequal. Family background, talent, character, they're all like that," Su Cheng said lightly. "Just like awakening martial souls, some people are born with full soul power and are born candidates for title Douluo. Some people have zero soul power from birth and can't even become soul masters. It's the same with other aspects. Are you saying that you're also a genius in the field of medicine?" "Exactly. You're quite bold." Doupo didn't get angry but was amused by Su Cheng's words. "Senior, are you poisoned?" Su Cheng glanced at him and said straightforwardly, "Your hair color, your eye color, even the scent on your body, are all evidence." "Nonsense." Doupo's expression changed abruptly. "I know the effects of beast martial souls on the human body. Senior, there's no need to deceive me. We have no conflict of interest, and I have no reason to intimidate you." After a moment of silence, the tension between them eased. Doupo's expression finally softened. "You're right. With your talent, and now being recognized by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, there's really no need for you to covet anything from me." After a brief silence, he spoke with difficulty, "Can you tell if there's a way to cure my poison?" "I can try." "Then let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, even if you can just treat Yan Yan, I would be grateful." In fact, he knew the condition of his illness very well and didn't hold much hope. But Dugu Yan's poisoning was still relatively shallow, so he still held a glimmer of hope for Su Cheng's abilities. Chapter 72 Someone Dislikes Me. "By the way, Senior Dugu, do you have any other impressions of me? Like if we've met before?" Su Cheng asked casually as he collected blood samples from Doupo for a physical examination. Doupo gave him a strange look and replied, "Kid, who do you think you are? My granddaughter is older than you. Don't tell me you don't want to be my grandson and prefer to be my brother." "I dare not, I just said it casually." Su Cheng smiled awkwardly, choosing not to pursue the topic further. However, he couldn't help but ponder inwardly. He had spent a considerable amount of time with Doupo in the simulated world, much more than with Ning Fengji, yet Doupo's behavior wasn't as eccentric as Qian Runshui or Ning Fengji. Since it wasn't from memories originating from another world, how did the simulator alter the original timeline? Even characters like Chen Xin, whom he had encountered before, seemed relatively normal apart from taking disciples, unlike Ning Fengji, who was much more enthusiastic. But the act of taking disciples was understandable. In this world, the most top-tier martial soul for swords only had the 7-kill sword. Perhaps before, Chen Xin was simply waiting for the right candidate. In the simulated world, didn't he end up being adopted as the successor of the unnamed sword? Or perhaps these changes in characters stemmed from other reasons. Sigh, too few clues, Su Cheng sighed inwardly, but I absolutely cannot expose the simulator. I'll have to find another opportunity to probe Ning Fengji. The last time he met Qian Runshui, the hint of killing intent she displayed unsettled him deeply. "Hey, kid, what are you thinking?" Doupo, seeing Su Cheng's distracted expression, was displeased. "Oh, your poison, there might still be a cure," Su Cheng said, pretending to continue his examination. "Is that true?" Upon hearing this, Doupo straightened up immediately. "Of course, it's true. Originally, your poison had deeply penetrated your bones, and it's nearly impossible to cure. However, Su Cheng scrutinized him. I assume, senior, you've found some way to suppress the toxicity within you. Doupo was somewhat surprised. You can tell. It's basic knowledge. Anyone with a bit of medical expertise could tell. Despite your status as a title Douluo, you should have been dead by now without any trace of medicinal residue in your body. I assume you've suppressed it through special means, Su Cheng explained calmly. Treating you at the location where you suppress the poison might give us a chance. Doupo looked at Su Cheng, narrowing his eyes slightly. Su Cheng met his gaze calmly. After a moment, Doupo nodded slightly. I have indeed found a miraculous place that can suppress the poison within me. It's also my medicinal garden. Although Doupo roughly understood the extraordinary nature of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, he didn't fully comprehend the preciousness of that place. Since Su Cheng directly mentioned it, he decided to be straightforward and disclose the information. Tell me about the general situation of your medicinal garden first, Su Cheng requested. It's a hot spring where ice and fire intertwine, with extremely abundant spiritual energy, but it consists of extreme fire and ice spiritual energies. Doupo briefly described the situation of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes to Su Cheng. I have a rough idea of your situation there. In that place, I am confident that I can cure the severe poison in your body, Su Cheng assured. Do you know what place I'm talking about? Doupo was somewhat surprised. Describing the spectacle of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes was difficult in words. I know, the coexistence of ice and fire spiritual energies, extreme cold and extreme heat together, is not surprising for suppressing the severe poison on your body. Moreover, such a place is very suitable for various rare plants to grow, and most likely, the medicinal ingredients needed for your treatment can be found there as well. Shall we go there now? Doupo sat up abruptly. Su Cheng's ability to deduce so much information from his words and expressions had significantly increased his credibility in Doupo's mind. Not yet, Su Cheng refused his invitation directly. I'm not convenient to go there for now. Why? Doupo frowned. I still have some other matters to deal with. You don't need to worry, your poison won't be cured in a short time, and being anxious won't help, Su Cheng said without lifting his head. Indeed, Su Cheng had no intention of going to the ice and fire yin-yang eyes at the moment because it wouldn't benefit him. Even if he obtained the immortal grass, he had no place to use it, and even if he did, he couldn't take it out from his hands, he couldn't keep such a thing safe. Moreover, he didn't want to appear together with Doupo in front of others right now. Doupo was a good bodyguard, but if exposed, the effectiveness would be compromised by at least half. This poison Douluo was too weak to fight alone. As a background support for showing off, he already had the 7 treasure glazed tile sect behind him. But Doupo seemed somewhat dissatisfied with Su Cheng's reasoning, with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Are you trying to deceive me? There's actually no way to cure my poison. What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? Here's the deal, I can treat your granddaughter first. You can help me find a few medicinal ingredients from your medicinal garden. Her poison is not too severe, so it shouldn't be difficult to treat, Su Cheng suggested. Seeing Su Cheng bring up Doupo didn't argue further. In fact, curing his granddaughter's poison was his main reason for urgently coming to see Su Cheng this time. Also, Senior Doupo, I hope you can keep the matter of me being able to treat you a secret for now, Su Cheng added. Why? Doupo felt puzzled. Wasn't it a good thing for others to know that he had gained the friendship of a title Douluo? Moreover, if this matter was made public, he wouldn't have to worry about the other party denying this favor afterward. Su Cheng remained silent for a moment before smiling wryly. Actually, I hope you can secretly protect me for a while. It seems that the crown prince doesn't quite like me. Doupo had a puzzled expression. He understood what Su Cheng said, but not entirely. In his view, Su Cheng indeed had extraordinary talent, but how could he offend the crown prince with his cultivation strength? I'm not sure of the specific reason, but I felt his malice towards me when we met at the academy committee before, Su Cheng said with a hint of helplessness. This time, he wasn't lying. He didn't understand why Qian Runshui was acting this way. If he knew the specific reasons, he could take targeted preventive measures instead of being at a loss. Chapter 73, The Suspicious Crown Prince. Doupo Sr., I heard that you are now a guest official of the imperial family. That's correct. Do you know anything about this crown prince of the empire? Doupo scrutinized Su Cheng from top to bottom, somewhat skeptical of what he had just said. I don't know much about Shui Qinghe. I'm only here as a guest official out of respect for Shui Xing. Su Cheng glanced at him, hesitating. That Shui Qinghe seems to be a master of poison. Does the Tien Do imperial family also have expertise in this area? What? Doupo was taken aback, feeling a bit unnerved by Su Cheng's words. What do you mean by that? I have a good understanding of medicine. Su Cheng furrowed his brows, appearing puzzled. Although His Royal Highness conceals it well, I detected a faint herbal scent on him when we last met. These herbs themselves are harmless, but when mixed in a certain sequence and proportion, they can form a slow-acting chronic poison. His words sounded convincing, but in reality, he was just making it up. Qian Runshui had been lurking in the Tien Do Empire for so long, she was very careful about details and wouldn't expose such a loophole. However, all of this didn't matter. Su Cheng's purpose was to induce Qian Runshui's political opponents to make more assumptions. Moreover, not all of these words were baseless accusations. The use of poison was indeed a common method for Qian Runshui to eliminate dissenters over the years. Even the second and third princes had died from the poison of their martial souls. Following this line of inquiry further could unearth some useful information. And once this matter spread out and was subtly guided, Qian Runshui's situation would definitely become much more difficult. By the way, I heard that the Crown Prince's behavior has changed significantly in recent years. Doupo pondered for a moment before nodding. It seems there's indeed been some change. I don't pay much attention to the affairs of the royal family, but Shui Xing has complained a few times. It seems there are many people who are more uncomfortable than I am. Su Cheng felt somewhat relieved to hear this. He looked at Doupo and said meaningfully, I heard that the second and third princes of the empire died from poison. Doupo's brows furrowed even tighter. You, at your young age, know quite a lot. Are you already bored with life? Su Cheng ignored the sarcasm, continuing, but what if this crown prince is not his son? How would he react then? That's impossible. Doupo raised an eyebrow. Even if his physique and appearance can be disguised, how could he fake the inheritance martial soul of the royal family? It's hard to say. Su Cheng chuckled, soul masters have many methods. Do you have any evidence? Doupo asked skeptically. No, Su Cheng shook his head, but he harbors ill intentions towards me, and I cannot remain passive. I say, couldn't you just avoid him, and I'll secretly protect you? You don't need to stir up trouble because of this, do you? Doupo suggested. Doupo Sr., your relationship with Prince Shui Xing isn't very good, right? If Prince Shui Qinghe ascends to the throne in the future, Prince Shui Xing wouldn't have an easy time either, right? Su Cheng didn't respond to Doupo's question, but instead shared his thoughts. Nobody wants to be on edge all the time, right? In fact, now is a good opportunity. I'm just offering some ideas. In recent years, Shui Qinghe's temperament has changed significantly, which will inevitably cause turmoil among his subordinates. You must understand, someone's personality change, regardless of whether it's beneficial in the long run, will inevitably cause considerable psychological pressure on others in the short term, providing many opportunities for manipulation. The person on the throne is always suspicious. If certain matters are discussed more, they may be taken as factual truths. Doupo's expression subtly changed as he stared at Su Cheng. What do you intend to do? I don't need to do anything. Just provide all these clues and speculations to Shui Beng, and he won't be able to resist taking action. I've seen him a few times in the academy. He still has ambitions and hasn't been completely frightened. Shui Qinghe currently has a solid foundation, but Shui Beng is different, he has no retreat. The longer it drags on, the more passive he'll become. If Shui Qinghe ascends to the throne, with the precedence of his two brothers, Shui Beng's life is already on a countdown. Su Cheng looked at Doupo, speaking solemnly, now, it depends on whether Prince Shui Xing has any other ideas. Does Prince Shui Xing have any ideas? Doupo understood in his heart that Prince Shui Xing did have ideas. Otherwise, he wouldn't have repeatedly probed him with his words. Doupo just didn't want to get involved in the royal family's disputes, but that didn't mean he was clueless. I see. Doupo's emerald eyes flashed with a cold light, his face instantly darkening. You've probably been waiting for me to come to you, haven't you? Was that bottle of potion deliberately given to Yan Yan to drink? His facial expression returned to the slightly stiff appearance it had when they first met, and his aura became unpredictable, exerting great pressure on Su Cheng. I should have thought of it earlier. With your medical skills, you probably noticed immediately that Yan Yan was poisoned, didn't you? Su Cheng smiled and neither denied nor admitted, showing no signs of fear or anxiety in the face of Doubo's gaze and pressure. That's correct, because I am confident in curing Sister Yan and I know that Senior Doubo is someone who values grievances and grudges. HMPH. You're quite eloquent. Doubo's anger subsided, his facial muscles relaxed once again. At your young age, you have quite a lot of thoughts. I wonder if Shui Qinghe would regret showing hostility towards you earlier if he knew about your current thoughts. Regret? Su Cheng inwardly sighed. What kind of regret? I regret a damn thing. If I had known that Chen Renyu would inexplicably show hostility towards me, I would have definitely kept my distance. He looked at Doubo. So, Senior, are you prepared to get involved now? Since you can cure Yan Yan's poison and claim to be able to cure me, I naturally can't just stand by and watch. As he said this, he also sighed. Shui Xing is indeed under considerable pressure now. Perhaps what you said is true. The longer it goes on, the more passive he becomes. Are you sure there's a problem with Shui Qinghe? At the very least, he is a master of poison, his identity is suspicious, and he is extremely skilled at disguising himself. These cannot be faked. To speak disrespectfully, Senior Doubo, your skills in poison are not as good as his. Chapter 74. Intrigues and Alliances. Ordinary poison is nothing to high-level soul masters, unless it's a toxin from their own martial soul, like your Azure Phosphorus Snake Emperor. But for lower-level soul masters or ordinary people, it's extremely lethal and difficult to detect. Within the nobility, there are plenty of such target groups. Doubo pondered upon hearing this. He had some understanding of the insider information about the upheaval in the imperial family back then, mostly from what Shui Xing had mentioned over time, but he hadn't paid much attention to it in the past. The current emperor of the Douluo Empire, Emperor Shui Yi, originally had 4 sons. At that time, the most outstanding prince in the imperial family was not Shui Qinghe, but the second prince, who was extremely intelligent. But when he was 12 years old, he suddenly died, at which time Shui Qinghe was 14. The third son of Emperor Shui Yi was a martial genius who also died at the age of 11 the following year. The truth behind these deaths remained unknown, and no clues about the culprit were found. However, just 2 days before the second prince's death, Emperor Shui Yi had just discussed with several ministers about the succession of the crown prince, and at that time, almost all the ministers leaned towards the second prince. At that time, all 4 princes lived within the imperial palace, and both the second and third princes died from poisoning, with their deaths being almost identical. Moreover, all the food and drink consumed by the princes were rigorously inspected, showing no traces of poison. Even if someone wanted to act, only those within the palace would have the opportunity, as outsiders had no chance to approach. The attendants and maids who took care of the princes were Emperor Shui Yi's most trusted confidants, and at that time, Shui Beng, who was the 4th prince, was only 7 years old. Because Shui Xing, who was responsible for investigating the matter at the time, Doubo had some speculations in his heart. Su Cheng looked at Doubo, who was silently contemplating, and fell silent himself. Perhaps due to his age, Chen Renyu's methods in the past were too crude. Dealing with the second and third princes with the same method, and in such a short interval, was very crude. Moreover, it was unnecessary and could easily leave hidden dangers. Although Shui Qinghe has been criticized in recent years, his influence in the palace is still considerable. Even if you bring up these things, without evidence, it won't affect him. There's no need to confront him head-on, just keeping him occupied is enough. Within 3 months, I have other ways to force him to expose his flaws, Su Cheng said in a low voice. If possible, I want to involve the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. They seem to be interested in my potions. However, Doubo waited for him to continue, but Su Cheng remained silent, instead scrutinizing him with a certain look. What's with that look? I see that Senior Yan and Yu Tianong seem to get along well. Do you think it's appropriate to involve them? Don't lump them together. Yu Tianong has nothing to do with Yan Yan, Doubo snorted. He didn't like Yu Tianong, finding his character too weak. Every time he saw him, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. I have to remind you, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is not to be trifled with. And with just your means, I'm afraid you won't be able to sway them. My potion is a recipe that can be passed down through generations. Besides, they don't need to do much, just creating some momentum against Shui Beng would be enough. As you mentioned earlier, Shui Qinghe has considerable influence. In fact, Su Cheng didn't mention it, but there was another reason he wanted to contact them. As one of the top 3 sects, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's influence was significant, making them more likely to attract the attention of the Martial Soul Hall. The matter of usurping the throne not only concerned Qian Runshui but also required someone to bear the wrath of the Martial Soul Hall. Relying solely on Dugu Bo might not be enough. Moreover, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was ambitious by nature. Without knowing Shui Qinghe's background, there was a high probability they would agree to get involved in this opportunity to muddy the waters. Dugu Bo suddenly raised his eyes to look at Su Cheng. Wait a minute. You're not thinking of making me the intermediary again, are you? Would it be appropriate for a child like me to intervene? Which child would do such things? Just tell me if you're willing or not. Seeing Dugu Bo's uncertain expression, Su Cheng persuaded him further. Senior, think about it. What's more important than your own life, given the poison in you and your granddaughter? And your poison is not easy to cure, this price is actually very favorable. Do you really have a way to cure the poison in me? Dugu Bo still had some doubts. If I can't cure it, I'll pay you extra. As a title Douluo, do you really think I would risk breaking the contract? I'm not worried about you, Dugu Bo snorted coldly, but I can't beat your master. Let me give you some confidence. Su Cheng smiled. You have a lot of good things in your medicine garden, but can you use them? How about this? In a few days, you take out 2 rare treasures from your medicine garden, and I can prove it to you. Do you know what I have there? Of course, otherwise how could I be sure that I can cure you there? Su Cheng took a piece of paper and began sketching. After a moment, 2 plants with different appearances appeared on the paper. Pointing to one of them, he said, this herb has red leaves with golden veins, emitting heat around it. It's called coxcomb phoenix sunflower. Its fire attribute, not suitable for you. He then pointed to the other one, beautiful silk tulip, also not suitable for you. Then he looked at Dugu Bo, you should have an impression of these 2 rare treasures. With their level, even among numerous rare herbs, they would still stand out. In the simulated world, Su Cheng had some understanding. He knew that both the coxcomb phoenix sunflower and the beautiful silk tulip originally grew in the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, not transplanted by Dugu Bo. Saying this now sounded convincing. Dugu Bo looked at the 2 drawings of rare herbs, frowning, not suitable for me to use, so you intend to use them? They're not suitable for me either. But there are things suitable for you there, I'll tell you how to use them later. One should not consume too much of these rare treasures alone. Since you're playing with poison, you should understand this principle, right? If they're not suitable, what do you want them for? Naturally, they're for someone else. Su Cheng smiled and spoke frankly. You're really generous with others. Words shouldn't be put that way. This is also part of the reward. Even close brothers need to settle their accounts clearly. Do you really want to be my elder brother? Dugu Bo's eyes widened. He hadn't paid much attention to these rare treasures. There were too many rare herbs in the ice and fire yin-yang eyes for him, this was really nothing. And he also understood the principle that medicine and poison were closely related. If the properties of these rare treasures clashed with his own, the toxicity would be even more terrifying. Chapter 75. Ning Rongrong's changes. Senior, there's no need to rush. Once I've treated Senior Dugu's injuries, we can discuss the rest of the matters. These 2 rare treasures, let's leave them with you for now, Su Cheng reassured. Su Cheng also knew that too much haste could be counterproductive. He continued, moreover, when the time comes, you can see how I use them, which might increase your confidence in me, right? Dugu Bo nodded slightly, without saying anything further. There's one more thing I need to tell you. The antidote I used for Senior was primarily for counteracting poison, with the enhancement of soul power being its additional effect. Do you understand what I mean? Su Cheng explained. You mean using that antidote would generate resistance to the venom of the azure phosphorus serpent, thereby reducing its potency? Dugu Bo's expression changed instantly, his voice tinged with anger. What if this knowledge spreads to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect? No, this cannot be allowed. Don't worry, that substance is quite basic and only effective against low-level azure phosphorus serpents. But it won't have any effect on the toxicity of your Azure Phosphorus Serpent King. I just wanted to inform you to avoid any misunderstandings. There's no need to get so worked up, Su Cheng reassured him. I'm afraid I might not be able to control myself and end up killing you, Doupo said coldly, finally calming down. Who will treat you if I die? Su Cheng retorted. After the two left the room, according to their prior agreement, Doupo didn't put on a friendly face. Instead, he acted aloof, not even sparing a glance at Su Cheng, before leaving with a wave of his sleeve. Grandpa. Seeing this, Doupo, who was waiting on the sofa, was stunned for a moment. Then, with an apologetic look towards Su Cheng, she nodded slightly and hurriedly followed after him. Ning Rongrong frowned as she watched their retreating figures. Then, she walked over to Su Cheng, asking softly, "Brother, what's going on?" "It's nothing, don't worry." Su Cheng patted her shoulder and nodded slightly towards the worried Yu Tianeng, then went to pour himself a cup of tea. Not long after, Doupo returned and approached Su Cheng. She bowed to him and said earnestly, "Junior brother, I'm really sorry. My grandfather has a bad temper. Please don't take it to heart." "I don't mind. It's not about senior sister," Su Cheng said before turning to Doupo. "Did Senior Bo say anything?" Doupo pursed her lips, glanced at Ning Rongrong, hesitated for a moment, then continued, "Grandfather said he wants to stay at the academy for a while." Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief. She glared at Doupo. "How could you say such a thing?" she exclaimed. "He just kindly gave you some medicine, and if you don't appreciate it, it's fine. But how dare you give others a hard time again?" Unexpectedly, Su Cheng was taken aback by Ning Rongrong's outburst. Grabbing Su Cheng's arm, she said loudly, "Brother, let's go back to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. There's nothing good about staying in this academy." After a moment of silence, he finally reacted and hastily tried to calm her down. "Rongrong, it's okay. It's not related to senior sister." Su Cheng hadn't expected Ning Rongrong to react so strongly. "Senior sister, don't worry about it. Rongrong has this temper," he started to explain. "What's there to talk about with her?" Su Cheng, who was being pulled, could only glance awkwardly at Doupo and the baffled Yu Tianeng, signaling them with his eyes, before following Ning Rongrong out of the team lounge. Once outside, Su Cheng and Ning Rongrong found a secluded corner under a tree. Su Cheng took a moment to reorganize his thoughts before speaking. He couldn't reveal the details of his conversation with Doupo to Ning Rongrong. After all, she was still young, and there was no guarantee she could keep it a secret. Moreover, with Ning Fengji's close ties to the royal family, any slip of the tongue could expose him. "Rongrong, don't worry for now. It was agreed between Doupo and me for him to stay at the academy. In the meantime, I'll provide some medicine to help senior sister with her health. She has had some chronic illnesses since childhood, and only I can treat her," Su Cheng explained. "You're going to treat her?" Ning Rongrong looked incredulous. "Do you have to be so spineless? He's just a title Douluo, and not even the strongest kind. He can't even block a single sword from my sword grandfather." "Let me finish," Su Cheng said somewhat helplessly. This girl usually had good manners, but when her temper flared, she didn't care whose face she was saving. In the lounge just now, she embarrassed Doupo so much that it was awkward. "I'm not helping for nothing. I made a deal with Doupo. He has collected some rare herbs, and among them is a precious one that might be useful to you. It might even enhance your martial soul potential, providing an opportunity to improve your soul power. I asked for it from him. He thought I was asking for too much, so he didn't give me a good face. But that's normal," Su Cheng explained. He didn't mention the possibility of the Quilro Yujin transforming the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. It was enough to say this much. Saying more might lead Ning Rongrong to believe it, and if she told Ning Fengji, he might lose control of the situation. Quote. Listening to this, Ning Rongrong's eyes widened slightly, and she stared at Su Cheng in disbelief, opening her mouth but unable to say anything for a moment. "You, and me, also, you don't need to worry about these superficial things. The angrier he gets, the more advantage we gain," Su Cheng continued calmly. "Sorry." Ning Rongrong lowered her head and mumbled her lips, then raised her head again. "I'll go apologize to her." "There's no need for that," Su Cheng smiled. "Just because he didn't give us a good face doesn't mean we have to suffer." It was a fair trade in the first place. As long as you're not so impulsive in the future, I'll be grateful. You must understand that teachers and title Douluos, no matter how powerful they are, cannot always be by your side. Ning Rongrong nodded silently, her eyes flickering, but she didn't say anything further. In fact, the reason why Su Cheng wanted to help Ning Rongrong evolve her martial soul wasn't just because of their current relationship. The most important reason was that he needed an auxiliary martial soul to observe. Su Cheng's second martial soul, the innate array diagram, was an auxiliary martial soul, but he didn't have a clear idea of how to develop it yet. And Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda would greatly improve in quality once it evolved into the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Even if it couldn't compare to his second martial soul, there wouldn't be much difference in essence, providing him with a lot of insights and experience. Furthermore, the unique soul skill generation mode of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda was also worth studying. The sooner the martial soul evolved, the better. Su Cheng didn't have much time left. After participating in this elite tournament of the Soul Master Academy, he would ride the momentum of defeating the golden generation of the Martial Soul Hall straight into the core of the Martial Soul Hall. He would then try to find an opportunity to comprehend the secrets of the Divine Position Inheritance. Chapter 76, Letter. The Martial Soul Temple of Tien Do City had invited Su Cheng several times in the past, but he had always declined. He would definitely go to the Martial Soul Temple in the future. The angelic inheritance he wanted to explore was there, and Qian Runshui would return there in the future as well. But he would join as the champion of the Soul Master competition. Going to the Martial Soul Temple now would not garner much attention, he would simply be considered a promising junior. With Bibi Dong's personality, she would only favor those so-called golden generations. Only when he stood above those people in public would it be difficult to change the situation, even if Bibi Dong had other thoughts at that time. The elders of the Martial Soul Temple were not just for show, and with Bibi Dong's current strength, she couldn't dominate the scene. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to give high-quality soul bones to Huliena and others under the guise of champion rewards. Tien Do City's situation was in chaos. Even though Su Cheng was in the academy and not involved in the core circle of power struggles, he could still feel the subtle currents. After all, the Royal Academy of Tien Do was a gathering place for the nobles of the Tien Do Empire, and the repercussions could easily spread here, making the factions more distinct. Especially with the Shui Beng, his actions and words showed a noticeable increase in assertiveness. Yu Tianeng didn't mention the matter of potions with him later, and Dugu Bo had already negotiated with his sect. From the side of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, 2 Soul Douluo level elders came and followed Prince Shui, greatly enhancing his prestige. In contrast, Qian Runshui, disguised as Shui Qinghe, although he had many strong subordinates, most of them were hidden hands of the Martial Soul Temple and could not be displayed. From the surface, he was already at a disadvantage at this time. Plus, with some recent remarks from Shui Xing and Shui Beng, and the confirmation from Poison Douluo, even the Emperor Shui Yi began to have doubts, making his situation even more difficult. Because of the change in his style of behavior over the years, Shui Qinghe had offended quite a few people. It's just that he was powerful before, coupled with his ruthless methods, few people were willing to provoke him, and most of them were just going with the flow. But now, with various forces aligning, under the push of the tide, he was really causing quite a bit of trouble for himself. For the past 3 months, Su Cheng had been staying quietly in the academy, keeping a low profile behind the scenes. He also made efforts to reduce his presence and didn't get involved with any factions, appearing to be just an exceptionally talented commoner. During this time, Dugu Bo had been living in the Royal Academy of Tien Do under the guise of accompanying his granddaughter. For a title Douluo level powerhouse, the academy naturally wouldn't dare or want to drive him away casually. With Dugu Yan as the intermediary, it provided great convenience for him and Su Cheng. Many pieces of information about the changes in the upper echelons were also passed on by him. As the two spent more time together, Dugu Bo also learned about many different uses of mixed poisons, which made him highly convinced of Su Cheng now. Although Dugu Bo's poison skills were strong, they were only due to his martial soul attribute. In fact, his knowledge in this area was not particularly sophisticated. This was the flaw of being born as a grassroots. Unlike Su Cheng, who, in the simulated world, self-studied a lot of knowledge backed by the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, and later explored numerous books in the Martial Soul Temple's library, accumulating far more knowledge than this poison Douluo. During this time, Su Cheng had already cured the snake poison on Du Guyan. She was not deeply poisoned, and Su Cheng had a deep understanding of the azure phosphorus snake poison. Therefore, curing her didn't take much effort. One day, Doupo finally couldn't help but actively approach Su Cheng. You said before that it would take 3 months for Shui Qinghe to show a flaw. It's almost time now. Now the situation shouldn't be a problem, right? Su Cheng was somewhat surprised. Why are you suddenly in such a hurry? Originally, there was no problem. Doupo sighed, but Shui Xing told me recently that the Emperor Shui Yi doesn't want them to continue internal conflicts like this anymore. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, he hinted at it. Moreover, Meng Shenji and the others have been trying to protect Shui Qinghe. I see. Su Cheng suddenly understood. Indeed, from the perspective of the emperor, no matter what the cause of the deaths of the second and third princes was, it was all in the past. Even if some clues about Shui Qinghe had been discovered now, he was still the most suitable heir to the throne. A little pressure would be enough, and they certainly wouldn't actually depose this crown prince. Moreover, the people from administrative committee also held a considerable weight in the emperor's heart, at least much more credible than the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Su Cheng took out a letter from the soul tool and handed it to Doupo. Find a chance to deliver this letter to Shui Qinghe's side. Be careful, and don't expose yourself. Doupo took the letter and instinctively wanted to open it and see the contents. But Su Cheng pressed his hand back. With a serious expression, he said, "Senior, if you still consider me a friend, don't read the contents." Doupo was taken aback. Over these days, the relationship between the two had become extremely close. Especially since Su Cheng understood him very well, and by curing Du Guyan's snake poison, he had practically saved his life, equivalent to a life-saving grace. Their communication had become more casual. When they were together, Su Cheng didn't care much about many things and rarely made any demands. Although he called him a senior, Doupo knew deep down that he was more like a student. He rarely saw Su Cheng speak so seriously. After a moment of silence, Doupo silently put away the letter and nodded, "I understand." Watching the figure leave, Su Cheng thought to himself, next, adding a little more fire should be enough. He planned to take advantage of Ning Rongrong's evolution of her martial soul and try to involve the 7 treasure glazed tile sect in the game. In the core residence of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. At this moment, Ning Fengji was chatting casually with Chen Xin and Ji Yurong. "Brother Jian, what do you think about Su Cheng? Does he really have any connection with those strange dreams you mentioned before? Will he really destroy the martial soul hall in the future? Don't speculate without reason." Chen Xin was somewhat displeased. In the dream, Su Cheng did indeed destroy the martial soul temple, but at the cost of his own life. That child's martial soul intensity is extremely high. Even without any other reasons, being my successor is more than enough. His martial soul. Chen Xin turned to look at Ji Yurong. "Old Ji Yu, you should be able to sense it, right?" Ji Yurong nodded, a few traces of jealousy appearing on his stiff face. "Your luck is really good. Su Cheng's martial soul is called the Eternal Sword. At first glance, it looks flawless. Even if there are no other opportunities, just following the usual practice path, reaching the peak Douluo realm is only a matter of time." Ning Fengji showed a pleased expression at hearing this. With his limited cultivation, he could only vaguely feel the extraordinary nature of the Eternal Sword, but he had no clear concept of its strength. Compared to haotian hammer, just as strong, if not stronger. Chapter 77, Furious Qian Runshui. Ning Fengji felt increasingly delighted in his heart. Perhaps it was due to Chen Xin's partiality towards sword-type martial souls that he made the judgment of only strength, no weakness. But even if compared to the strength level of haotian hammer, coupled with Su Cheng's ability to use his self-created soul technique, he was already capable of aspiring to the ranks of the top powerhouses on the continent. In his view, Su Cheng came from a humble background, without the shadow of any other forces behind him. This meant that as long as he could maintain and cultivate this relationship well, he wouldn't have to worry about the next generation of 7 treasure glazed tile school lacking a protector. After calming his emotions slightly, Ning Fengji took a sip of tea and casually asked, "Elder Sword, Elder Bone, do you think there's really something wrong with Shui Qinghe?" Leaving aside the close relationship between the seven treasure-glazed tile sect and the imperial family of Tien Do, Ning Fengji, as the nominal mentor of Shui Qinghe, could not be unaware of the series of recent changes within the imperial family. However, the recent turmoil came too quickly, with sudden incidents and numerous forces involved. Amidst the thick fog, he couldn't see through all the hidden meanings. "This is something you should consider on your own, no need to ask us," Chen Xin replied indifferently. He had no interest in these political struggles, and Ji Yu Rong showed the same lack of enthusiasm. "You should pay more attention to Rong. Since she went to the academy, despite being so close by, she hasn't come back to visit us even once." Ning Fengji chuckled at the remark. He didn't think it was a bad thing at all. The fact that Ning Rongrong could stay peacefully in the academy only meant that there was someone there she cared about more. 5 days later, in the prince's study of the Tien Do Imperial Palace, Qian Runshui sat behind the desk, her eyes lowered, her delicate brows furrowed, as she lightly tapped the desk with her fingers. Who is behind all this? First, Prince Shui, out of nowhere, launched accusations against her with a bunch of old grievances. Then, the imperial advisor, Doupo, who had never shown interest in the imperial family's disputes before, suddenly stepped forward to testify about the suspicious circumstances surrounding the deaths of the two princes and the possibility of poisoning in the palace food and drink. Following that, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect from the northwest also joined the fray, with their leader, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, mingling with the upper echelons of the imperial nobility. In this situation, even the emperor, Shui Yi, had begun to retract some of the prince's authority. This brought her considerable pressure. Indeed, in the long run, neither Prince Shui Xing or Shui Beng posed much of a threat to her. Over the years, Qian Runshui's efforts within the imperial family were not in vain. Coupled with her status as the crown princess, these events couldn't shake her foundation. But in the past few months, a series of incidents had occurred out of the blue, causing her a great deal of headache. That wasn't even the most serious issue. She was worried that the other party had a contingency plan. If her false identity was exposed as a result, it would be extremely dangerous. "Young master, a mysterious person sent a letter some time ago." Just as she was contemplating how to handle the subsequent changes, the spear Douluo knocked on the door and entered. "Who sent it?" Qian Runshui reached out to take it, her brows furrowing even tighter. "At the moment, it's unclear, but to bypass the guards and silently deliver it into the palace, the sender must be at least a Soul Douluo-level powerhouse." Soul Douluo, the scope was too broad, making it impossible to narrow down. Just recently, several Soul Douluo had come over from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect alone. Qian Runshui opened the envelope and glanced at its contents. "Should I address you as His Royal Highness the Crown Prince or as the young mistress of the Martial Soul Hall? I have investigated from various sources and discovered that although the former Pope Qian Zunji died at the hands of Tang Hao from the haotian sect, he still had a descendant in the world. But strangely, despite being a descendant of the Qian family, this person has never appeared in the Martial Soul Hall. Later, after in-depth investigation, I found that there is a set of angelic armor in the Martial Soul Hall, among which there is a soul bone that can give soul masters a perfect disguise effect. I hereby advise you to return to your Martial Soul Hall and cultivate diligently, so as to inherit the position of Pope in the future and pass on the divine will of the angelic to benefit the people. Do not fall into the quagmire of power struggles and waste time on the wrong path. If you persist in your stubbornness and attempt to covet imperial power, I will expose the Martial Soul Hall's ambition and ugly face to the world. Take heed." Upon reading this letter, an extremely ominous aura emanated from her. Black mist immediately filled her eyes. The spear Douluo standing not far away felt a chill running down his spine. "Su Cheng." Qian Runshui slowly clenched her palm, crushing the letter into pieces. "So, it's you." Although the handwriting on the letter was clearly different from Su Cheng's, a person's handwriting habits could not be completely changed. Having repeatedly reviewed Su Cheng's research records and manuscripts for over a decade, even his diaries, she was more than familiar with his writing habits. At first glance, there didn't seem to be any problems, but the details were full of traces of Su Cheng. Coupled with Qian Runshui's existing suspicions, she immediately realized who the letter came from. Her thoughts surged, her anger erupted, and she was on the verge of exploding. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." A Soul Emperor entered the room, young master, as you instructed before, our subordinates have been keeping an eye on Ning Rongrong. Today, she left the Tien Do Royal Academy and headed towards the Sunset Forest. The Sunset Forest? Did she have anyone else with her? Yes, that Su Cheng was with her. Seeking death. Qian Runshui could no longer suppress her anger and said coldly, "Go, summon the thorny devil, and immediately accompany me to the Sunset Forest." The spear Douluo hesitated, "But, young master, what about the affairs of the empire? We are already under scrutiny from various sides. If we make such a big move now, we may easily attract attention." "I'm giving up on that plan," Qian Runshui said coldly. This was not a decision made in a fit of anger. Previously, with Prince Shui Xing's actions, it was indeed impossible to pose a fatal threat to her. However, with the emperor's growing suspicions, wanting to carry out her plan would require an unknown amount of time and effort. Furthermore, now that she had just learned of Su Cheng's involvement behind the scenes, and her own disguise had been seen through by the other party, continuing to waste time on this was pointless. Moreover, after the dream encounter, Qian Runshui's alter ego no longer wanted to waste time on any plans to usurp the throne. At this moment, it might actually be a good thing to smoothly withdraw from this quagmire. But the snake spear Douluo clearly didn't understand her choice. He hurriedly persuaded, "Young master, why rush things? And there's no need for us to go there personally. Su Cheng is just a soul elder now. Sending 2 soul kings should be enough." "Soul kings? HMPH, are they even worthy?" Qian Runshui snorted, "Let's go." Chapter 78. A Game of Wits. The snake spear Douluo was about to persuade further, but upon seeing the cold gleam in Qian Runshui's eyes, wisely closed his mouth and refrained from speaking. However, the soul Douluo seemed to not understand Qian Runshui as well, only grasping vaguely what the other party intended to do at this moment. With a serious expression, he said, "Young master, how can you be so impulsive? Returning to the martial soul hall like this, how will you explain to the Pope crown?" Upon hearing the mention of the Pope, Qian Runshui's expression turned even colder. In a flash, she appeared in front of the man. With a sword pointed backward, her movements were swift as lightning. Before the man could even react, Qian Runshui's fingertip was already dangerously close to his throat. While a chilling killing intent lingered in Qian Runshui's eyes, a hint of a smile curled at the corner of his lips. "Have I been too easy to talk to lately?" The man broke into a cold sweat, and the piercing killing intent surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming. The exquisite face of the young master seemed to fade gradually from his sight, leaving only the enlarged crimson in his eyes. "Young master," the snake spear Douluo hurriedly called out, his voice filled with anxiety. He didn't dare to intervene, only casting an anxious glance at Qian Runshui, fearing that he might make an irreparable move. If they only retreated after the failed infiltration mission, although they would inevitably face criticism from figures like Bibi Dong later on, with the support of the sacrificial hall behind them, it wouldn't be a significant problem. But if they really killed the Soul Hall Soul Master under their command, and were discovered by the Pope's side, things would escalate. Unlike the Soul Masters who belonged to the Martial Soul Hall, the Snake Spear Douluo had always been a staunch supporter of Qian Runshui's faction and naturally didn't want such an incident to happen. But at this moment, he could keenly feel that although Qian Runshui seemed calm on the surface, her inner turmoil had already surged like a storm, with negative emotions such as killing intent, anger, and resentment continuously expanding. At this moment, he could only hope to calm her down through words. If she acted recklessly, it would only add fuel to the fire and further enrage her. She might really kill someone. At the same time, he also understood that Qian Runshui's mind was probably already made up, and it was impossible to shake her resolve. After hearing the call from Shilong, Qian Runshui glanced at him, then turned her gaze back to the man without saying a word. The Soul Emperor's Adam's apple rolled slightly, and he spoke with difficulty, "Young master, I understand." Qian Runshui then withdrew her gaze and indifferently left the study. Shortly after, a male voice from Shui Qinghe echoed outside the study. Uncle Shi, immediately issue the order to notify those under the Martial Soul Hall's command to withdraw from Tien Do City within 3 days. The 3 of us will go to Sunset Forest. Half a day later, Qian Runshui, Snake Spear Douluo, and Si Shui, Porcupinefish Douluo had already left the outskirts of Tien Do City, about 40 miles away. This place was not very far from Sunset Forest. Even now, the porcupinefish Douluo still couldn't quite wrap his head around the situation, knowing only the general idea without understanding the specific details. And his old partner, Snake Spear, seemed to be keeping secrets, occasionally conveying an eye signal he couldn't comprehend, making him feel inexplicably puzzled. Uncle Shi, you stay around here to keep an eye on the movements of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan, in case of any changes. They were currently stationed about 10 miles away from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan, situated between Sunset Forest and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan. Upon hearing this, Snake Spear Douluo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This journey includes a titled Douluo, plus Chen Renyu, whose true strength far exceeds her cultivation level, making them more than capable of facing Su Cheng and Ning Rongrong alone. Since their young mistress is wary of Chen Xin and Ji Yurong, it indicates that she has calmed down, regained her intelligence, and is not likely to act blindly anymore. Seeing Snake Spear nodding, Chen Renyu turned to Porcupinefish Douluo and said in a deep voice, "Uncle C, you continue to pursue with me." At the same time, Su Cheng and Ning Rongrong had already entered the outskirts of Sunset Forest, still some distance away from the agreed meeting place with Doupo. Su Cheng pondered silently about Chen Renyu's possible reactions. The timing of his message delivery was actually quite perfect. Unlike before, Chen Renyu's foundation was still relatively solid at that time, and she was deeply trusted by the emperor. Even if something unexpected happened, she could easily adapt. But now, with changes in the power structure at the core of the empire, Chen Renyu might be preoccupied, making it easy to catch her off guard at this moment. Blind responses could easily reveal flaws. At this stage, the best outcome would be for Chen Renyu to realize her identity exposure and take the initiative to withdraw from the quagmire of the Tien Do Empire. However, the sunk costs of her previous layout in Tien Do were too high, and it would be difficult for her to make such a decision easily. After more than a decade of undercover operations leading up to today, even if she knew she would need to invest decades more to complete the usurpation of the throne, Chen Renyu, with her temperament, would probably still try her best as long as there was a glimmer of hope. Coupled with the instructions from the Martial Soul Hall and her subtle desire to prove herself to Bibi Dong, she might continue to take risks. However, even if Chen Renyu didn't want to give up in the short term, she would certainly restrain her behavior significantly. On this basis, Prince Shui and others on their side would have sufficient initiative. In a few days, when the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan suffered a setback, the overall situation would be basically settled. With the letter as a foreshadowing, Chen Renyu would naturally become more vigilant and not put herself in jeopardy. As for the possibility of the other party detecting his presence behind this incident, Su Cheng had hardly considered it. After realizing that there was a discrepancy between Chen Renyu's reaction and his expectations, he had been deliberately downplaying his presence, controlling everything indirectly through Doupo. In the eyes of outsiders, he was merely a talented soul master whose strength far surpassed his peers. If one were to mention his connection to the changes in the Tien Do high-level political situation, no one would believe it. Even Chen Renyu herself, before receiving that letter, only had occasional doubts. In fact, over these days, Su Cheng had been too straightforward. Except for the attention he attracted when he first entered the academy and was admitted directly into the Emperor team, he had been completely focused on cultivation afterward. Even his first meeting with Doupo and his subsequent behavior seemed to be estranged, with very little contact in front of others. Even in the eyes of Yu Tianeng, their relationship was merely transactional. Moreover, Yu Tianeng himself harbored fear towards Doupo, so it was inconceivable for him to think that someone as young as Su Cheng could establish a connection with such an extremely reclusive titled Douluo. Moreover, the letter Su Cheng later transmitted to Chen Renyu, out of caution, was markedly different in both wording and handwriting from his usual style. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible to associate it with him. Chapter 79. Long time no see. Brother, where are you taking me? At that moment, Ning Rongrong's gentle voice abruptly interrupted Su Cheng's thoughts. He snapped out of it and chuckled, "What? Are you afraid I'll sell you off?" "Of course not." Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes, "I'm trying to have a serious conversation with you. Do you remember the thing I mentioned to you a few months ago? I made a deal with Doupo, he has something extremely suitable for you, and today I'm bringing you this opportunity." Ning Rongrong certainly didn't forget about it, but she hadn't expected their visit to the Sunset Forest to be about this. Why come here? Couldn't he just bring it to the academy when he returns? That thing might cause quite a stir when ingested. It wouldn't be convenient in the academy, Su Cheng casually replied. Since your cultivation has increased by 2 levels since you enrolled, you can come here under the pretext of training, and it won't raise suspicion. And when you take the herbs later, there will be a title Douluo by your side to protect you, so there's no need to worry about any accidents. Ning Rongrong was momentarily stunned. She didn't mind coming out for whatever reason, but she hadn't expected to specifically come outside the academy to take the herbs. Ning Rongrong was insightful, instantly grasping the key point in Su Cheng's words. Regardless of whether it was the potion to increase soul power that she initially took or the later herbal baths to enhance her physique, the other party had never been this serious about it before. She couldn't help but feel a bit excited, and she couldn't help but ask, what do you mean by causing quite a stir? No need to rush, you'll find out soon, Su Cheng smiled, not elaborating further. From the original timeline, this girl had a somewhat arrogant yet naive personality. Whenever someone had greatly helped her, she would wholeheartedly repay them and had even done something to swindle her own sect out of a large sum of money for Tang San. After observing her for this period, he was certain that Ning Rongrong's character hadn't changed much. That's why he was confident that he could manipulate this opportunity to influence the outcome of the Crown Prince dispute by involving the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. As for choosing the beautiful silk tulip, the reason was simple: since he had the correct answer, there was no need for further attempts. Other immortal herbs might have similar effects, but powerful immortal treasures generally had the ability to purify bloodlines or even upgrade them. As long as the attributes were compatible, there would definitely be enhancements, but compatibility was hard to determine. Immortal herbs were too potent for ordinary bodies to fully digest. Consuming too much was akin to taking poison, so there was only one chance. As they chatted casually, they quickly moved forward. Before long, they had traveled nearly 10 miles away from the outermost area of the Sunset Forest. At this point, Su Cheng's expression suddenly changed. He reached out and grabbed Ning Rongrong's wrist, whispering, "Conceal your aura as much as possible." Seeing his serious expression, Ning Rongrong smartly didn't ask further and promptly followed his instructions. Although their auras were faint at this moment, without deliberate probing, it would be difficult for others to detect them. However, Su Cheng wasn't optimistic. 2 powerful auras were rapidly approaching from not far away, their trajectory clear. There was a high probability that they had detected them and were coming straight towards them. The most crucial point was that both of those individuals were much stronger than him, with one even reaching the level of a title Douluo. After a while, in Su Cheng's perception, 2 figures stopped nearby in the forest. Su Cheng's heart sank, his thoughts racing. He came from a humble background, his background was very clear, and he had no other forces entangled with him apart from Chen Shin and Doupo, let alone any dealings with other title Douluo level existences. This meant that the other party was most likely here for Ning Rongrong. But the positioning of those 2 individuals was somewhat strange, as if the one with lower strength was leading. "Come out, you two, stop hiding," a slightly old voice rang out. It was the title Douluo who spoke. "Let me catch you, the scene might not look too good." Ning Rongrong slightly widened her eyes upon hearing this and looked at Su Cheng beside her. Then she gently struggled against Su Cheng's grip on her wrist. She also thought along the same lines as Su Cheng, feeling that the other party probably came for her. Her actions were trying to get Su Cheng to let go of her, so she could leave on her own. However, Su Cheng didn't pay attention to her movements. It was meaningless to separate at this moment. Even if his cultivation was low, the other party wouldn't ignore him. If these 2 had ill intentions, it would be even more dangerous for him to leave Ning Rongrong alone. At least, with Ning Rongrong's status, whoever the other party was, they should consider the consequences before acting. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect rarely made enemies, and if the other party had some requests, it would be even better. "I can only try to delay the time for now," Su Cheng thought to himself, hoping that Doupo would quickly discover the situation here and come over. Thinking of this, he and Ning Rongrong walked out from behind the hiding tree together. But to his surprise, the people who came were actually Qian Runshui, disguised as Shui Qinghe. He saw her walking slowly from not far away, revealing his Spirit Emperor-level cultivation without restraint. Beside him was a middle-aged man of average build, neither fat nor thin, seemingly ordinary. But judging from his cultivation, he was a title Douluo-level powerhouse. Chen Renyu wore a strange smile on his face as he looked at Su Cheng. He sighed lightly. Su Cheng, little brother, long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you here of all places. Seeing the other party revealing his Spirit Emperor-level cultivation directly, Su Cheng felt something was amiss, his face full of surprise and suspicion as he blurted out, "Shui. Brother. Brother Qinghe." Chen Renyu gave him a strange look. "Your way of addressing me is quite interesting." Then his gaze shifted to Su Cheng's right hand, which was tightly holding Ning Rongrong's wrist. "It seems like you're not satisfied with just being a disciple of the sword Douluo, you also want to become Ning Fengji's son-in-law." You're talking nonsense," Ning Rongrong retorted, her face flushing red. She also sensed that something was off about the Shui Qinghe in front of her. He wasn't as polite and gentle as when they last met in the academy, nor was he as cold and fierce as rumored. Instead, there was a sense of dominance, as if everything was under his control, mixed with some subtle emotions of ease after letting go of burdens. But at the same time, the girl's keen intuition told her that this person in front of her harbored great malice towards her, as if he was about to tear her apart in the next moment. Su Cheng, on the other hand, remained silent, not paying attention to the other party's strange remarks. In fact, he had no time to care about these trivial matters now. He had a premonition that there might be a big problem this time. He seemed to have played it too far. Chapter 80. She's just my sister. Wrong, step back. Su Cheng released Ning Rongrong, signaling her to refrain from speaking further. Ning Rongrong was unaware of Shui Qinghe's true identity, thus oblivious to the severity of the situation. Since Chen Renyu had revealed her strength and even brought a title Douluo with her, it indicated she had no reservations and was prepared to cause trouble. But how did she detect him so quickly, and why did she come here? Had their connection with Doupo been discovered? Or was it because the Blue Tyrant Dragon Sect obtained the potion formula meant for him, arousing suspicion? Unlikely, otherwise, she wouldn't have brought only one title Douluo here. Was it because of the simulator's influence on the world's fate, leading to an invisible connection between them? This brought back the original question: how exactly does the simulation affect reality? Your Highness, I didn't expect your strength to be so formidable. Su Cheng glanced at the respectful porcupinefish Douluo trailing behind Chen Renyu, and with a title Douluo assisting you. Brother Su Cheng, why do you speak so openly and suddenly change your address to calling me Your Highness? Chen Renyu said with a hint of mockery, shouldn't it be me asking you? Didn't you send me a letter asking me to leave Tien Do City? Why are you acting dumb now? As she spoke, she raised her right hand, slipping it into her front robe, then swiftly flipped her wrist, revealing a peculiar mask connected to her hair bun. In the astonished gazes of Su Cheng and Ning Rongrong, she emitted a faint spiritual power fluctuation, and Shui Qinghe's disguise instantly disappeared. With a tall and graceful figure, captivating beauty, and a complexion as fair as snow, Chen Renyu's true face was revealed. Ning Rongrong was surprised. She never expected the crown prince of Tien Do Empire to be such a beauty. But Su Cheng knew her true identity, which made him even more astonished. He had vaguely sensed something amiss before, but now, with her disguise removed, he realized that the person before him was completely different from what he had imagined. There was a hint of darkness in her eyes, adding a touch of sinister charm to her once saintly and majestic appearance. Her golden hair and red lips now had a subtle shade of darkness, accentuated by the black royal robe, giving her a more ominous aura. Su Cheng felt a weight in his heart. With Chen Renyu revealing her true appearance directly in front of them, the situation seemed to be taking a turn for the worse. Fortunately, her existence in the spirit hall was a secret, so as long as she didn't mention it, Ning Rongrong probably wouldn't make the connection. Trying to probe, Su Cheng asked, "It seems like you've known me for a while. Don't you also know me?" Chen Renyu didn't answer Su Cheng's question but smiled and asked back. Su Cheng's eyes twitched slightly. At this moment, further futile explanations were pointless. Seeing him silent, Chen Renyu's eyes flickered, and she said, "Su Cheng, you haven't answered my question yet. Are you planning to become the son-in-law of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect?" Su Cheng furrowed his brows. "I consider Rongrong as my sister. Where does the question of becoming a son-in-law come from?" "Well, you're quite casual about it. Just a few days of acquaintance, and you're already calling each other brother and sister. Why don't you try calling me sister too? Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll let you off. Su Cheng's brows furrowed even tighter. He certainly didn't believe this nonsense. Qian Runshui's thoughts were elusive, her actions unrestrained, making it impossible for him to grasp her intentions or guess the purpose behind her words. Thus, it was difficult to formulate an appropriate response. Not speaking, does that mean you're unwilling? Qian Runshui clapped her hands and smiled, but since she's just your casual sister, killing her shouldn't matter, right? As soon as she finished speaking, the porcupinefish Douluo, who had been trailing behind her, instantly moved beside Ning Rongrong, with a faint purple martial soul shadow appearing behind him. Su Cheng's expression changed drastically. The eternal sword materialized in his hand, slashing a sword chi toward the porcupinefish Douluo. He shouted, "Are you insane?" He keenly felt the killing intent emanating from the other party. Qian Runshui actually intended to kill Ning Rongrong. But this made no sense at all. Even if she abandoned her plans in Tien Do Empire, it wouldn't affect the foundation of the Spirit Hall. However, if she killed Ning Rongrong, it would drive the people of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect mad. Qian Runshui had been lurking in Tien Do Empire for years. She couldn't be unaware of how precious Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo considered Ning Rongrong to be. Moreover, the Spirit Hall was still weak. Regardless of the formidable strength of the two titled Douluos within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect or their influence among the three sects, the retaliation they could inflict, fueled by their wealth alone, would be enough to seriously harm the Spirit Hall. I see now, Su Cheng suddenly realizing he had been completely mistaken before. He looked at Qian Runshui in astonishment. So, the person you wanted to kill that day at the Tien Do Royal Academy was her. Tisk tisk tisk. Qian Runshui recalled the scene from that day and couldn't help but laugh. Su Cheng, did you think I wanted to kill you? Meanwhile, the porcupinefish Douluo gently flicked his finger, deflecting the sword chi Su Cheng had sent. But he didn't immediately act. Even under the pressure of the title Douluo, Ning Rongrong's complexion changed, not daring to make any reckless moves. Su Cheng's mind raced, advising, I don't know what your purpose is, but have you considered the consequences? She is Ning Fengji's only daughter. If you kill her now, how will you deal with the retaliation from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect afterward? Whatever benefits you may gain from this, the cost will certainly not be worth it. If possible, he absolutely couldn't let Ning Rongrong die here. Their relationship was secondary. The most crucial point was that Ning Rongrong had come out with him this time. If Ning Rongrong were to die here, the fate of the Spirit Hall would be uncertain. I just admitted it. You seem to care about her a lot, aren't you anxious? Qian Runshui lightly raised her eyebrows, silently pondering Su Cheng's earlier words. Then she said, I can let her go, but you have to come with me. If you agree, I'll release her. Chapter 81. Slap in the face. Su Cheng's expression changed slightly upon hearing these words. With someone like Qian Runshui in the Martial Soul Hall, it was fine for him to join voluntarily. But if he were to follow Qian Runshui back, wouldn't he be subjected to her relentless targeting? Qian Runshui had the support of various factions within the Martial Soul Hall, and her bloodline was connected to Bibi Dong's. There would naturally be no risk for her. If I went with her like this, wouldn't it be seeking death? Brother, don't go with her. Before he could say anything, Ning Rongrong suddenly spoke up. Do you have a say here? Qian Runshui's voice instantly turned cold. Shut up. Smack. Without saying a word, the porcupinefish Douluo slapped her. Su Cheng quickly turned around and saw a clear red mark appearing on Ning Rongrong's delicate cheek, which quickly swelled up. But porcupinefish Douluo obviously didn't use soul power. Otherwise, if this slap landed, she would probably be in immediate danger. You, Ning Rongrong, born into luxury and pampered by her family, had never suffered such grievances. She was instantly furious, glaring at Qian Runshui not far away. Continue. Smack. This time Ning Rongrong didn't speak, only a slight sob could be heard. Damn it, under these two slaps, even Su Cheng trembled in his heart. He couldn't help but curse in his mind. Qian Runshui is really insane. Damn it, Doupo, when will you realize something's wrong? Wait. Seeing that Qian Runshui seemed to want to say something, with a hint of unfulfilled meaning, Su Cheng quickly spoke up to interrupt. Why bother to trouble a young girl? The things in Tien Do City have nothing to do with her. If you have any issues with me, just come at me. Upon hearing this, Chen Renyu looked at Su Cheng. So are you planning to go with me? Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly remembered something, glanced at Porcupinefish Douluo and Ning Rongrong, and said lightly, silence the troublemakers first. Porcupinefish Douluo gently raised his hand, and the paralyzing toxin instantly entered Ning Rongrong's body, rendering her unconscious in an instant. Su Cheng was shocked to see this and was about to go check on her. What, Su Cheng, are you trying to let her know that I am from the Martial Soul Hall? Hearing this, Su Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Chen Renyu hasn't completely lost her mind yet. At least she knows to conceal the existence of the Martial Soul Hall. That means there is still room for maneuvering at this point. He turned to Chen Renyu and said, I am just a mere soul elder. With a humble background and uncertain future, even if I go with you to the Martial Soul Hall, I won't be of much help, and I'm afraid I'll just hold you back. Su Cheng, you're too modest. I've heard plenty of praise for you from the Meng Shenji's teaching committee, and even Sword Douluo, who is usually arrogant, is willing to take you as his disciple. And, you say you come from a humble background, which is strange. Chen Renyu's expression seemed to be smiling but not smiling, pretending to be puzzled. How can someone with a humble background like you disrupt the upper echelons of Tien Do City and even discern my identity, causing my 12 years of painstaking efforts to come to naught and forcing me to leave Tien Do City? As she spoke, her expression gradually turned colder, and there was a hint of resentment in her words. Su Cheng was initially silent. After organizing his words, he spoke again, the emperor is in his prime. Even without my intervention, you would have had little chance of success. Even if you had succeeded by chance, it would have taken a long time for the upper echelons of the empire to consolidate power, and your plan would have been nothing but a castle in the air. Hehe, so I should thank you. Chen Renyu sneered, mocking. Standing next to Ning Rongrong, who had fallen unconscious, Porcupinefish Douluo's expression was somewhat strange. Usually, he followed Chen Renyu's side, mainly operating on the periphery and handling other tasks. However, he had occasionally heard of the name, Su Cheng, but he was not clear about the hidden story behind it. Now he truly understood that there was definitely something wrong between these two people. But considering Su Cheng's current age, he felt it was unlikely. Su Cheng obviously didn't know about the rich psychological activity of the bystanders. After pondering for a moment, he said, going with you to the Martial Soul Hall is not impossible. Let's make a bet. If I lose, I will willingly go with you. Otherwise, even if I go back with you, I won't be convinced. First, tell me what you want to bet. We will have a fair duel. Since you are the young master of the Martial Soul Hall and your cultivation is far superior to mine, surely you have some confidence and tolerance. Chen Renyu thought for a moment and did not refuse. Good, I'll indulge you. Let me see what confidence you have to fight against a Soul Emperor. Whether it was an illusion or not, Su Cheng seemed to see a hint of amusement in Chen Renyu's eyes, making him feel uneasy. On Chen Renyu's side, she didn't say much, but Porcupinefish Douluo was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Su Cheng to dare to propose such a bet. He knew a little about Su Cheng's talent. Leaving aside other things, the sword chi that Su Cheng had just casually released was definitely not something an ordinary soul elder could do. But wanting to fight against Chen Renyu was a bit ridiculous in Porcupinefish Douluo's opinion. Why is there such a huge difference in combat power between soul masters of different levels? This is not only due to the overwhelming strength of soul skills and power caused by cultivation, but also because the basic qualities such as speed, adaptability, etc., of both sides are completely different. If you can't keep up with the opponent's speed, what's the point of fighting? Moreover, in Porcupinefish Douluo's view, Su Cheng didn't even know who he was going to face. Chen Renyu is not only powerful in cultivation. With a martial soul like the six-winged angel, there is only one in the world, and that's what makes her most terrifying. The strength of the martial soul beyond the understanding of ordinary people naturally gives her far superior combat power. At this moment, the battle between Su Cheng and Chen Renyu is about to begin. He was astonished to find that Chen Renyu's martial soul had changed. He knew exactly what a six-winged angel martial soul looked like, but the Chen Renyu in front of him was very different from what he remembered. A ray of light emanated from her body, but it was no longer the radiant gold color. The dark silver light originated from her forehead and instantly spread throughout her body. Then, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings appeared. Her clothes split open, and 2 pairs of wings spread out from within. But these were no longer the familiar pure white wings. Instead, there were several black feathers mixed within the white ones. Although there weren't many, they had a strong presence, making them instantly noticeable. The black and white feathers on the wings were intertwined, but they appeared extremely harmonious, without any sense of abruptness. A giant phantom with indistinct facial features appeared behind her. Although the 6-winged angel martial soul still emitted the familiar golden light, the eyes of the martial soul were completely black. Chapter 82, Black Angel. As the martial soul took effect, Chen Renyu's body slowly floated up, hovering in midair. Under the intense golden light, the black robe she wore seemed to be adorned with a layer of golden trim. Her eyes were veiled in black mist, her face exuding a holy aura mixed with a hint of allure. At this moment, Chen Renyu had undergone a complete transformation from the inside out. An extremely sacred yet extremely cold and ruthless complexity emanated from her, unlike any mortal. At this moment, Chen Renyu seemed like a god judging all living beings from above the clouds. But unlike her intense divinity when achieving the status of angel god in the simulated world, nor was it like the Rakshasa god, bringing a sense of evil chaos. Instead, it was mixed with a certain fierce and extreme will, like the king of the underworld who controls the life and death of mortals. Life and death are in her hands, her divine might is like a prison. Su Cheng's expression turned solemn. Purely based on intuition, he could sense that the current Chen Renyu was extremely powerful. Much stronger than he had originally anticipated. The 6-winged angel martial soul was indeed very strong, but its strength was multifaceted, similar to his eternal sword, both following a relatively balanced path. But now, facing the opponent's martial soul manifestation directly, he felt an extremely domineering sense of aggression. After summoning her martial soul, Chen Renyu didn't wait for Su Cheng to make the first move. Rings of bright silver halos emanated from her, quickly spreading and enveloping the surroundings in an instant. Angelic Domain. Su Cheng's expression shifted slightly as he released his 5 elements domain while silently sensing the changed angelic domain. This was a very good opportunity to sense the opponent's state before engaging in close combat. He had almost no knowledge of Chen Renyu beyond her memories. Fortunately, Chen Renyu had not reached the Soul Saint level yet. Otherwise, once she released the angel's domain in her true martial soul form, without relevant information, Su Cheng would undoubtedly be defeated. The fusion collision between the 5 elements domain and the angel's domain was silent but extremely intense. In terms of aggressiveness, the current 5 elements domain was not as good as the opponent's. But its advantage did not lie in offensive capabilities. The 5 elements domain was resilient and self-contained, and as long as the levels were not too different, its defensive capabilities were top-notch. The domain acted like antennae, constantly feeding back information about the opponent to Su Cheng. The angelic domain that Chen Renyu displayed at this moment was not purely an angelic domain as he had imagined. It had some additional functions beyond his impression of the angelic domain. Besides purification, dissolution, suppression, and enhancement, there were also obvious aggressive abilities such as erosion, assimilation, and disruption of the opponent's mental will. But this was not a good thing. In fact, this weakened the angelic domain itself. The overlay of domains was not always beneficial. For example, the Rakshasa domain, even if it fought alongside the angelic domain in a friendly camp, would only consume each other in the case of attribute clash. Although Chen Renyu's situation was not as severe as this, the nature was somewhat similar. That kind of cold negative effect, while increasing the offensive nature of the angel's domain to some extent, actually reduced its overall strength. It was precisely because of this that his 5 elements domain, displayed with the Soul Elder cultivation base, could hold its own against the angelic domain. Chen Renyu saw Su Cheng display his 5 elements domain and raised her eyebrows slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes as well. But her actions were unaffected. A blazing white trail trailed behind her, and she rushed towards Su Cheng like a shooting star. With the speed boost from the angel's wings, her body seemed somewhat elusive, and the surrounding space seemed to distort slightly. Brilliant light and shadow bloomed behind her, and a powerful pressure instantly engulfed Su Cheng. At the same time, the first soul ring on Chen Renyu's body lit up, and a golden halo condensed towards her right fist, resembling a huge shield, and she punched directly at Su Cheng. Su Cheng didn't immediately use a sword stance to resist. Although this sword technique had strong defensive power, its limit was not high. Its greatest advantage was the ability to gather momentum. At this moment, the gap in strength between the two was too great, and he didn't have the confidence to withstand this blow. If he couldn't hold it, it would mean losing the initiative in the subsequent battle. There was already a gap in pure strength. If he fell into a passive situation, there would be no hope of victory at all. Su Cheng's first and third soul rings lit up successively. First soul skill, virtuous deed bearing. This was a status-enhancing soul skill. Although it would somewhat reduce his movement speed, it could increase his strength by 20% and his endurance and tenacity by 50%. If he stood on solid ground, the enhancement effect could double. Third soul skill, fragmented shadow. Sixth sword, sword control stance. The eternal sword in his hand split into 3 sword shadows, then soared into the sky, attacking from different angles, colliding with Qian Runshui's soul skill in midair. Mind split control. Qian Runshui lightly furrowed her brows. Ning Fengji is really generous to you. These few swords didn't pose much threat to her, and she easily knocked them away. But at the same time, the power of her soul skill was also consumed. Su Cheng paid no attention to Qian Runshui's words. He was not as relaxed as Qian Runshui. He had to be single-minded and use all his moves in the most appropriate way possible. Eighth sword, earth wall. After the sword shadows were knocked away, Su Cheng quickly used his strongest defensive sword technique. Different from the sword stance's borrowing of force for force, this move was entirely aimed at defense. With the blessing of the vein severing and chi continuation technique, he changed moves extremely quickly. The 13 sword techniques were originally complementary to the technique of manipulating soul power like this. With a loud rumble, the two figures separated instantly after a brief collision. Qian Runshui's forward momentum halted, and her body swayed slightly in midair, while Su Cheng was pushed back several meters before he managed to control his body, with a surge of blood and energy churning within him. But he had managed to block the blow after all. Not far away, the porcupinefish Douluo saw this scene and narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling somewhat surprised. Originally, he had looked down on Su Cheng's challenge, thinking that he was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, or simply giving himself a way out. But in the short moment of exchange, he saw many different things. Firstly, Su Cheng's reaction speed was simply beyond belief, far surpassing what a soul sovereign should have, and he could actually keep up with Qian Runshui's speed. Although he was slightly inferior in offense and defense, he was not completely suppressed, and even had some counterattack capability. In the face of Qian Runshui's attack, he could still preemptively use soul skills to weaken her momentum. Then counter with his own moves to neutralize her. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Qian Runshui didn't seem surprised by Su Cheng's sword moves beyond his soul ring skills, and a smile of interest appeared on her face. Then, the two pairs of wings behind her underwent a change, as black color surged from the roots and quickly spread outward. After a moment, the black light covered the tip of every feather. In an instant, a pair of wings turned from pure white to jet black. At the same time, Qian Runshui's domain also underwent subtle changes. The holy and warm aura completely faded away, replaced by a strong and stern sense of severity. A pure evil intent shrouded them, actually slowly suppressing Su Cheng's 5 elements domain. But the transformed angel's domain did not appear sinister and eerie, but rather had a majestic and severe cruelty, making people feel oppressed. Su Cheng's heart shuddered. Another unreasonable change. Chapter 83. No regrets. The majesty of the Angeli God, the divine radiance, and sanctity of the light gods, the chaotic and filthy thoughts of the Rakshasa God, and the bloody purity of the Asura God. However, at this moment, Qian Runshui's temperament was completely different from theirs. In Su Cheng's previous life, he had heard many mythical stories, among which there was a legendary place called the Underworld. It was rumored that there were 18 major hells in the Underworld, along with countless minor hells, the final destination for all the souls in the world. All sins would be judged by the Underworld's yin and yang judges, the ultimate symbol of the law. The purpose of hellish torture was not for killing but for punishment. It aimed to make even the most arrogant criminals feel pain and then repent. Compared to the punishments in hell, the so-called tortures of the mortal world were like child's play. If one had to describe it, at this moment, Chen Renyu's domain was like the underworld's torture ground for evildoers. And Chen Renyu herself was like the judge, responsible for judgment and execution in hell, possessing an aura of administering justice and purging the various evils of the mortal world. Of course, this was just a metaphor. At this moment, she was obviously far from reaching such a level. Seeing the five elements domain gradually being suppressed, Su Cheng, feeling helpless, released the embryonic form of his sword domain once again. The sword chi surrounded him, intertwining with the five elements domain. This action greatly accelerated his consumption of spiritual power, but at this moment, he had no time to care about that. Sword 5, Sword Intent. With Chen Renyu's temperament further changing, Su Cheng naturally couldn't just wait foolishly. Seizing the opportunity, he used this move, a sword technique purely condensed with sword intent. Regardless of the reason for Chen Renyu's current change, this change in temperament meant that her mind must be wavering at this moment. Su Cheng quickly changed his attacking strategy, taking advantage of this opening to use this spiritual sword technique. A glimmer flashed in Chen Renyu's eyes, her expression becoming more serious. She raised her hand and waved, conjuring a bright white light screen to block the sword shadow. However, in her haste, she failed to block it completely. After colliding, remnants of the sword intent pierced into her mind. Chen Renyu couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, feeling a disturbance in her mind. Su Cheng's level was indeed far from hers, but with the enhancement of sword intent, the gap in spiritual power wasn't as huge as their cultivation levels. This strike still had a certain effect on her. Sword 4, Ring Blade. After using one move, Su Cheng's next attack followed closely. A hint of anger appeared on Chen Renyu's face. Although this injury was not severe, it made her restrain her playful attitude. Extending her right hand, the fifth soul ring lit up, and a long sword appeared in her hand. However, the sword body was not made of metal but formed from black flames. Although it had no physical form, the intense energy fluctuations it emitted were chilling. As the black flames burned, the blade lightly swept across, instantly dispersing the powerful sword chi released by Su Cheng. Then, the sword rose high. Chen Renyu's expression remained calm. After a brief pause, the giant sword tilted and slashed down diagonally. Like a god standing in the clouds, passing judgment on all living beings. Of course, Su Cheng knew that the previous sword technique wouldn't cause much harm to her. He used it just to temporarily buy some time. Taking advantage of this gap, his second soul ring lit up. Second soul skill, Rending Wind and Thunder. This was also a buff-type status enhancement soul skill. It could enhance the sharpness of the longevity sword by 70% and improve its blade quality by 30%, but it didn't increase his own strength. At the same time, the yellow light flashed on the longevity sword in his hand, followed by flashes of white, black, blue, and red colors. Sword 12, Longevity. This sword was the pinnacle work of Su Cheng's sword techniques. Domain, sword intent, attribute, and sword move were all integrated into it, the five elements rotating endlessly, eternally. The giant sword burning with black flames, accompanied by a strong wind, carried an astonishing oppression as it slashed diagonally downward. Su Cheng thrust the long sword in his hand upwards, and the sword chi, swirling with a halo of 5 colors, soared into the sky, as if grinding down the giant sword formed by Chen Renyu's black flames. Though the force was strong, the mountain remained unmoved. Under the moonlight, the river flowed on its own. This sword technique of his wasn't top-notch in terms of attack power, nor was it exceptional in defense. However, the sword move itself was well-rounded, and under the rotation of the 5 elements, it displayed remarkable resilience. Even facing Chen Renyu's full-force attack, he could still make a stand. Chen Renyu's eyes narrowed slightly. The observing porcupinefish Douluo wore a similarly astonished expression. In theory, with Su Cheng's current cultivation, he would find it extremely difficult to support such a powerful soul skill. However, the consumption of spiritual power from self-created soul skills and soul skills from soul rings was fundamentally different. Coupled with the domain's blessing, Su Cheng even had some energy left after using this sword. After a moment, Chen Renyu's extremely domineering sword strike was nullified into nothingness. "Not bad, it's you after all," a complex expression flashed across her face. Then she lightly said, "Do you have any more moves?" Naturally, he did. Su Cheng remained silent, holding the sword in both hands. 13th Sword, compassion for all living beings. This time, it was different from when he fought Ji Yuan in the past. He didn't just use the starting move. Within the domain, sword chi crisscrossed. Powerful sword intent emanated from Su Cheng. While spiritual power rapidly depleted, mental power also flowed away in large quantities. A strange fluctuation spread outwards. Using sword intent to stimulate emotions, then using emotions to strengthen sword intent. This was his sentient sword. This was no longer just a sword technique at the level of swordsmanship. But he couldn't control this power very well. The residual energy of the sword move spread and expanded, the huge sword shadow shooting straight into the sky. Qian Runshui's eyes showed a moment of daze. Looking at Su Cheng's figure before her, gradually merging with the person in her memory, she seemed to return to the final scene in her dream. The sword shadow pierced into her soul, her beloved dying before her eyes. The mocking smile that had always been on her face slowly disappeared. The fear of loss, the despair of the future. Compared to that, death was even a kind of relief. Su Cheng also felt a little dazed. A similar scene appeared before him. The sword that burned all his soul and life, the attack that destroyed the opponent's divine position. At that time, the scene was an indelible knot for Qian Runshui. For Su Cheng, it was the same. He didn't kill Qian Runshui back then, but he did use her trust in him and personally destroyed her future. Everything in that world wasn't a game, and Qian Runshui wasn't just an NPC. Do you regret it? Qian Runshui's voice seemed to come from the horizon. What? Su Cheng was slightly stunned. Do I regret it? No regrets. His gaze became firm. That wasn't a momentary impulse. That was the path he had decided on from the beginning. Saying anything about regret now would be ridiculous. I see. Clang. Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, the shattered sword shadow scattered all around. Su Cheng's sword was interrupted. You have quite a few tricks up your sleeve, but it's still not enough. Qian Runshui stood in front of Su Cheng, the flame giant sword that had just reformed in her hand crumbling after this strike, and she said lightly. This time, Su Cheng completely failed to keep up with her speed. Before he could bring this sword to its peak, Qian Runshui preempted him with her move, not using her full strength. But the time she spent using this soul skill was obviously unreasonable. In Su Cheng's prediction, Qian Runshui's soul skill shouldn't have been able to reconstruct so quickly. Chapter 84. This is what you owe me. Severing meridians and connecting chi method. Su Cheng sighed, instantly recognizing the technique his opponent was using. Surprised, a smirk appeared on Qian Runshui's lips once again. Su Cheng, it seems like you can only come back to the martial soul hall with me, she taunted. Who are you exactly? Su Cheng stared at Qian Runshui's familiar yet unfamiliar face, voicing the question that had been troubling him for a long time. He wasn't actually surprised. Instead, there was a sense of resignation, a confirmation of what he had suspected. However, his mind was still somewhat chaotic. If the Qian Runshui in the real world had also gained those memories, it would make sense. With his past actions, her hostility towards him in the real world would be understandable. But the problem was, he could be certain that the person in front of him was definitely not the one he was familiar with. He knew Qian Runshui too well. From her demeanor, conduct, to her strength, the person before him was vastly different from the Qian Runshui he remembered. Who am I? I'm Qian Runshui, aren't you supposed to know that? Upon hearing Su Cheng's question, Qian Runshui couldn't help but laugh, with a hint of unreadable emotion flickering in her eyes. You know what I'm referring to. When we return to the Martial Soul Hall, you'll have plenty of time to understand, Qian Runshui casually replied, ignoring his tone and choice of words. I'm afraid that won't do. What? You've already lost, and yet you still want? Before she could finish her sentence, her expression suddenly changed, and she turned to look around. She saw the scattered sword chi, which had been shattered by her, unexpectedly regaining vitality, swirling and growing at an extraordinary speed. Fear is an instinct of living beings, but it's not necessarily a weakness. Especially for humans, who are rich in emotions. In desperate situations, they can always unleash unimaginable power, known as hope, Su Cheng remarked calmly. He beckoned, and countless sword chi surged out from the ground, the jungle, and between the leaves, surrounding the two of them densely. Even a mere spark can ignite a prairie fire. 14th swords, lingering embers. This sword technique combined his sentient sword with fire and wood attribute sword skills. At the moment of its release, it wasn't particularly strong, especially compared to the instantaneous burst of power from the previous two sword techniques. However, given enough time, this sword technique could evolve into a more terrifying state. Su Cheng's first 3 soul rings did not include fire and wood attributes. However, the eternal sword inherently contained the principles of the 5 elements, combined with the 5 elements domain, and the lingering influence of the previous sword 13. At this moment, the power of this sword technique was not to be underestimated. On the other hand, Chen Renyu, at this point, obviously couldn't react in time. Her previous 5th soul skill did indeed interrupt Su Cheng's sword move. But under the clash of their attacks, her soul skill was also completely obliterated. And Chen Renyu's severing meridians and connecting chi method was not yet proficient. She could only use some of her soul skills, with the strongest one being the angelic holy sword just now. Different soul skills corresponded to different routes of soul power operation. The human body's meridians and acupoints were extremely complex. Even Su Cheng couldn't fully understand them, let alone Chen Renyu. In the simulation world, all of her soul skills were designed and guided by Su Cheng personally. In reality, her soul skills were different from what she remembered. Obviously, it was impossible for her to have independently explored how to operate other soul skills in just a few years. Moreover, even if she used the severing meridians and connecting chi method, it still required time. Soul skills with slightly stronger power couldn't be instantly cast. At this moment, if she disregarded everything and forcefully attacked, Su Cheng's reaction speed would immediately unleash these sword chi to injure her. Seeking hope in desperation, watching the sword chi surrounding them, Chen Renyu repeated softly. Then she looked at Su Cheng in front of her. You always manage to do something unexpected. Phew. Seeing that Chen Renyu didn't continue to attack, Su Cheng let out a long breath. Now what? I've won this bet, haven't I? Su Cheng raised an eyebrow. What bet? Chen Renyu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Su Cheng furrowed his brows slightly and said in a deep voice, as the esteemed young mistress of the Martial Soul Hall, do you intend to break your promise? The young mistress of the Martial Soul Hall doesn't keep her promises. Who said that? Chen Renyu's expression suddenly changed to one of astonishment as she turned to look at Porcupinefish Douluo. Subordinate hasn't said such a thing, nor have I heard or seen any bet, Porcupinefish Douluo said calmly. Then, the pressure of the title Douluo swept over them. Under this pressure, the already not so powerful sword chi instantly dissipated and disappeared. Su Cheng fell silent. Indeed, with the opponent's strength, any so-called agreement was just a joke. Such promises were nothing but excuses for the weak seeking comfort and the strong giving charity. Seeing him remain silent, Chen Renyu waved her hand and said, all right, come back to the Martial Soul Hall with me. It's much better than staying in this tiny Tien Do empire. You should know better than anyone about the accumulation of the Martial Soul Hall. When it comes to cultivation resources and various knowledge, where else in the world can compare? After saying that, she fell silent for a moment. Then she stared at Su Cheng and said, and this is what you owe me. Su Cheng's eye twitched slightly, feeling somewhat at a loss for words for a moment. At this moment, he was completely suppressed in place by the aura of Porcupinefish Douluo, with almost no soul power left, seemingly unable to resist. Chen Renyu's eyes were full of joy, and a subtle sense of excitement surged in her heart. You're right, this is what I owe you. But I'm sorry, I really can't go back to the Martial Soul Hall with you now. After a moment of silence, Su Cheng spoke again. Then he raised his head and shouted loudly, Doupo, stop hiding. Don't you hurry up and come out for me. Chen Renyu's face changed when she heard this, and she looked around. But there was silence all around, and no one responded to Su Cheng's shout. Seeing this, she turned back to Su Cheng with a strange look in her eyes. At this moment, Porcupinefish Douluo suddenly felt something unusual, his expression changed slightly. Seeing no response, Su Cheng's expression became even more gloomy, and he said in a deep voice, if you don't come out now, you'll never have to come out again. Just hide in your ice and fire yin-yang eyes and wait to die. What a bore, how did you know I was here? With a slightly old voice, a figure walked out from the forest. 85. The Kiss of an Angel. Doupo's face carried a hint of embarrassment. He had initially wanted to see how Su Cheng would continue to embarrass himself. After all, this guy was young but always carried himself with confidence and ease. Unexpectedly, the other party actually knew he was secretly enjoying the show. Glancing at Doupo, Su Cheng's expression eased slightly. Sure enough, this old guy had arrived early. When he proposed the wager earlier, he never expected to rely on it. If he were facing the former Chen Renyu, Su Cheng might have had some confidence. But now, he truly couldn't read the current Chen Renyu, nor could he fathom her intentions. Proposing the bet was just to make it easier to unleash his full strength. Without taking risks to experience the strength of a titled Douluo. With the presence of the sword porcupine Douluo, his sword skills might be suppressed before he could even use them, and he might not be able to delay enough time. Fortunately, the current Chen Renyu seemed to have a twisted sense of amusement, giving him this opportunity. After the battle ended, Su Cheng was 90% sure that Doupo was definitely nearby. The two had been fighting for a while, and with the fluctuations in his aura from the subsequent sword techniques, Doupo, as a titled Douluo, couldn't possibly be unaware. Moreover, the opponent had also learned some of Su Cheng's soul skills. If he noticed something was wrong, he would certainly come over in time. In terms of solo combat, Doupo's strength was indeed at the bottom among titled Douluos. But if he didn't use his full strength and tried to conceal his aura as much as possible, it would still be possible to hide himself from others who weren't deliberately probing, especially at the level of the sword porcupine Douluo. It would be difficult to easily detect. With Doupo's appearance, the situation on the field subtly changed once again. Titled Douluos below level 95, even if there was some gap between them, it was not realistic to forcefully keep each other. At this moment, with a titled Douluo like Doupo by Su Cheng's side, even if their combat power was inferior, it wouldn't be difficult to retreat. Chen Renyu could keep Su Cheng and Ning Rongrong, but she couldn't keep Doupo. Unless she disregarded the risk of leaking information, she would rather risk alerting the two great empires and angering the top three sects than take them away. But judging from her previous words and actions, although she was outspoken, she hadn't reached the point of complete madness and must have considered the subsequent consequences. Poison Douluo, Chen Renyu's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, quickly regaining her calm demeanor, and said lightly, "When did you arrive?" "Just arrived not long ago," you continue, Doupo said calmly, with the demeanor of a bystander. "So this is your trump card." Seeing this, Chen Renyu no longer paid attention to him and turned to look at Su Cheng. "Would he dare to offend the Hall of Souls for you?" Su Cheng hadn't spoken yet, but Doupo directly spoke, "Is the Hall of Souls so formidable?" "I've never been afraid of offending anyone." Chen Renyu frowned slightly, somewhat surprised. She didn't expect Doupo to choose to protect Su Cheng. There are not many titled Douluos on the continent's surface, and Poison Douluo Doupo is someone she has heard of. Although he came from humble beginnings, he managed to cultivate to the level of a titled Douluo on his own, and his martial soul, the Emerald Demon Poison Snake, has also evolved into the Emerald Demon Poison Snake Emperor. But the information about him before showed that he was reclusive and rarely interacted with the outside world. Prince Shui once saved him, and in return, he became a guest of the royal family, but he never showed any deference to the royal family. Even when facing Prince Shui, he always acted as he pleased, disregarding authority and power. Now he was treating Su Cheng as an equal, which was really hard for her to understand. While feeling surprised, she also felt a bit frustrated. If she missed this opportunity today, Su Cheng would definitely become more vigilant in the future, and if she left Tien Do City again, it would be difficult to act for a short time. For a moment, everyone had their own thoughts, and the atmosphere quieted down. Only the leaves rustled in the wind. After a moment of silence, Su Cheng organized his words and broke the silence. "Today, it's not difficult for you to take me away, and it's also difficult for Senior Dougu to stop you. But after you take me away, it will be troublesome to deal with the aftermath. I have other things to do in the Star Luo Empire, and I also need to treat Senior Dougu's stubborn illness. Chen Renyu, go back to the Hall of Souls. With your talent, staying here is a waste of time. I promise that today's events will not be mentioned to anyone, including Ning Rongrong. I will find a way to explain it. Senior Dougu will do the same. Wait for me for a few years, and I will come to the Hall of Souls myself." Until he figured out Chen Renyu's current state, Su Cheng didn't dare to say too much. He could only negotiate with her using information that could be disclosed. "What is your relationship with Ning Rongrong?" After listening, Qian Runshui turned her gaze to Su Cheng. Su Cheng was first stunned, then somewhat helpless. He didn't expect her first reaction to be asking this. I really have nothing with her. You also know that I've accepted Sword Douluo Chen Xin as my master. She doesn't want to call me junior brother, so Ning Fengji let us address each other as siblings. Apart from this, there is nothing else. Ning Fengji wants you to marry into the 7 treasure glazed tile school. It's impossible. Have you thought about how young she is? Even if Ning Fengji has such intentions, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo wouldn't agree. Su Cheng's tone was somewhat helpless. You agree? Qian Runshui's expression was somewhat smiling yet not smiling. I don't agree. After hearing this, she didn't continue speaking. She took a step forward. The two had just fought, and they were not far apart. At this moment, with Qian Runshui taking the initiative to approach, the distance between the two quickly narrowed to just a few feet. Doupo, who was silently watching from not far away, frowned. But seeing that although she seemed slightly frivolous, there seemed to be no malice. Coupled with someone nearby who restrained him with their aura and locked down Su Cheng, making him hesitate to act rashly, he felt a bit tricky for a while. If the other party refused to let go, he really had no good solution. He couldn't win in a fight, and he wasn't confident in rescuing Su Cheng either. The only means he had was to threaten to expose the Hall of Souls plan. Fortunately, the other party's goal now was just to capture rather than kill, which gave him some comfort. However, these two seemed quite well matched. Qian Runshui herself didn't need to mention it. With a tall and slender figure, delicate and perfect features, highlighted by her golden hair, she appeared even more noble and divine. The black coronation robe added a touch of solemnity to her sacred aura, yet also added a hint of gloom and cruelty, creating an exotic beauty. And these were just the tip of the iceberg hidden beneath her cynical demeanor. Underneath the deep sea, there were still hidden and profound ice glaciers, giving off a contradictory yet harmonious sense of mystery. Facing her, Su Cheng's temperament was equally outstanding, not inferior to Qian Runshui. Although he was young, under the cultivation of a soul Douluo, his height was above 1.7 meters, standing opposite Qian Runshui without appearing immature. Perhaps due to the enhancement of his martial soul, his face carried a hint of youthful sternness, like an unsheathed sword soaring into the sky. But this was just superficial. Beneath the sharp blade was a profound serenity, akin to the depth and tranquility of the earth. The two stood together like a painting. One was mysterious and unpredictable, like floating clouds in the sky, distant and ethereal. The other was majestic and tranquil, like towering mountains and flowing rivers, timeless and steadfast. At this moment, Doupo's gaze hardened. He saw Qian Runshui gazing at Su Cheng, raising her fair hand and reaching toward his face, leaning forward slightly. Suddenly, her fingers paused, emitting a muffled grunt. Su Cheng saw in Qian Runshui's eyes, which were close to him, alternating between golden and black glints. Her black clothing occasionally flashed with golden light, and her aura fluctuated violently. In his keen perception, there were faint signs of instability in her spiritual sea. Not far away, the porcupinefish Douluo also seemed surprised, furrowing his brows as he looked at his young mistress, hesitating to make a move. Spirit deviation, is there such a thing in the Douluo continent's cultivation of soul masters? Su Cheng's expression turned solemn. Indeed, her current state was problematic. He didn't know what her situation was now, but logically, this was the best time to counteract her and seize the opportunity to escape. In this situation, with him using his sword intent to attack the porcupinefish Douluo's lock on him, and with the titled Douluo worried about Qian Runshui's safety, he might not risk confronting him. In fact, the porcupinefish Douluo had already relaxed his suppression on him, shifting his focus to Qian Runshui. With a slight pause in his expression, Su Cheng immediately took action. But he didn't use his sword intent. The 5 elements domain spread out, and the continuous effects of vitality covered Qian Runshui. Observing the situation, Doupo, who had been silently watching nearby, raised an eyebrow, as if wanting to say something but eventually chose to remain silent. Su Cheng's eternal sword quivered. 9th sword, the beginning of the end. Plants flourish, life continues. Feeling the surrounding domain, Qian Runshui's entangled golden and black aura paused simultaneously, and then her breath calmed. The intense fluctuations of golden light and black mist in her eyes also ceased. Cut it, it's boring. With a soft murmur, the black mist in Qian Runshui's eyes disappeared, and a golden radiance emerged. Her black attire turned snow-white. In Su Cheng's bewildered gaze, the fluctuating golden light and black mist in Qian Runshui's eyes came to a halt. What was that just now? Teacher. Qian Runshui's eyes held complex emotions. It encompassed feelings Su Cheng couldn't comprehend: affection, joy, satisfaction, as well as sadness, regret, and resentment. Xiao Shui, Qian Runshui remained silent. After a moment of silence, she extended her hands and cupped Su Cheng's cheeks. Then, her body leaned forward. Su Cheng was momentarily stunned. Shortly after, a cool pair of lips pressed against his. After a brief friction, she lifted her head, a blush appearing on her face as she gazed at Su Cheng with watery eyes. Softly, she said, "Teacher is now a child. You should call me sister." Sister. Su Cheng touched his lips, looking at the current Qian Runshui, his face showing contemplation. Noticing his actions, Qian Runshui's eyelashes trembled slightly, her eyes not avoiding his, staring directly at him. Looking into those familiar eyes, he then turned his gaze to the moist and tender lips before him. Su Cheng slowly extended his palm, brushing the strands of hair falling in front of Qian Runshui's forehead. Then, moving downward, his fingers gently caressed her fair cheeks. The touch was like stroking a piece of sheep-fat white jade, smooth, warm, and with gentle contours. As his fingers touched her, Qian Runshui's originally slightly blushing face quickly warmed up, and warmth transmitted through her fingertips. Her eyes finally flickered away, feeling somewhat at a loss. Su Cheng tilted his head. Then, his lips slowly approached hers, and his tongue parted her lips. Beneath the cold lips and teeth, there was a soft and warm touch. A faint sweetness lingered at the lips, and the breath that blew over became rapid and scorching. Qian Runshui's eyes became moist, seemingly on the verge of shedding tears. Her phoenix eyes slightly closed, and her eyelashes carried a hint of moisture. After a long time, Su Cheng raised his head. Qian Runshui, however, seemed to still be immersed in the moment. Only when she felt the warmth leaving did she open her eyes, a trace of misty confusion in them. Seeing this, Su Cheng let out a light laugh. "You, me." Qian Runshui's lips opened and closed, seemingly unsure how to react. Clearly, everything that had just happened was a bit too stimulating for her. Up to now, she had never experienced such a profound impact. Looking at Qian Runshui's bewildered expression, Su Cheng actually had many questions he wanted to ask. Whether that world truly existed, why she returned to this world with memories, what her life was like after his death. However, he didn't know how to broach these topics. When he finally spoke, it was about something else. "What just happened with you?" After hesitating for a moment, he added, "And, who were you before?" In fact, he wanted to ask if she was experiencing a mental split. But it seemed impolite to put it that way. And, indeed, Su Cheng was genuinely concerned about Qian Runshui's current state. Her previous appearance, while not evil, was definitely far from the sacred and compassionate demeanor one would expect from an angel. Hearing his questions, Qian Runshui finally came back to her senses. While still silently savoring the strange sensation from before, she instinctively denied. Nothing happened. Su Cheng pursed his lips, choosing not to press for more answers. He believed that Qian Runshui knew what was going on. If she didn't want to talk about it, forcing her would be meaningless. He just stored this matter in his heart, planning to look for similar case studies later. Su Cheng turned to look at Doupo in the distance. "Senior, what about the immortal grass I asked you to fetch?" At this moment, Doupo, who had been bewildered by the series of changes, looked somewhat dumbfounded, his gaze shifting rapidly between Su Cheng and Qian Runshui. Previously, he thought that these two definitely had some issues. But now, he realized that his judgment was too shallow. It wasn't just some issues. The waters here were simply unfathomable. Compared to his current astonishment, Porcupinefish Douluo appeared much more composed. With the demeanor of an old monk in meditation, he stood alone under the tree, his eyes slightly closed, paying no attention to everything happening around him. Doupo Senior. Seeing Doupo still pondering there, Su Cheng, feeling helpless, raised his voice slightly and called out again. "What? I asked you to fetch the immortal grass," Su Cheng reminded. "Which one?" "The coxcomb phoenix sunflower." "Oh, so one of the herbs I prepared earlier was meant for her." Doubo's thoughts were still clouded. Su Cheng couldn't help but feel speechless, wondering if Doubo's mind had gone awry, as he seemed unable to communicate properly. One of them, Qian Runshui, narrowed her eyes, repeating Doubo's words with a puzzled expression, casting a doubtful glance at the two men. Chapter 86. You will regret it. Oh, and, cough. Just as Doubo was about to speak, he was interrupted by Su Cheng. There are also some common herbs for treating Doubo Sr.'s illness. Su Cheng didn't go into specifics about Doubo's condition. After all, he wasn't directly involved, so it wouldn't be appropriate to disclose it to others casually. If he were to bluntly mention that the poison Douluo didn't have much time left, regardless of how Qian Runshui would react, Doubo would definitely feel uncomfortable. Is that so? Qian Runshui felt that what he said was somewhat inaccurate, but for a moment, she couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Glancing at the coxcomb phoenix sunflower Su Cheng was holding, she shook her head and said, I don't want this. I want the yearning heartbroken red. Su Cheng's heart trembled slightly, feeling hesitant once again. He felt that Qian Runshui still had some unresolved issues at the moment. Although their actions just now had been very intimate, there were still many things they were keeping from each other. Moreover, Qian Runshui's current state wasn't quite right. The yearning heartbroken red had a somewhat sinister effect, and aside from the uncertainty of whether it could be picked, even if it were used, it might not necessarily be a good thing. There might be negative consequences. Unlike ordinary rare spiritual herbs, immortal herbs were different. The medicinal properties of these herbs had been accumulated over time, and after countless years, they had completely diverged from their original nature. Moreover, with their inherent spirituality, each immortal herb was unique, with its own characteristics. Even among herbs of the same species, there were huge differences. Su Cheng had always maintained a cautious attitude towards the use of such drugs. Internally, he still leaned towards not using the yearning heartbroken red. But with Qian Runshui's firm attitude and his own guilt, he had no choice but to say, let's talk about it later. Do you want to give it to someone else? ? Su Cheng was momentarily stunned. Why do you say that? Then give it to me now. After hesitating for a moment, Su Cheng looked at Doubo, Sr., could you please go again? Glancing at Qian Runshui again, he said solemnly, I can give it to you, but even if you can pick it, you should not easily consume it. Your talent is already exceptional, and immortal herbs are just icing on the cake for you. If something goes wrong, it will be too late for regrets. On the contrary, Doubo hesitated a bit, feeling uneasy about leaving Su Cheng alone here. Frowning, he looked at him, are you sure? Su Cheng glanced at the expressionless Qian Runshui and the seemingly invisible porcupinefish Douluo. He nodded and said, I'm sure. If Qian Runshui still insisted on taking him away at this point, then he would have to accept it. After Doubo left, having learned from Su Cheng the appearance and characteristics of the yearning heartbroken red, the atmosphere became somewhat desolate. Although there were quite a few unexpected events during this visit to the Heavenly Do Imperial City, he had achieved almost all of his goals. He joined the Royal Academy of Heavenly Do, obtained a ticket to participate in the Soul Master Grand Competition. He found a support in the upper three sects for himself. In the current situation where Bibi Dong was suppressed in strength by God's examination and the Holy Spirit cult was closed off, as long as he didn't do anything reckless, he already had basic security. He even had a titled Douluo as a bodyguard. Doubo lived a solitary life, but he and Su Cheng got along quite well. His only granddaughter attended the Royal Academy of Heavenly Do, which would provide many conveniences for Su Cheng's future endeavors. Most importantly, he had successfully pulled Qian Runshui out of the quagmire of the Heavenly Do Empire. Moreover, the current Qian Runshui clearly retained memories from the simulated world. While Su Cheng felt some concern about this, he was mostly delighted. To him, the Qian Runshui from the simulated world was a very special existence. She was the only person he had ever fully trusted and owed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to help the real-world Qian Runshui after leaving the simulation. But that was only a unilateral compensation. At that time, he viewed the Qian Runshui from the two worlds as completely different. His subsequent actions, whether called compensation or seeking psychological comfort for his past actions, did not consider whether the real-world Qian Runshui would accept his so-called kindness. However, besides feeling comforted, Su Cheng now felt much perplexed. If he couldn't figure out the connection between the simulated world and the real world, it would undoubtedly hinder his plans in the subsequent simulations. Unfortunately, Chen Renyu clearly didn't want to elaborate on what exactly had happened to her. If memories were the bridge between the simulated world and the real world, then why was there no reaction from Bibi Dong, who was killed by him? In theory, she should be the biggest victim. Unlike Chen Renyu, her situation was not as simple as the shattering of a divine seat, it was true soul destruction. Moreover, compared to Chen Renyu, who was restricted by the heavenly Do city, Bibi Dong obviously had more resources from the spirit hall and would be easier to find. The most likely unexpected factor is probably that strange split personality like Xiao Shui. Just thinking about that odd state of the black-clothed Chen Renyu gave Su Cheng a headache. These mysteries could only be considered later when he tried to understand them from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Unbeknownst to Su Cheng, while he was quietly contemplating, on the other side, Chen Renyu's mind was also in turmoil. It was a battle between gods and demons, far from as calm as it appeared on the surface. She didn't even notice the several signals porcupinefish Douluo gave her not far away. Seeing his young mistress lost in thought, the porcupinefish Douluo shrugged off his concern. If the master doesn't care, why should I, as a subordinate, meddle? A golden light enveloped Chen Renyu's sea of consciousness, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within her. At the same time, a dense black smoke lingered in her heart. Like burning black flames, but without the fierce heat of flames, instead, it was exceptionally cold, sending shivers down one's spine. Upon closer inspection, the smoke vaguely took on a humanoid shape, with a slender and alluring figure, exuding a seductive allure. This isn't your true thought. What about your previous promises? You're wrong, this is my thought. Ridiculous. Foolish. A pair of black eyes appeared on the face of the smoky figure. Then, the smoke condensed into a clear human form. Chen Renyu, dressed in a black crown robe, stood amidst the blazing black flames, her face revealing a murderous intent. Abandoning a great opportunity for nothing, I shouldn't have let you come out. I must be out of my mind. I can't disappoint him. Foolish. The black-clothed Chen Renyu's face darkened, but she was helpless. Previously, she did consider sparing Su Cheng, but that was because Doupo was present, and the consequences were too great to act. Now that Doupo was gone, it was the perfect opportunity. However, it seemed that the intimate contact with Su Cheng just now gave the current dominant personality a sense of reliance. At this moment, the other party's mental strength was exceptionally clear and powerful. With her current state, she was already struggling to shake it. What about Ning Rongrong, are you still keeping her? Ning Rongrong has nothing to do with the teacher, it's just Ning Fengji's wishful thinking. Naive, you will regret it. Not long after, Doupo returned to the scene. Due to his concern for Su Cheng, he had been running at full speed almost all the way and didn't take too long to return. What's the use of this flower? Handing over the yearning heartbroken red, Doupo asked. As a titled Douluo with the title, Poison, he was quite interested in herbs. Stabilize the foundation and nurture the essence, Su Cheng casually replied as he accepted the yearning heartbroken red. Seeing Doupo's slight reaction, he instantly understood his thoughts. Your granddaughter can't use this, she can't pick it. Doupo's expression soured at the words, don't underestimate me, kid. Even if she could use it, this thing would be yours. Su Cheng was momentarily taken aback, then smiled apologetically, saying, sorry, I misspoke. Approaching Chen Renyu with the king of immortal herbs, he saw her hesitate for a moment but still handed over the yearning heartbroken red growing on the blackstone. Remember what I told you, don't rush to take this immortal herb. Chen Renyu stared at the familiar and beautiful flower in front of her, her thoughts swirling, feeling a bit distracted. After a moment, she reached out and took it. Seeing her put away the immortal herb, Su Cheng said solemnly, Xiao Shui, after you return to the spirit hall this time, don't rush to accept the angel god inheritance. Of course, theoretically, Chen Renyu wouldn't reach the rank of soul saint within a few years, so she couldn't activate the angel god examination. But just in case, he wanted to remind her in advance. It wasn't because Su Cheng coveted the secrets of the divine inheritance, but he genuinely felt that the angel god inheritance in this world was unreliable. At least he wanted to study it thoroughly before considering it. Moreover, Chen Renyu's current state was very strange, she might not pass the test even if she went to accept the angel god inheritance. The hurdle of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, with her current mental state, she might not be able to pass it. Quote. Qian Runshui nodded but didn't answer. Instead, she stared at him intently with her phoenix eyes. What's wrong, teacher? Do you regret it? Su Cheng was stunned, falling into silence. Time passed slowly. No. Hearing his answer, Qian Runshui smiled but didn't continue. Turning to the porcupinefish Douluo, she regained some of her former majestic demeanor and whispered, Uncle C, let's go. Then, the two of them left. People make mistakes, but they shouldn't regret. Watching their receding figures, Su Cheng touched his lips, muttered to himself with a somewhat absent-minded tone, because regret is useless. Hey, kid, they're long gone. What are you still staring at? At this moment, Doupo walked over from nearby. Also, what about that little girl over there? Aren't you going to take care of her? He gestured towards the still unconscious Ning Rongrong. Su Cheng finally snapped out of his thoughts. Chapter 87. 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Give me your wishful 100 treasure purse. I need to find some herbs to make an antidote for Rongrong, Su Cheng said. Su Cheng felt somewhat helpless. He had forgotten to ask porcupinefish Douluo to detoxify before leaving. Anyway, it would take some time for the paralysis toxin to wear off before she regained consciousness. Doupo casually tossed a blue leather pouch over to Su Cheng, who caught it. This thing was even better than a regular soul tool, it could store living creatures inside. As Su Cheng rummaged through it for the required herbs, he casually remarked, Don't you want to ask me something? I do want to, but I suspect you wouldn't want to tell me, Doupo replied. If you want to know something, just ask. I'll tell you what I can. Keeping things bottled up isn't good for our relationship, you know. You're becoming more and more audacious, Doupo replied with a glare. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, Who was that girl just now? How do you know each other? She's from the Martial Soul Hall, the one you saw before, Shui Qinghe, that's her disguise. As for how we know each other, I can't tell you that. Shui Qinghe was someone else in disguise. How did you know? Doupo was astonished. And why didn't you tell me? I can't say. Doupo didn't press further and instead said thoughtfully, that girl seemed to have a high status in the Martial Soul Hall, to have a subordinate of a title Douluo level. Although he wasn't clear about Qian Runshui's identity, her extraordinary age and cultivation level were remarkable. At least he had never seen anyone reach the rank of Soul Emperor before the age of 20. That's right, she has a high status, even Bibi Dong can't do much to her, Su Cheng nodded. Please help me keep her identity a secret. It wasn't a big deal to disclose this information. Moreover, once Qian Runshui returned to the Martial Soul Hall, her presence might gradually be exposed under the condition of not arousing suspicion from the Heaven Do Empire. Since she's gone, there's no problem with helping you keep it a secret. But judging from your tone, are you planning to join the Martial Soul Hall in the future? Doupo rubbed his chin, recalling the conversation between Su Cheng and Qian Runshui just now. I haven't decided yet, but the probability is high that I will find an opportunity to join, Su Cheng replied. I plan to tell you about this matter, so you would be prepared. Doupo, being a lone title Douluo, had no grudge against the Martial Soul Hall. There was no conflict of interest between them, so letting him know in advance wasn't a bad idea. Countless soul masters in the world wanted to join the Martial Soul Hall. Even if Su Cheng had such intentions, it wouldn't make Doupo hold a grudge. You're quite something, Doupo smirked at Su Cheng. And how do you plan to deal with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect? I won't do anything detrimental to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. You should know how powerful the hidden strength of the Martial Soul Hall is. If the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School harbors any ambitions against the Martial Soul Hall, it's simply wishful thinking, as the two are not on the same level of power. You surprisingly know about the Martial Soul Hall. Doupo was surprised. He had some understanding of the Martial Soul Hall. As a lone title Douluo, Doupo had once been invited by the Martial Soul Hall. However, he was used to being free and hadn't joined them. For this reason, he had a bit of an unpleasant encounter with the Soul Land's master, Bibi Dong, back then, but there was no real grudge. But through this opportunity, he had also learned about the foundation of the Martial Soul Hall. Are you surprised that I know about my relationship with Shui Qinghe in the Martial Soul Hall? Su Cheng asked. I'm still puzzled. Since that's the case, why didn't you just follow her to the martial soul hall? Doupo asked. Shui Qinghe does have some influence in the martial soul hall, but she has a great conflict with Bibi Dong. It's enough for her to protect herself, but she can't protect me. It would be dangerous for me to follow her. The situation is complicated, and it's not easy to explain in a few words. Seeing Doupo's expression, Su Cheng realized that he was quite good at speculating. He wasn't simulating now. There was no task to destroy the martial soul hall, so he didn't have any grudges with them. He only had a task to fulfill, which was mutual benefit. He could contribute to the martial soul hall, but in return, they should give him what he wanted. At this point, Doupo couldn't help but criticize, that girl just now, it's not good to use her like that. I can see she cares deeply about you. Who said I'm using her? Su Cheng looked at him strangely. Well, it's hard to explain to you. Anyway, whether it's the martial soul hall or the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, they're just transitions for me. I value people, not so-called sects or forces. No matter how strong the martial soul hall is, it's just a few more title Douluos. It won't bother me in the future. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect is the same. Doupo's expression changed slightly as he deeply looked at Su Cheng. He didn't continue to say anything, nor did he mock him for being arrogant. After spending so much time together, he already knew what kind of person Su Cheng was. He always spoke the truth and didn't hesitate to admit his weaknesses and shortcomings. But admitting one's weaknesses was also a kind of confidence. How many people in the world dared to face their own flaws? I know I'm weak now, but I also know I'll be strong in the future. Doupo finally understood what kind of peculiar aura he had always seen in Su Cheng. It was a confidence that said, the past will eventually pass, and the future will be mine. What a pity he's a scoundrel, he added softly. Su Cheng's ears twitched, and he furrowed his brow. Who are you calling a scoundrel? Isn't it obvious? Doupo retorted. You're quite capable. If you have the ability, you can pursue Yan Yan as much as you like. Senior, you're quite old. Please have some dignity in your speech. It's impossible for me to call you grandfather, Su Cheng retorted, administering the antidote to Ning Rongrong as he spoke. Besides, what I said earlier was true. I'm not interested in that little girl. Yan Yan isn't young, Doupo remarked. I was talking about Ning Rongrong. And this matter has nothing to do with age, Su Cheng clarified. Ning Rongrong regained consciousness shortly after taking the medicine. She opened her eyes and saw Su Cheng, immediately reaching out to hold his hand anxiously. Brother, are you okay? Then she looked around and found that the previous title Douluo and the fierce woman had disappeared. Instead, poison Douluo Doupo stood not far away from them. Using his soul power, Su Cheng checked Ning Rongrong's body and said softly, thanks to Senior Doupo's timely arrival, everything's fine now. I'm sorry, it was my negligence that put you in danger. Ning Rongrong stared at Su Cheng, her eyes filled with complex emotions, before she finally nodded silently. Su Cheng didn't know what she was thinking at the moment, but he didn't care much. As long as he cleared his suspicion, it would be enough. What Ning Rongrong thought didn't matter to him, the key was to explain to Ning Fengji and their group. That was his main concern. Doupo's wishful 100 treasure purse was still in his hands. With a flash of golden light, the purse transformed into a magnificent golden flower in his hand, resembling a golden tulip growing at the top. This is the beautiful silk tulip, a rare treasure that perfectly matches your martial soul. After taking it, you can absorb the essence of heaven and earth and radiate with the brilliance of the sun and moon. This is the main purpose of our trip, a treasure specially prepared for you by Senior Doupo. Su Cheng handed it over and explained, when you take it, don't swallow it. Instead, gently suck the essence from the flower and let it slowly permeate your body. Then, practice your soul power slowly to let the medicine spread throughout your body. Ning Rongrong hesitated for a moment, then took it and followed Su Cheng's instructions, taking the essence from the flower. Soon, she felt the medicinal power flowing rapidly in her body and quickly closed her eyes to regulate her breathing. Su Cheng watched quietly, his expression calm. Time passed slowly. After 3 hours, the effect of the herbal medicine began to show. The 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda's martial soul appeared in front of her, surrounded by colorful halos. 2 soul rings flickered within, accompanied by a rich golden light, emitting dazzling brilliance. The golden light emanated from Ning Rongrong herself, with a rich scent of tulips, making her look like a fairy descending to earth. Each time the golden light intensified, the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda in front of her looked even more dazzling and magnificent. After several more hours, the sky gradually darkened. My soul power level, Ning Rongrong's voice rang out, her eyes widening in disbelief as she looked at Su Cheng. At this moment, she had jumped to the bottleneck of level 30. And it was evident that she hadn't reached her limit yet. After absorbing the 3rd soul ring, she could continue to grow by 3 or 4 levels. Ning Rongrong's body was no longer emitting golden light, and the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda hovered over her right hand. Underneath it, there was a faint halo of golden tulip petals. Su Cheng didn't pay much attention to her level increase but focused on her martial soul instead. Noticing his gaze, Ning Rongrong and Doupo also shifted their eyes to her martial soul. "It seems my martial soul has changed," she said, feeling a bit puzzled. 9 layers. It's actually 9 layers, Doupo exclaimed in shock. Discovering Ning Rongrong's rapid increase in soul power had already surprised him, but compared to the changes in the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, the former was nothing but a drop in the ocean. 9 layers. Ning Rongrong stared at her martial soul in amazement. Then she felt her blood boiling, and her voice trembled as she spoke. What did it mean for the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda to become 9 layers? It meant that her martial soul had become the legendary 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, the goal her father, Ning Fengji, had pursued all his life. She trembled as she held the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda in her hand, her gaze turning to Su Cheng's calm face. After months of getting along, although they hadn't spent much time together, Su Cheng's occasional guidance had been of great help to her. She had already regarded him as a very important person. But compared to what happened today, everything before seemed insignificant. Furthermore, thinking about her suspicion of him earlier, a faint sourness welled up in her heart. Perhaps it was gratitude, perhaps it was remorse, or perhaps it was due to some other complex emotions, but a surge of impulse rose within her. "Brother." Ning Rongrong threw herself at Su Cheng, intending to hug him, and even leaned in to kiss his cheek. Su Cheng leaned back slightly, placing his right hand on her shoulder to stop her movement, and said calmly, "What are you doing?" Earlier, he was weak due to the sudden attack by Qian Runshui, combined with being suppressed by the title Douluo, so he couldn't resist effectively. However, Ning Rongrong's current cultivation level was not enough to catch him off guard. Doupo, who was not far away, was stunned. It wasn't because of Ning Rongrong's impulsive actions just now but because of the changes in the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, which he found hard to believe. As a top-tier auxiliary martial soul, the biggest flaw of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda was that it could only add 7 soul rings. But now that it had turned into 9 layers, what did that imply? It implied that the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, one of the legends of the sect, had appeared. It was something he knew very well. Chapter 88. Angry Bibi Dong, Dominant Qian Runshui. Chapter 91. Angry Bibi Dong, Dominant Qian Runshui. Su Cheng ignored Ning Rongrong, who was blushing and speechless, and just told her to catch her breath. Then he turned to look at Doupo. "Senior, do you believe it now?" Doupo nodded solemnly. He had lived in the ice and fire yin-yang eyes for many years, relying on the ice and fire energy to suppress the potent toxins in his body and alleviate the pain of the disease. Before, in search of the method to cure poison, he had gathered a lot of information. Although limited in accumulation, his experience was rich. He had long seen that many treasures in the ice and fire yin-yang eyes were extraordinary. But the fact that this thing could make martial souls evolve, and evolve into top-notch martial souls like the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, was truly astonishing. However, while Doupo was excited in his heart, he became more cautious. Familiar with pharmacology, he understood very well that the more miraculous the treasure that could change destiny, the more careful it needed to be used. The method, purpose, and other aspects were extremely particular, and if there was any mistake, the harm to the human body would far exceed that of ordinary spirit medicines. "After some time, I will treat you again. I'll go back to the 7-treasure glazed tile sect with Rongrong first. We won't be returning to the academy tonight. You go and inform Prince Shui and the others. I estimate that the news of Shui Qinghe leaving Tien Do City has already been known to some people." Glancing at Ning Rongrong, who was still immersed in joy, he whispered, "Don't mention anything about their identities. Let them know that I followed the young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect to experience the sunset forest and was unexpectedly attacked." Just as Su Cheng and the others were acting separately. In the martial Soul City, in the hall of the Pope's palace. At this moment, there were only 3 people in the entire spacious conference hall, but the atmosphere was as cold as frost, and the air seemed to be frozen. Sitting at the main seat, Pope Bibi Dong held the scepter in her hand, her face as calm as water, and the imposing aura of the peak powerhouse pervaded the hall. Her eyes, as if meticulously carved by the heavens, revealed astonishing ferocity. At first glance, one could only feel fear, without sensing any beauty in them. Standing behind Bibi Dong was her personal disciple, the current holy maiden of the martial Soul Palace, Juliana. However, at this moment, Juliana was as silent as a cicada in winter, not daring to even breathe, like a frightened little fox, devoid of her usual charm. In the center of the hall, there was another woman standing in front of the 2. She was dressed in a black ceremonial robe, with an extraordinary posture, but her demeanor was somewhat cold, with a disdainful expression on her face. It was Chen Renyu, who had just returned to the martial Soul City after the mission failure. The dead silence in the conference hall had lasted for a long time. During this period, Bibi Dong's sharp gaze had been focused on her face. However, she stood there as if nothing had happened, casually observing the surroundings, completely ignoring the looming outbreak from Bibi Dong. Finally, it was Chen Renyu who spoke first. "What do you want to say? Hurry up, don't waste my time." She looked impatiently at Bibi Dong, her eyes hinting at a surge of black mist. Seeing this, Bibi Dong widened her eyes slightly, her expression changing rapidly. Then she waved her hand and said lightly, "Nana, you go out first." Juliana immediately breathed a sigh of relief, respectfully replied, and quickly left the conference hall. It wasn't until she walked out of the hall that she realized her underwear was soaked with sweat. She had been raised and taught by Bibi Dong like a daughter since she was a child, and the 2 had been together for a long time. But in these years, she had never seen anyone dare to speak to Bibi Dong with such an attitude and tone. This was not just a lack of respect, it was even beyond disrespect. That indifferent look made it seem like Bibi Dong was insignificant. Who was this woman? She didn't seem much older than herself, at most in her early 20s, but why did she exude such a powerful aura? It wasn't just the aura from her martial soul and strength, but also a dominance and disregard for others emanating from within. After Juliana left, there were only Bibi Dong and Chen Renyu left in the conference hall. Bibi Dong stood up slowly, her figure similar to Chen Renyu's, and walked towards her step by step. Chen Renyu didn't flinch or show fear because of the other's aura, still facing her calmly. A complex light flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes, and her imposing aura gradually subsided. "Why did you choose to leave Tien Do City on your own? You've already built a good situation in the Tien Do Empire. Although you were countered by other noble forces in the past few months, you haven't shown any weaknesses. According to the reports from the Martial Soul Palace, you only exposed yourself to track down the successor of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect." Her voice became increasingly severe. "Why are you so reckless? A mere 7 treasure glazed tile sect is insignificant in the grand scheme of things, let alone a little girl in her teens." "There's no reason, I just don't like her," Chen Renyu said indifferently. Bibi Dong's eyebrows furrowed slightly at her words, suppressing her anger, and said in a low voice, "It's okay, we can start over. We still have absolute superiority in the overall situation, we just need to spend a little more time." Hee. Hearing this, Chen Renyu couldn't help but laugh lightly. "Starting over? Your foolish plans mean nothing to me. Unfortunately, it ruined my big plan." Bibi Dong looked at her in astonishment, unable to believe that these words came from her mouth. "How dare you?" Her gaze instantly became sharp, and a powerful aura condensed into a pressure-like substance, rushing towards Chen Renyu. Under the oppression of this powerful aura, even with Chen Renyu's current mental toughness, she couldn't resist it and took several steps back in succession, a trace of blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Seeing the blood at the corner of her mouth, Bibi Dong was momentarily stunned. Her imposing aura paused for a moment, and then gradually converged, but her expression did not soften in the slightest. It was not just anger, but also mixed with a trace of astonishment and confusion. Although the relationship between her and this daughter had always been unfriendly, and they rarely communicated, Bibi Dong could still feel that there was some awe for her in her heart, even though it was never shown on the surface. But at this moment, she could clearly feel that Chen Renyu really didn't care about her thoughts. Pope Bibi Dong, do you think I need to obey your orders? Chen Renyu's tone was disdainful. Now I don't want to do it, it's that simple. Your ridiculous plans mean nothing to me. As she spoke, she gestured lightly towards the direction of the temple. I have someone above me. Bibi Dong's delicate corners of her eyes twitched slightly, but in the end, she didn't say anything more. Chen Renyu also restrained her demeanor and turned to walk towards the door. As she approached the door, she seemed to suddenly remember something, stopped in her tracks, and turned around, saying, by the way, in 3 years, I will lead the Martial Soul Hall's team to participate in the Soul Master Grand Competition. Seeing Bibi Dong about to speak, she added, you can't stop me. To be honest, the so-called golden generation you've nurtured isn't that great. Just that little girl. Chen Renyu chuckled, I can handle her with just my 2 hands. After saying this, she walked out without looking back. Bibi Dong stared at the open door of the council chamber in astonishment. At this moment, her anger had dissipated to some extent, and instead, a strange feeling surged in her heart. She suddenly recalled the dream she had had several years ago. After leaving the Hall of the Pope, Chen Renyu headed towards the Elder Hall, murmuring to herself, Douluo, you deal with it yourself. This disgusting place makes me sick. As she spoke, the black mist in her eyes receded. The Elder Hall was the largest building in the Martial Soul City and represented the greatest power of the entire Martial Soul Hall. Only the most special circumstances would allow entry, and only title Douluo were allowed to enter. This was where the true highest power of the Martial Soul Hall resided, even the Pope had to be constrained by it. At this moment, the Elder Hall was quiet, without even a servant in sight. When Chen Renyu walked into the vast hall, the hairs on her body suddenly shrank. In the innermost part of this hall, a man stood quietly in front of a huge 6-winged angel sculpture, facing away from the direction of the door, looking up at the golden statue. The man was dressed in a plain gray robe, with black hair hanging loose behind his head, neatly combed. Just standing there gave people a strange feeling, as if he were the 6-winged angel statue himself, with no distinction between the two. The sunlight shining through the huge windows seemed to converge on him alone. Although his attire was very plain, he seemed to be the core of the entire world, giving people an impulse to worship. Grandfather. Looking at the figure, Chen Renyu's eyes showed a complex emotion. The man slowly turned around, and the special aura he had just emitted disappeared in an instant, without any soul power fluctuations. His handsome face, like a middle-aged man, wore a faint smile, making people feel very comfortable. He took a step forward, and in the next moment, he was already in front of Chen Renyu. He was Chen Renyu's grandfather, Chen Douluo, the 99-level limit title Douluo, one of the strongest people in the world. You've seen her. Chen Douluo reached out to touch his granddaughter's golden hair. Chen Renyu silently took a step back, whispering, Grandfather, I've grown up. Chen Douluo first looked surprised, then shook his head and smiled, yes, you've grown up, and you have your own thoughts. What did your mother say just now? Chen Renyu remained silent, her eyes silently staring at Chen Douluo. Seeing Chen Renyu's silence, he suddenly understood. He shook his head and comforted softly, your mother also has her difficulties, and she is also very pained in her heart. Her true feelings for you are not as you perceive. Upon hearing this, Chen Renyu's emotions shifted again. She regained her composure, her expression returning to calmness. Indeed, perhaps, Chen Douluo sighed, although Bibi Dong may sometimes act rashly, she hasn't done anything wrong. She is the Pope of the Spirit Hall, exceptionally talented and powerful. She has numerous responsibilities to fulfill. Your role is to assist her, not oppose her. Regardless, she is your mother. That makes sense. Chen Renyu neither rebutted nor felt unjust when she heard this. She simply nodded calmly, her thoughts veiled. This reaction surpassed Chen Douluo's expectations. After all, Chen Renyu had spent over a decade undercover in the Tien Do Empire, enduring immense pressure, exerting tremendous effort, and sacrificing her youth countless times. Now, having returned to Spirit Hall in defeat, the contrast was enough to break a weaker spirit. While frustration, anger, or even resignation would have been understandable, such calmness was unexpected. Douluo found himself unable to fully comprehend his granddaughter anymore. At that moment, Chen Renyu suddenly raised her head. "Grandfather, I have one last question." "Go ahead. How did my father die back then?" Douluo was taken aback, surprised at the sudden inquiry into this matter. She should already know the details of what transpired. Back then, he sustained severe injuries from Tang Hao of the Haotian Sect in the Star Luo forest. Upon returning to Spirit Hall, his injuries proved fatal. Upon hearing this, Chen Renyu stared silently at Douluo. After a prolonged silence, she nodded. "Very well, within 15 years, I will personally breach the gates of the Haotian Sect." Chapter 89, Engaged. In the discussion hall of the Seven Treasure Glass Sect, Su Cheng and Ning Rongrong sat quietly on either side of the sofa. Across from them, an elderly man with a withered face was slowly sipping tea. He was Ji Yurong, the Bone Douluo. "You two finally decided to come back for a visit," he remarked as another voice echoed in, accompanied by Ning Fengji and Chen Xin. "Sect Master, Teacher, Dad, Grandpa's sword." Ning Fengji could understand Su Cheng's behavior, but Ning Rongrong had never shown such politeness at home before. After a quick glance at them, Ning Fengji asked, "Xiao Cheng, how has Rongrong been performing in the academy these past few months? Any trouble? How much has your cultivation improved?" "I'm already at level 30, Ning Rongrong couldn't resist boasting before Su Cheng had a chance to speak. Level 30, not just Ning Fengji, even Chen Xin and Ji Yurong were astonished. Going from level 24 to level 30 in just 3 months was an unprecedented speed of advancement, even with Ning Rongrong's innate talent as a 9th level innate soul master. But seeing Su Cheng remaining silent, they refrained from saying more and waited for Ning Rongrong to continue. Noticing this, Su Cheng's heart stirred slightly. Ning Rongrong proudly continued, "If it weren't for the lack of a 3rd soul ring attachment, I might have already reached level 33 or 34. Rongrong, don't scare Grandpa." Ji Yurong, who had been quietly drinking tea, finally spoke up, his eyes shifting towards Su Cheng. Actually, Su Cheng had been quietly observing everyone's reactions. While his relationship with Ji Yurong was average, the latter was usually reserved. Ning Fengji, on the other hand, was always friendly, reflecting his personality. But today, with Ning Rongrong's significant increase in soul power, it was strange that they reacted this way without knowing the specific reasons. However, despite the odd reactions, everyone seemed to have an unusually high level of trust in him. Internally, Su Cheng found it intriguing. However, he remained composed and continued to listen to Ning Rongrong. Perceiving the situation, Su Cheng decided to let Ning Rongrong speak further. "Rongrong, show them," Su Cheng said calmly. Upon hearing Su Cheng's instruction, Ning Rongrong raised her right hand, and a dazzling array of colorful light began to condense in her palm. Observing the light forming in his daughter's palm, Ning Fengji suddenly felt something amiss but couldn't pinpoint what it was. Amidst the swirling of 2 yellow soul rings, a radiant pagoda emerged in Ning Rongrong's right hand, illuminating the hall even more brightly. Before Ning Fengji could scrutinize the pagoda closely, Chen Xin exclaimed, 9 layers, 9 colors, 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda." "What?" Ning Fengji was shocked. He finally realized what had seemed odd. Ning Rongrong's release of her martial soul revealed 2 additional colors, deviating from the usual 7 colors. As the strongest auxiliary martial soul, the secret of the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda's martial soul was well known within the sect. It was said that under special circumstances, a martial soul could evolve into the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, enhancing the soul master's foundation and providing broader capabilities. Ning Fengji, overcome with excitement, couldn't find the words to express himself. Similarly, Chen Xin and Ji Yurong were at a loss for words, staring at Ning Rongrong's palm in disbelief. Especially Chen Xin, besides excitement, there was an additional strange emotion in his heart, which he suppressed and avoided looking at Su Cheng. "Rongrong, how did you achieve this?" Ning Fengji asked eagerly after regaining his composure. The light subsided as Ning Rongrong retracted her soul rings and turned to Su Cheng, expressing gratitude in her eyes. "Let me explain," Su Cheng interjected, noticing the anticipation. They had guessed this matter was related to him. "I once read about a rare herb called the beautiful silk tulip in ancient texts. It's a immortal herb that absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, enhancing one's foundation. Rongrong's soul ring evolution is thanks to this herb. Beautiful silk tulip, beautiful silk tulip." Ning Fengji repeated to himself, filled with awe. Truly deserving of being called a immortal herb, it can actually help Rongrong upgrade her 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda to the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, fulfilling the sect's legend. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, Xiao Cheng, how did you come by such a treasure? Poison Douluo Dugu Bo once made a deal with me. I cured his granddaughter's illness, and he exchanged this rare treasure with me. Ning Fengji and the others understood. They often interacted with Dugu Bo at the higher levels of the Tien Do Empire, and they knew that this poison Douluo had a profound knowledge of herbs, collecting various spiritual and poisonous plants. But a new doubt arose: how could he bear to part with such a precious herb? Dugu Bo only knew that this item was precious but didn't understand its true power. He also underestimated its rarity and potency. Even I only gained a deeper understanding of it by chance. Moreover, this immoral herb is not compatible with his attributes. Even if he used it, it wouldn't have had such a significant effect as it did for Rongrong. During these days, I often exchanged medical knowledge with Dugu Bo, deepening my understanding of herbal medicine. Although the beautiful silk tulip benefits all types of soul masters, its refined and luxurious characteristics are most compatible with Rongrong's martial soul, providing the least benefit to soul masters with beast martial souls. After glancing at Ning Fengji, Su Cheng continued, as for immortal herbs like the beautiful silk tulip, it's probably difficult to find another one. Celestial herbs are born from the essence of heaven and earth, making them unique treasures in the world. I didn't expect it to have such a significant effect on the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul. I only knew it was beneficial and harmless, capable of enhancing Rongrong's constitution and even improving her martial soul's quality. Hearing this, Ning Fengji nodded in understanding. No need to say more. Even if I obtained such a herb, I would prioritize giving it to Rongrong. Her talent far exceeds mine, and her 9th level innate soul power is unparalleled among auxiliary soul masters. She is destined to go further on the path of a soul master than I am. Su Cheng wasn't sure about the truth of Ning Fengji's words, but it likely rang true. As an auxiliary soul master, Ning Fengji didn't seem to pursue personal strength too much, focusing more on maximizing the sect's power. From this perspective, Ning Rongrong was the most suitable candidate. Indeed, 9th level innate soul power was rare in the world. However, even so, Su Cheng couldn't give Ning Fengji the authority to decide on the herb's use. By giving it to Ning Rongrong, he was ingratiating himself with various parties, treating her as a granddaughter for Chen Shin and Ji Yurong, showing his dedication to the sect's future to Ning Fengji, and ensuring her dependence on him, given her young age and simple nature. Giving it to Ning Fengji would be a different matter entirely, merely a transactional use of the herb for mutual benefit. However, in truth, the current 7-treasure glazed tile sect had little use for him other than providing a background for occasional shows of authority. The cost-effectiveness of these two approaches was entirely different. Ning Fengji, unaware of Su Cheng's calculations, felt grateful and moved by his actions. To have the opportunity to benefit a title Douluo like Dugu Bo was rare indeed. Yet, instead of seeking personal gain, Su Cheng had chosen to give the herb to Ning Rongrong, who was most suited to it. It seemed he genuinely treated Rongrong as his own family. Sect Master, there's one more thing I need to tell you, Su Cheng said, sensing that the time was right. Today, when Rongrong and I went to the Sunset Forest to obtain the celestial herb from Dugu Bo, we were ambushed by Shui Qinghe, the crown prince of the Tien Do Empire. Shui Qinghe, how could he really have? Ning Fengji was astonished. Chen Shin and Ji Yurong were equally surprised. Technically, it wasn't him, but a woman disguised as Snow Clear River. We don't know which faction she's from, but she was accompanied by another title Douluo level expert. Title Douluo, how did you manage to escape? Despite seeing them unharmed, Ning Fengji and the others couldn't help feeling anxious. It was Dugu Bo who arrived in time after sensing something was wrong and scared the other two away. We must thank the poison Douluo, Ning Fengji nodded, relieved. However, has Shui Qinghe always been impersonated by someone else? How could no one have discovered any clues all these years? As he said this, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. After all, he once had a mentorship relationship with Shui Qinghe. I can't be sure, Su Cheng replied, but based on her demeanor and way of speaking, she seemed to be the same prince I met at the academy. Ah, such complicated matters. Ning Fengji sighed, feeling a sense of unease. This is my fault. I didn't anticipate such an event and directly led Rongrong away from Tien Do City, which exposed us to danger and resulted in Rongrong getting injured. Injured? Ning Fengji frowned. It's nothing serious, Ning Rongrong interjected hastily. I was just knocked unconscious by that title Douluo. Seeing this, Chen Xin quickly approached the two of them. After carefully inspecting their conditions with soul power, he breathed a sigh of relief. There's indeed nothing wrong. Everyone finally relaxed. Seeing the tension dissipate, Su Cheng didn't continue speaking and instead picked up his teacup, taking a sip. At this moment, Ning Fengji glanced at the two sitting on the sofa and suddenly spoke up, Xiao Cheng, both you and Rongrong are now teenagers. Why not consider getting engaged in advance and plan for the future? Engaged? Su Cheng was astonished by Ning Fengji's unexpected suggestion. You have no blood relation, and your ages are just right. There are many other ways for young men and women to interact, right? Ning Fengji's face was filled with a smile as he subtly hinted. Chapter 90. The Story of Su Cheng and the Woman. At this moment, Ning Fengji had his own plans in mind. As a soul saint, his lifespan was certainly longer than that of an ordinary person, but it was still limited. Whether it was the sword Douluo or the bone Douluo, both were already over 80 years old. Perhaps there was no immediate danger in the next few decades, but what about after that? He had to plan ahead for his daughter to eventually take over as the Sect master. Although Ning Rongrong's martial soul had evolved into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, she was ultimately a support-type soul master who needed protection. Ning Fengji highly appreciated Su Cheng's talent, character, and potential. Moreover, he had communicated with Chen Xin and Ji Yu Rong recently and knew that Su Cheng's martial soul quality was extremely high, not inferior to the so-called number 1 martial soul, the haotian hammer. Naturally, this sparked his interest. You see, it's not easy to find talented soul masters from non-sect forces. Even if there were a few occasionally, they were mostly taken away by the martial soul hall, leaving the rest coveted by various forces. Finding someone trustworthy among them was even more difficult. Su Cheng's arrival was like a heaven-sent opportunity, but relying solely on a master-disciple relationship might not be enough to bind him firmly. Moreover, with Su Cheng helping Ning Rongrong complete her martial soul evolution, their 7-treasure glazed tile school had become the favored one, which added more variables to the future. Now it was said that they were like siblings, but since they had no blood relationship, it wouldn't be difficult to change their relationship in the future. It would be better to bring up this matter now and plant a seed in their hearts. As an experienced person, he understood the process of young people's emotional changes very well. Many times, just because of a single sentence, it could become a subtle turning point in their relationship. Of course, the premise was that they indeed had such budding feelings for each other. On the other hand, after hearing Ning Fengji's words, Ning Rongrong's face turned red. But she didn't refute directly as usual, just lowered her head in silence. Seeing his daughter's expression, Ning Fengji immediately understood. Su Cheng couldn't help but be surprised by Ning Fengji's words. Upon careful thought, it wasn't unexpected, but Ning Rongrong's reaction was unexpected. What's the meaning of blushing when you don't say a word? How old are you? But he didn't really have any thoughts about Ning Rongrong. Moreover, in Su Cheng's opinion, this girl might not have any other ideas. It was just that she was too young and had little contact with the opposite sex. Today, after experiencing so many changes all of a sudden, she might have some misunderstandings. Su Cheng didn't think he had such great charm. His relationship with Qian Runshui had accumulated over many events under various circumstances. But obviously, Ning Rongrong hadn't experienced anything like that. Even when they were in the academy, they rarely spent time together. Most of the time, the other party followed the team for training, and they didn't spend much time together when he was with this lone student. In the future, I need to keep my distance from her. The girl's thoughts won't last long. In his opinion, maintaining their current relationship was enough. As for going further, it would only add unnecessary burdens, completely unnecessary. Thinking of this, Su Cheng looked directly at Ning Fengji and said in a firm tone, Sect Master, rest assured, I will treat Rongrong as my own sister, not just empty words, and I will never let her be wronged. Ning Fengji's smile froze upon hearing this, coughed twice, and was at a loss for words for a while. Ning Rongrong, sitting beside him, instantly lost color in her face. She lowered her head and pursed her lips. Seeing this scene, Chen Xin raised in the corner couldn't help but think of the boy he had seen in his dreams. Chang'er, if you have this intention, we will be relieved. The white-haired old man smiled and broke the slightly awkward silence in the hall. Fengji also means this. In the future, you two siblings must support each other and get along well. You should rest first, and we'll study Rongrong's evolved martial soul later. Su Cheng had anticipated this and didn't mind. After bidding farewell to everyone, he got up and left the council hall. After he left, Chen Xin turned to Ning Rongrong and said in a deep voice, "Rongrong, tell me more about the situation when you were attacked in the Sunset Forest." Ning Fengji and Ji Yu Rong's expressions changed immediately upon hearing this. Ning Rongrong raised her head in confusion, but seeing Chen Xin's serious expression, she suppressed the complex emotions in her heart and detailed the situation at the time. From Su Cheng's realization that something was wrong, to the appearance of Shui Qinghe, the removal of her disguise, and the conversation with Su Cheng, until she was poisoned. Except for the part where she was berated and insulted, she recounted every detail. "Rongrong, do you remember what that woman looked like?" Chen Xin asked hurriedly. Ning Rongrong nodded quickly and described Qian Runshui's appearance. Chen Xin's heart sank. It was indeed her. Besides that, did she say anything else? Like where those two came from? Ning Rongrong pondered for a moment, shook her head. No, she didn't. Seeing this, Chen Xin exchanged a glance with the other two, then said, "Rongrong, you should go rest now. Don't overthink today's events. Chang'er is still young. If you have this intention, you should learn to actively pursue it. What happened to your previous enthusiasm?" At the end, there was a clear tone of relaxed teasing in his voice. Ning Rongrong's face immediately flushed, and she got up and said, "Don't talk nonsense, I don't have any other thoughts." After speaking, she ran out, forgetting that they hadn't studied her 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul evolution. After Ning Rongrong left, Ning Fengji looked at Chen Xin. "Sword uncle, what do you want to say?" "Alas, I just thought of it because of what Fengji said earlier." Chen Xin sighed and said slowly, "From Rongrong being knocked unconscious until she was saved by Du Ji Yu Bo, there must have been a time difference. Chang'er, no matter how talented he is, couldn't have lasted even one move against a titled Douluo. So how did he delay until Du Ji Yu Bo arrived? Are you suggesting, sword uncle, that they showed mercy?" Ning Fengji hesitated. "I can't be sure, maybe Chang'er used other methods, so I asked Rongrong about the situation. Have you ever thought, where in the world could there be such a big move that could easily dispatch an unknown titled Douluo?" "The Martial Soul Hall," Ji Yu Rong said softly. "That's right, it wasn't until Rongrong just told me about the appearance of that woman that I was sure." "Do you know who she is?" Ning Fengji and Ji Yu Rong glanced at each other, both a bit bewildered. "I wasn't sure of the principle behind it before, so I didn't give you detailed information about Chang'er. It was said to be a dream, but it was actually no different from a real experience. If it weren't illogical, I would almost doubt that it was a scene I had experienced myself." Chen Xin's eyes were vacant, and he said softly, "Chang'er did die at that time, but the god-level expert from the Martial Soul Hall who was injured by him also followed suit and committed suicide. She didn't die at Chang'er's hands, nor was she killed by Bibi Dong, but committed suicide out of love." "Suicide?" Ning Fengji and Ji Yu Rong were both astonished. Ning Fengji quickly asked, "Then, the woman Rongrong just mentioned?" Chen Xin nodded, "It's the person from the Martial Soul Hall." "I didn't expect it to be like this." Ning Fengji furrowed his brows, hesitating. "Do you think Chang'er and that person from the Martial Soul Hall have some related memories?" "I'm not sure, but it's possible." Unlike Su Cheng, who was directly involved, Chen Xin had more information and could consider the issue from various angles. However, Ning Fengji and the others didn't know that Su Cheng was the core of the simulated world. Therefore, in the presence of Chen Xin's related memories, it was easier to imagine that others had also encountered such strange situations. "Do we need to have a frank conversation with Chang'er? It's too late to go now." Chen Xin sighed. "What do you think he'll think if you ask him now? Whether he has any contact with that person from the Martial Soul Hall or related memories, bringing up these matters now will only increase the distance between you." Ning Fengji couldn't help but smile bitterly, nodding, "You're right, we have to consider Chang'er's feelings. Since he's willing to help Rongrong improve her martial soul today but didn't help that person from the Martial Soul Hall, it shows that he is on our side, and we should naturally trust him." What about exposing the people from the martial soul hall who impersonated Shui Qinghe? Ji Yu Rong suddenly reminded. That's right, this matter is also important, we have to find a way to expose them. Ning Fengji's spirits lifted, and according to what you said before, the martial soul hall has 2 people with god-level qualifications. If things really develop like this, where in the world would there be a place for our sects? Before, he still had doubts about the so-called god-level experts, but now, it was hard to say that it wouldn't become a reality. Expose? How do you expose them? Do you have any evidence? Remember, that's the martial soul hall. Chen Xin sneered. As for the matter of god-level experts, do you think anyone would believe it if you say it? It's just a dream of mine, seemingly real but not true. Actually, there's no need to be so nervous, you're overthinking it, Ji Yu Rong said lightly. He turned to Chen Xin. Chunger's talent is completely different from what you said before. That's true. Chen Xin was slightly surprised, then relaxed and smiled. Besides, I can see that Rongrong also has some intentions. Chunger is still young now. Even if he has some memories like me, they're just fragments and won't affect his true feelings. That's the point. Ning Fengji nodded, a smile appearing on his face as well. No matter what, today's event of Ning Rongrong's martial soul evolution was enough to prove Su Cheng's intentions. As Chen Xin's direct disciple, now Su Cheng naturally had his own room in the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. He still didn't know that Ning Fengji and the others were secretly speculating about his relationship with Qian Runshui. However, through today's observations, Su Cheng also gained some insights. Perhaps Chen Xin or Ning Fengji did have some related memories, but even if they did, it wouldn't be very profound. Most likely, it was just a subconscious impression or liking, otherwise they wouldn't have been so surprised by the effect of the immortal grass. Someone like Qian Runshui might be a very special case, related to her strange mental state. Su Cheng also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If everyone was like Qian Runshui, he wouldn't dare to continue the simulation. For now, the problem wasn't significant, he just needed to be careful to reduce contact with irrelevant people in the simulated world. Sitting on the bed, Su Cheng silently adjusted his breath. Now that the matters in Tien Do City were all settled, it was time to try a new simulation. The hidden dangers of sword intent in his sea of consciousness had already been completely eliminated, and his mental power far exceeded his current level of cultivation. Even if a situation like last time's sword intent possession occurred again after this simulation, he was confident enough to deal with it. Chapter 91, Initiation. A pale blue panel unfolded before him. Villain Life Simulator initializing. Please choose the final mission goal for this life simulation. 1. Compete for the succession of the Star Luo Empire as the prince and ascend to the throne. Mission reward: 10,000 year soul bones, difficulty, B. 2. Seize imperial power as a non-royal member and ascend to the throne of the Star Luo Empire. Mission reward: 7th rank 100,000 year soul ring, difficulty, A. 3. Cultivate someone to ascend to the throne of the Star Luo Empire. Mission reward: external soul bones, difficulty, S. Note: providing too much assistance directly to the cultivated individual will significantly reduce the final settlement ratio. This time it's directly the Star Luo Empire. Su Cheng stared at the screen in front of him, silently contemplating. In terms of preciousness, external soul bones should have a lower priority than 100,000 year soul rings, not to mention this isn't even the 9th soul ring. But here, external soul bones are included in the S-rank difficulty mission reward, indicating they are definitely not ordinary external soul bones. External soul bones, although possess growth potential and cannot be treated like ordinary soul bones, undoubtedly have differences in quality. External soul bones generally match the soul master's own martial soul attributes, but the soul beasts that produce external soul bones vary, resulting in differences in the skills and characteristics of the soul bones, as well as their strength. Taking external soul bones that have appeared in the original timeline as an example: Tang San's 8 spider legs, Huliena's fox tail, Bibi Dong's 6-winged purple light wings, and even later on, Huo Yuhao's evil eye and dark golden terror claw, the differences in strength between them are immense. Anyway, I just need to max it out. With previous experience, Su Cheng naturally wouldn't choose a mission of a lower difficulty level. However, the more direct assistance I provide, the less the final settlement reward will be. In other words, my focus should be on cultivating, but I cannot intervene too much during the process of seizing power. You have selected the final mission goal for this simulation: cultivate someone to ascend to the throne of the Star Luo Empire. You can choose one of the following characters as the cultivation target for this simulation: Dai Mubai, Zhu Zuyun, Zhu Zuqing. These three individuals. Su Cheng looked at the list of characters, habitually analyzing. Since the three are listed together, it indicates that no matter who is chosen, the overall difficulty will not differ much. After the previous simulation, Su Cheng somewhat summarized some patterns. Different difficulties inevitably lead to different rewards. Even the talents given have their own characteristics and can play a role in the process of completing the mission. There are no useless talents. Just like in the previous simulation, the seemingly mediocre, medical genius, talent proved to be extremely helpful to him in the end. Even when combined properly, its effect can far surpass top-tier cultivation talents like twin martial souls and innate full soul power. This is enough to illustrate the point. Because in the simulation, what he needs to do is complete the mission and then measure the balance of gains and losses in all aspects based on this, without needing to be personally powerful. This is completely different from his aspirations in reality. In reality, everything needs to be developed around his own strength. But the three options in front of him do not have any additional hints about bonus rewards, indicating that each of these choices has its own pros and cons. If I want to accumulate more knowledge in this simulation, I probably need to consider it carefully. Just need to identify their respective advantages and eliminate the options I don't need. After the previous simulation, he somewhat tasted the sweetness of knowledge-type talents like medical genius. Is it useful to cultivate to be strong in the simulation? Returning to reality, he's just a weak soul master. But knowledge can be carried out, laying the foundation for his future development. Su Cheng looked at the options in front of him, gently rubbing his chin. In theory, Dai Mubai should be the most suitable candidate. After all, he is the legitimate heir of the empire, and only needs to defeat Davis to ascend the throne. His identity is his biggest advantage. But the question is, can he do it? Dai Mubai has obvious flaws in his personality. Without external help, it's difficult for him to succeed. And I can't intervene directly. Being in the Star Luo Empire, it's also difficult to connect with Doupo, and I don't know if I can get my hands on a mortal herb. Most importantly, if I choose him, I probably have to give up on theoretical knowledge-type talents. He then looked at the other two. Zhu Zuyun is actually a good candidate. But I don't know enough about her and how deep her relationship with Davis is. But since she can perform soul fusion skills, she should be competent. If there's no chance to break their relationship, Zhu Zuyun may not be willing to betray Davis, and the manipulation difficulty here is too high. Instead, Zhu Zuqing, although slightly weaker in talent and far less in status than the first two, her strong character is more important than anything else. Talent is not a problem, as long as it's not too bad. There's a chance to make up for it. But those with weak minds, no matter how powerful they are ultimately weak. You have selected Zhu Zuqing as the cultivation target for this simulation. You can choose the initial character. 1. High-ranking official of the Empire, settlement bonus, 0 to 20%. 2. Youngest teacher at the Star Luo Royal Academy, settlement bonus, 20% minus 50%. 3. The theoretically illegitimate child of the emperor with no inheritance rights, settlement bonus, 50% minus 100%. You can choose 3 talents from the following 10 talents as initial talents. Variant Martial Soul, Innate Full Soul Power, 100,000 Year Soul Ring, 9th Soul Ring, External Soul Bone Mask, Battle Master, Sword Genius, Soul Scholar, Dual Talent, Max Charisma, Max Affinity. Initial character selected. The theoretically illegitimate child of the emperor with no inheritance rights. Initial talents selected. External Soul Bone, Mask, Soul Scholar, Max Affinity. Choosing the theoretically illegitimate child of the emperor as the initial character is mainly because Su Cheng wants to personally experience the wonders of soul fusion skills. Since there happens to be this option, it shouldn't be missed. As for talents, he dares not choose innate full soul power. As an illegitimate child of the emperor without inheritance rights, having the talent of innate full soul power would be suicidal. The Crown Prince Davis is not someone to be trifled with. Su Cheng is clear about the succession standards of the Star Luo Empire's throne. Any member of the royal family with the White Tiger martial soul, as long as they can defeat other heirs, even if you are a bastard, you still have a chance to ascend to the throne. The biggest problem with this background is how to survive the early development stage. No matter how Dai Mubai is targeted, he is at least one of the legitimate heirs and won't die from accidents before the outcome is decided. If you become an illegitimate child with innate full soul power, forget about supporting Zhu Zuqing, you first need to survive various assassinations. On the contrary, with talents of relatively average strength, you naturally won't be the primary target. Davis also doesn't need to take the risk of angering the Emperor to deal with him. After all, from all aspects such as age, background, resources, and status, he is not a threat. The sword genius, talent, however, is something Su Cheng really wants. But with only 3 slots available, and having chosen Soul Scholar, it would be too arrogant to take a talent like Sword Genius, which is likely to have no effect in this simulation. His martial soul is not a sword-type martial soul this time. With the character and talent selections complete, the screen changed again. You can choose the mission mode. 1. Guided Exploration Mode. The simulator will propose stage task options based on the progress of the mission, accumulating final settlement rewards in stages. 2. Free Exploration Mode. The main mission will not be divided into stages, providing higher freedom, but the final settlement will have a certain degree of additional fluctuation. Is it because of the extra years of accumulated energy? Su Cheng thought for a moment and chose the second option. He's no longer the novice he was at the beginning and can make suitable choices during the mission. Free Exploration Mode selected. Note: everything in life simulation is a projection of the real world and will also affect the fate of the base world. Please take it seriously. Simulation starts. With the prompts appearing, Su Cheng's consciousness instantly detached from his body, entering another seemingly real and illusory world. Chapter 92, Establishing Authority. You were born in the Star Luo Empire, officially the son of the Fire Leopard family, a prominent noble family in the empire. However, it was widely known among the top circles that you were actually the illegitimate child of the emperor. Nonetheless, being born with the bloodline of the Dai family's White Tiger martial soul, there was potential for you to be nurtured into power, so you were entrusted to the care of the Fire Leopard sect. As a member of the imperial bloodline, albeit illegitimate, your birth wasn't a fatal issue, especially in a place like the Star Luo Empire where strength mattered most. Apart from lacking the qualification to vie for the throne, you still had access to basic growth resources. However, your fate depended on proving your potential and qualification when your martial soul awakened at the age of 6. Despite your special status, you were treated well by the family due to your inherent charisma. While not receiving special treatment, you were not mistreated either, being regarded as an ordinary member of the family. Yet, you knew your situation was not secure. Your unique identity made you a target, whether your talents were exceptional or lacking. Thus, the awakening ceremony at the age of 6 would determine your destiny. Discontent with the cold-blooded system of the Star Luo Empire that valued strength over everything, you harbored resentment, especially towards the emperor. However, your birth and power compelled you to bide your time, vowing to make the royal family pay one day. Concerned for your safety, you began studying your martial soul from a young age. Sensing its stirrings even before awakening it, you delved deeper into martial soul knowledge. Surprisingly, you discovered a potential innate soul power level of over rank 8. To downplay this, given your weak maternal bloodline, you deliberately maintained a lower nutritional standard. At 6 years old, you attended the awakening ceremony with the nominal father, Count Su Bo. Having kept your martial soul intensity below rank 8, you weren't overly nervous, though the exact awakening level remained unclear. The results of the ceremony met your expectations, there were no bloodline mutations, and your innate soul power level was only rank 7. Nevertheless, you were satisfied, as this talent, though modest by Dai family standards, surpassed most other noble bloodlines. As a noble child, you qualified for the primary royal academy, where noble offspring studied basic soul master knowledge, given your innate soul power level. The main quest begins. Feeling a surge of spirit, Su Cheng sensed his 6-year-old body. Accompanied by a Su family elder, also a Soul King level practitioner, they were on their way to the Star Royal Primary Academy. Young master, the Royal Academy is ahead. There are many noble children there, so be mindful of your interactions. However, the family head has instructed not to be overly cautious when necessary. While the Fire Leopard sect doesn't provoke trouble, we aren't afraid of it either. The accompanying elder's words were a simple reminder. There wasn't much complexity to it. The young master before him was exceptionally talented and amiable, making interactions comfortable. Offering a few reminders was just a matter of course. As for the young master's hidden identity, it had nothing to do with him, and he didn't want to get involved. Su Cheng nodded in acknowledgement and replied gently, "All right. Thank you, Elder Li, for accompanying me. I can go in by myself, you can return to the Count's mansion." After the elder departed, Su Cheng looked at the academy gates and walked in without hesitation. Royal Academy does not have a registration process. Each slot is predetermined, decided upon after the martial soul awakening ceremony. Su Cheng didn't head straight to the dormitories. He had nothing to store, as the Noble Academy emphasized comprehensive service, with everything prepared in advance. He went directly to the Academy Square, surveying the bustling crowd of young students. Currently, the Academy had a relatively small number of students, with most occupying the square, numbering around 20 or so. They were mostly offspring of nobles from various sizes of families in the Star Empire. Despite their recent awakenings, Su Cheng found that he could roughly sense their martial soul strengths under the fluctuating auras. So, this is the talent of a martial soul scholar. Quite impressive. Though these children were weak, not having achieved soul mastership due to lacking additional soul rings, and Su Cheng couldn't accurately sense their innate soul power levels, he could estimate. However, he hadn't fully developed this talent yet, making his current progress already remarkable. Su Cheng observed and found that, with his innate soul power level of 7, he was already outstanding here. There were only a few others at his level, and none with a level of 8 or higher. In this world, those with an innate soul power level above 7 were quite rare, even among the excellent bloodlines of the Star Empire. This discrepancy was normal among different age groups. Thinking it over, he targeted one of them and walked straight towards the son of a marquis with a similar martial soul intensity to his own. As they passed each other, their shoulders brushed, nearly knocking the other to the ground. "Don't you have eyes?" Tang San exclaimed, glaring at Su Cheng. Others around turned their attention, curious. "Sorry, I didn't notice," Su Cheng apologized with a smile, offering a hand to help him up. However, his eyes held no apology, but rather a hint of mockery. But besides Tang San, no one else noticed this. Seeing this, Tang San's anger surged. His background was prominent even in the noble-filled Star Imperial capital, and his innate soul power level of 7 made him the hope of his family's revival. Now being rudely bumped into, with the other showing disdain, was intolerable. However, as he looked closer, Tang San recognized him. "I wonder who it is," turns out to be the second young master of the Fire Leopard family, Su Cheng. His mocking tone resounded, loud enough for everyone to hear. "I heard you awakened the White Tiger martial soul. What's the deal? Are you really your old man's son, or a result of crossbreeding?" "Huh, it seems there's such a rumor. I've heard my family mention this matter. A descendant of the Fire Leopard family awakening the White Tiger martial soul is indeed laughable." Quote. Su Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing around. Apart from a few who joined in and most who were merely bystanders, another child with innate soul power similar to theirs was watching thoughtfully from a distance. In this setting, where everyone came from extraordinary backgrounds, their top-tier martial soul talents naturally led to complex thoughts. Every action, from Su Cheng's initial move to Tang San's verbal attacks, even the spectators' intentions, likely involved family instructions, personal opinions, or even attempts to gain favor with the crown prince. However, Su Cheng didn't mind because it aligned with his intentions. With a swift movement, smack, before Tang San could react, Su Cheng landed a slap across his face. With their strengths similar, Su Cheng's mastery of the disruption chi technique ensured his speed was his greatest advantage. "You," smack. Su Cheng smiled as he delivered another slap. "Who do you think you are? Hasn't your family taught you manners?" Subsequently, the other few who had joined in received the same treatment, all treated equally. Silence fell over the scene, with no one able to retaliate. Several people looked at Su Cheng with respect. Su Cheng glanced around, maintaining a polite smile as he bowed to the others. "I apologize for the disturbance. As you can see, they were the ones being rude. I'm not good with words, so I had to resort to physical retaliation. I don't mind being insulted, but insulting my family is unacceptable to me. I believe you wouldn't tolerate it in such a situation either." His sincere tone and gentle demeanor resonated with the onlookers, who found themselves agreeing with his viewpoint. They didn't know about Su Cheng's specific circumstances but admired his actions. Star Luo Empire's nobles never lacked a sense of family honor and courage to fight. Despite his swift actions, Su Cheng was polite and apologized after accidentally bumping into Zhang Sansan. Even when retaliating, he stopped at a certain point, clearly not a bully. With his powerful strength, there was no need for conflict. Zhang Sansan's anger churned, but he knew he was no match for Su Cheng's strange speed and overwhelming strength. With a snort, he left the scene. Su Cheng chuckled inwardly. Indeed, his natural charisma was highly effective, easily gaining others' favor and trust. This affinity, when handled well, could give him an advantage in any situation. However, he wasn't naive, he knew people wouldn't blindly follow him just because of his charm. After the incident, many new students approached him, and Su Cheng welcomed them warmly, introducing himself and getting to know them. Not everyone knew his specific situation. Upon learning about his innate soul power level of 7 and his white tiger martial soul, their attitudes changed significantly. Su Cheng easily befriended these children. A few astute ones even thought about the Dai family's white tiger martial soul. But such thoughts remained internal, no one dared to openly discuss them. Even if Su Cheng were indeed hiding his royal bloodline, it wouldn't be a big issue. This identity might be inconvenient to disclose openly, but the bloody tradition of the Dai family proved they valued strength over lineage. These nobles were used to handling matters discreetly, and Su Cheng's actions didn't raise any eyebrows. For them, strength was paramount, while identity was secondary. This was different from the situation in the Tien Do Empire. Even the reigning emperor there was only around level 40 to 50, with a relatively weak swan martial soul. Their noble system was bloated, and without the coordination of the martial soul hall and the balance between the 7 great soul masters clans, the continent would likely be dominated by the Star Luo Empire. Su Cheng didn't do these things to play house with these kids. He was preparing in advance for when Zhu Zuqing, his same-age peer, would likely join the academy soon. He needed to be ready beforehand. Chapter 93, Little Kitty Suffers Campus Bullying. Perhaps due to the force of gravity, Su Cheng's gaze was immediately drawn to the full curves of the girl's figure when he first saw her. He could swear to the heavens that he wasn't the type to succumb to temptation. It was logical to assume that at this age, even with the innate talent of a soul master, a young girl shouldn't have developed so well. Su Cheng raised his eyes and saw that despite her fiery figure and cute face, Zhu Zuqing's expression was cold to the point of indifference. It had been nearly 2 weeks since the last altercation in the square, and under his leadership, apart from a few limited individuals, most of the freshmen had gathered around him. Su Cheng raised an eyebrow. Seeing the other's demeanor, it was likely that she already knew about Dai Mubai's escape from the capital. Similarly, Zhu Zuqing noticed Su Cheng sitting in the middle and slightly back of the classroom at first glance. That was the instinctive connection between the Hell Civet martial soul and the White Tiger martial soul. Looking at this young man, she blinked her eyes slightly, feeling strangely familiar. Not only because of the special martial soul, but also because of his subtle affable demeanor. Growing up in fear and loneliness, Zhu Zuqing unconsciously wanted to get close to him, seeking warmth or shelter. But what Zhu Zuqing didn't expect was that the person in front of her was unfriendly towards her. "What are you looking at?" Su Cheng crossed his arms and looked her up and down. Lazily, he said, "Dai Mubai abandoned you, so why are you staring at me?" At the sound of these words, Zhu Zuqing's face softened slightly, but instantly stiffened. Zhu Zuqing felt a chill run down her spine. The scrutinizing gazes of the surrounding people made her feel like she was in a frozen wasteland. "How about it? Did I hit a sore spot? Do you want to punch me? Well, you must be careful not to miss." But Su Cheng showed no signs of restraint, continuing to speak. As his words fell, the room erupted in laughter as if on cue. Although they didn't know why Su Cheng was targeting this new girl, with his current influence, if they showed such exclusionary attitude, others would naturally follow suit. Children from noble families had been exposed to far more things since childhood, and their thoughts were much more complicated than ordinary people. Su Cheng looked around at the crowd laughing and a strange expression crossed his eyes. Zhu Zuqing's expression became even more indifferent, her eyes dimming almost to the point of lifelessness. The mocking and ridiculing gazes around her might not mean much to an ordinary person. But for her, it was more damaging than physical attacks, sending shivers down her spine. About how to cultivate Zhu Zuqing. Based on his current age and situation, Su Cheng had also formulated a rough plan during this time. First, he had to harden her heart. If she were a weak-willed person, he couldn't stimulate her in this way. Children were prone to extremes, and if she gave up completely, it would be counterproductive. But Zhu Zuqing was not that kind of person, she was much stronger than other peers. However, even though she grew up in such a cruel and bloody family environment and experienced Dai Mubai's betrayal, she was still too naive and too kind. That wouldn't do. He had to make her dark, make her fall, make her learn to be ruthless, to do whatever it takes. Most importantly, he had to make her ambitious. But ambition required other means to catalyze. However, forcing her, squeezing her, making her understand reality, he had ways to do it now. Of course, what Su Cheng was doing now was not without risks. If from today on, Zhu Zuqing chose not to come to school, it would be troublesome for him later, and he would have to think of other ways. But in his expectation, the likelihood of this happening wasn't very high. Having stayed in the capital for so long, Su Cheng now had quite a bit of understanding about the major families of the Star Luo Empire. Knowing that the Zhu family was not a peaceful place and that there were also many conflicts within the family. It made sense, in such a brutal test system, how could there be any scenes of sibling love and deep sisterly affection? Comparatively, even though being bullied at school was unpleasant, at least it was safe. Moreover, it was just strangers hurting her, not like the icy exchanges between relatives. As for today's conflict, Su Cheng had controlled the extent well enough, it wasn't too serious. These setbacks shouldn't make her back down. Sigh, forget it, you probably wouldn't dare to lay a hand on me anyway. But that's normal, maybe you won't live for many more years, waiting for Dai Mubai to come back from his debauchery outside, you can all die together. As he spoke, Su Cheng suddenly wore a thoughtful expression. In fact, you don't need to come to the academy either. It's useless to work hard to cultivate in the end. It's better to run away like Dai Mubai and enjoy life outside, isn't that great? Before he could finish his sentence, a gust of wind came towards him. Zhu Zuqing finally couldn't bear it any longer. But what she didn't expect was that Su Cheng showed no intention of dodging at all, still wearing that mocking smile on his face. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but exert a bit more force and slightly changed her direction. Su Cheng's eyes flashed slightly. He leaned forward slightly, bringing his face closer. Smack, with the sound of flesh hitting flesh. This punch landed squarely on Su Cheng's left cheek. Su Cheng, with blood flowing from his nose and mouth, fell backwards instantly. Along with the unnoticed soul power fluctuations in his meridians. He fainted on the spot. Oh my god, quick, go find a teacher. Someone's seriously injured. Su Cheng, are you okay? Quote. Seeing Su Cheng lying on the ground motionless, Zhu Zuqing stood still in place, unable to react for a moment. Zhu Zuqing, look at what you've done. In the academy's infirmary, a loud rebuke could be heard. The stern tone made the surrounding students jump in surprise. The principal of the Junior Royal Academy, who was also a noble and had a cultivation level of 73rd level soul saint, Zhang Yun, was the one who spoke. His soul power went haywire, and his body was almost disabled. If not for timely treatment, his life might have been in danger. You, attacking so viciously at such a young age, do you want to kill someone? Unlike the students who secretly speculated, Zhang Yun was one of the few who knew Su Cheng's true identity. Setting aside the fact that the academy didn't allow such violent incidents resulting in disability, just in terms of identity, Su Cheng couldn't afford such accidents in the academy. With the White Tiger martial soul and 7th level innate soul power, his future prospects, in Zhang Yun's view, were obviously much higher than ordinary nobles. As for Zhu Zuqing, to be honest, he didn't have much faith in this girl's ability to survive in the cruel struggles of the royal family. After today's incident, his opinion of her worsened even more. In a stern voice, he reprimanded, "Don't think that just because you're from the Zhu family, you can act lawlessly and recklessly. Let me tell you, in the Royal Academy, even members of the royal family must obey the rules." Zhu Zuqing opened her mouth to say something, but Zhang Yun cut her off directly. Don't even think about explaining yourself. Other students present have already informed me. It was just a minor verbal altercation, yet it escalated to this extent. Zhu Zuqing first froze upon hearing this. Then she looked around at the surrounding students with a somewhat bewildered expression. But she found that their expressions were either mocking, hostile, or fearful, at best, indifferent. In her heart, she finally understood what had happened. She lowered her head in silence. Zhang Yun had indeed learned about the general course of events from the teacher and students who accompanied Su Cheng. But obviously, he didn't know the details. Those students who were close to Su Cheng naturally sided with him when describing the incident, simplifying the cause of the conflict and Su Cheng's mockery. In fact, they didn't think Su Cheng's words were too serious. On one hand, they couldn't empathize as they weren't the ones involved. On the other hand, they didn't understand what Su Cheng's words meant to Zhu Zuqing. When describing what happened, they simply mentioned a minor verbal dispute and Su Cheng's ridicule. As a result, this new student suddenly resorted to violence and seriously injured Su Cheng. Even those noble children who were reluctant to associate with him and didn't want to offend Su Cheng in this matter. They could all see that Zhu Zuqing was sure to suffer a loss today. Because even if the situation was fully explained, it wouldn't have any effect on Su Cheng. On the contrary, he might even retaliate afterward. They all saw it, although they didn't know the reason. Su Cheng obviously didn't like this Zhu family girl, and they didn't want to offend Su Cheng for her sake. Unless this incident caused him significant harm. This was obviously impossible because Su Cheng was now the victim. But it made everyone unable to understand why the force of that punch was so strong. Was this Zhu family girl really that powerful? Could she really knock Su Cheng off balance with just one blow? Zhang Yun himself hadn't expected it to be so complicated. The cause was just a minor conflict between children. Su Cheng's behavior was evident to all. During these days, both students and teachers had praised him. If the recognition among students might still be influenced by interests, deception, intimidation, or talent, the teacher's position was much more objective. And Zhang Yun had met Su Cheng a few times and thought he knew him well. This conflict was originally just a minor verbal disagreement. He wasn't interested in the specifics of what Su Cheng said. Just looking at the current situation of the two, one was unscathed, and the other was lying unconscious in the infirmary. Was there a need to ask further questions? Zhu Zuqing, if you continue to act recklessly, don't stay in the academy anymore. This small junior academy can't tolerate a Miss Zhu from your family. Zhang Yun's face was dark as he looked at Zhu Zuqing coldly. If someone really gets killed one day, no one can afford that responsibility. Seeing Su Cheng's condition improving, Zhang Yun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After scolding Zhu Zuqing angrily, he turned and left the infirmary. Other students who were close to Su Cheng hurriedly gathered around his bed as soon as Zhang Yun left. But when passing by Zhu Zuqing, they all showed a cautious attitude, leaving a large space around her. The cold girl lowered her head slightly, her face pale. Her pupils were unfocused, staring blankly at the ground, full of confusion. Chapter 94. Zhu Zuqing, massage my legs. Su Cheng did not spend too much time recuperating in the college infirmary. He only stayed there for a week before leaving. The so-called injury, Zhu Zuqing's punch, was only a small part of the reason, and it was mostly superficial wounds that had no real impact. Most of the injuries were caused by him guiding his soul power to impact his meridians. He knew how to recover naturally. It seemed serious, almost to the point of affecting his foundation. In reality, there was hardly any major issue, it just needed some guidance to recover. However, people in this world didn't understand these things. The little knowledge they had was limited to the benefits of soul power running through meridians and the advantages of cultivating after all meridians were connected. As for specific methods of channeling meridians and human acupoints, they were completely clueless. They only knew that soul power circulation was beneficial for cultivation but didn't understand the principles behind it, so naturally, they thought he was almost crippled by that punch. But that was normal. After all, the foundation of cultivation in this world relied on martial souls and spirit rings. Based on this foundation, the focus naturally wasn't on the human body itself. The development trajectory of the world was like this, so it wasn't surprising that it evolved into the current situation. As Su Cheng stepped into the classroom slowly, many people cast concerned glances at him. "How are you? You were discharged from the hospital in just a week. Don't you need a few more days of rest? Shouldn't you go home and check on yourself? Su Cheng also smiled gently and nodded in response to others, saying, I'm fine now, no need to worry. Glancing at Zhu Zuqing sitting at the back of the classroom, he added, it was my fault at that time. I spoke harshly, and I deserved to be punched. How can you say that? No matter what, you shouldn't have resorted to violence. That newcomer was really too much, hitting so hard. You were unconscious at that time. The dean even said you were almost crippled. Of course, there were a few individuals who looked at him with disdain, glancing sideways at his direction. HMPH, pretending to be nice. I bet that girl from the Zhu family must have been fooled by him. But these few people only dared to gossip in low voices. Su Cheng had just recovered from serious injuries, and if another conflict arose, there might be consequences. Moreover, they knew Su Cheng's strength very well. Even though he was knocked down by Zhu Zuqing, the reason might have been his carelessness, or the girl from the Zhu family was too strong, or even this guy did it intentionally. In any case, in the view of Zhang Sansan, who was sitting on the side of the classroom, Su Cheng was quite cunning. He figured out the situation on the first day, and there were significant problems there. The subsequent changes might have been calculated by the other party in advance. But he couldn't go around bragging about it. Even if others knew the hidden truths, they would only mock him for being stupid. Instead of gaining any sympathy, he might even gain prestige for Su Cheng. Now he saw clearly, the overall situation was in Su Cheng's favor. At least in this junior college, the other party could definitely walk sideways. As for that Zhu Zuqing, the difficult days ahead might be long. After noticing Zhang Sansan's gaze, Su Cheng couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Although he knew there must still be resentment in the other party's heart, he had never approached him. He would keep him for future use. Recently, the freshmen had just entered the school, so the courses in the academy were mainly theoretical. Different from the rural schools like the Nuoding Academy, the knowledge system of aristocratic schools was naturally richer and placed more emphasis on the theoretical foundation of soul masters. They had far more courses than ordinary colleges. If the innate awakening strength determined the lower limit of a soul master's future development, then often, this common knowledge, inaccessible to ordinary people, could determine the upper limit of a soul master. Fully absorbing these experiences of predecessors, in the future, whether it was absorbing soul rings, matching soul skills, or focusing on various aspects of cultivation, would play a crucial role. From this perspective, if Tang Hao didn't personally teach Tang San in the original timeline, Yu Shaogang did indeed provide significant help to Tang San's development. At least he gained knowledge that many commoners couldn't access. Su Cheng had a deep understanding of this. In the city of Nuoding, most of the soul masters he saw had white soul rings. The future prospects were completely locked in. Although learning these theoretical courses wouldn't affect the cultivation during childhood. In this world, the cultivation methods of soul masters were quite simple and backward, mainly meditation to absorb the scattered soul power in nature. A little more exercise would slightly improve the efficiency and capacity of soul power absorption. So in the youth stage, practicing for a few hours a day would saturate the soul power. The worse the innate talent of the martial soul, due to the lower limit, the less time it would take for cultivation. Now, Su Cheng didn't intend to give up learning these theoretical courses. Reviewing the old to understand the new. In the last simulation, he did accumulate a lot of secretive information that ordinary people couldn't touch. But at that time, his talent was mainly focused on human medical skills, and his understanding of martial souls was limited. Although he could achieve some level of analogical reasoning, there were still many areas where he couldn't see through. Now that he gained the new talent, Martial Soul Scholar, and its effect was even better than he expected, of course, he had to make full use of it. In this simulation world, Su Cheng found that when reading relevant materials, there were many details that he hadn't noticed before, and now he could pinpoint the key points in his understanding sword. Su Cheng glanced around the classroom. Most of the seats were occupied, and acquaintances were chatting in groups of 2 or 3, leaving a significant gap around one spot. That was where Zhu Zuqing was sitting. Su Cheng smiled faintly and walked straight over. Some people quickly offered him a seat, but he waved his hand to refuse. Joking aside, other students were just extras to him. How could he leave the spot next to the protagonist and go elsewhere? Seeing Su Cheng approaching, Zhu Zuqing's brow furrowed imperceptibly, and she was about to get up and move away. At this moment, Su Cheng's lazy voice suddenly sounded. Are you sure you want to move? If you look down on me like this, I can't guarantee what will happen next. Zhu Zuqing's body stiffened, hesitated for a moment, but didn't move. Su Cheng sat down beside her like this. Compared to the top-tier geniuses, Zhu Zuqing's innate soul power of 7th rank wasn't anything special. Excluding those top sects and academies, there were quite a few people in the Star Luo Empire with talents like hers. But that didn't mean her potential was limited to this. In Su Cheng's eyes, if she wasn't born in a distorted world like the Douluo continent, her development potential would definitely surpass all the members of the protagonist team in the original timeline. The one who wins is strong, and the one who strengthens themselves is even stronger. Her willpower was her greatest talent. Su Cheng now possessed the ability of martial soul scholar. Even without the help of divine herbs, it wasn't impossible to change her fate. Seeing Su Cheng sitting down beside her, other people looked back with regret, leaving only the two of them sitting at the back of the classroom. Sitting next to Zhu Zuqing, Su Cheng casually propped his legs on the table and glanced at her, saying, "Hey, massage my legs." Zhu Zuqing's body trembled, keeping her head down without speaking. If you don't want to, then maybe you won't stay in the academy for long. Tisk tisk, if we were to have another fight, what would happen? Quote. The demonic whisper continued to echo in her ears. You see, in everyone's eyes, you have a tendency towards violence. You attacked as soon as we met, showing unusual indifference to your classmates and teachers. While I, who is respected by everyone, respects my teachers, and unites my classmates, am more trustworthy. Zhu Zuqing remained silent, her fists clenched silently, with such force that the knuckles turned slightly white. Su Cheng looked at Zhu Zuqing beside him, his lips curling up slightly. Although he had spent the past week in the school hospital, he was still well informed about what was happening in the academy. Many people would visit him from time to time, keeping him informed about the events in the academy. The news about Zhu Zuqing was naturally one of the focal points and wasn't missed. Since that incident, others had been extremely hostile towards her. On one hand, Su Cheng's popularity and good reputation made Zhu Zuqing, who injured him severely, the target of their anger. On the other hand, her cold demeanor and incomprehensible strength made her even more distant to others. The fact that she hadn't spoken to anyone her age for so long only exacerbated this. She became even more aloof. After learning about these things, Su Cheng became even more convinced that she was unwilling to return to the Zhu family. Hence, his behavior became more unrestrained, constantly testing her limits. Now, seeing her endure verbal insults without exploding proved her attachment to the opportunity to enter the academy. Although what Su Cheng said about legs massage was just a casual remark, Zhu Zuqing would never agree. He just wanted to provoke her, force her to understand the cruelty of human nature, to realize that some people, despite appearing friendly and gaining the admiration of many, were not kind-hearted. He didn't want her to lose her dignity and self-confidence, to have a complete mental breakdown. If that happened, she would be truly ruined. Seeing Zhu Zuqing's silent response, Su Cheng chuckled softly. Well, forget it if you don't want to. I'm not a bad person anyway. It's just your bad luck being born into the Zhu family. I don't want to bother with you. Seeing Zhu Zuqing's continued silence, Su Cheng put his legs down and asked again, Zhu Zuqing, what level is your innate soul power? His response was still silence. Su Cheng didn't rush her. He just tapped his fingers on the table and watched her, waiting quietly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Level 7. After a prolonged silence, Zhu Zuqing finally spoke. She didn't want to be expelled from the academy. Even though she faced bullying here, it was much better than staying in that cold house. Upon hearing her speak, Su Cheng's heart skipped a beat. This was the first time she had spoken since he met her. Unlike her cold exterior, her voice was soft and gentle, strangely appealing. So, you're not mute. Su Cheng chuckled softly. Good, remember to be quick to answer when asked in the future. Don't make me wait too long. With that, he turned away, picking up a book and flipping through it casually. Not long after, the teacher entered the classroom and began the day's lesson. Zhu Zuqing breathed a sigh of relief, barely perceptible. Chapter 95. Zhu Zuqing, take me to your home. As time passed, Zhu Zuqing became increasingly silent and withdrawn. Apart from when she had no choice but to interact with Su Cheng, she hardly spoke to anyone else. Even when teachers asked her questions, she remained mostly silent. After all, if she upset Su Cheng, he might find a way to expel her from the academy. But the teachers wouldn't go as far as expelling her just because she remained silent. However, the bullies wouldn't stop just because she backed down. Instead, their attacks became more severe. From initially isolating her and being indifferent, it gradually escalated into verbal taunts and attacks. Almost any student would say a few words when they saw Zhu Zuqing. It seemed to have become a habit. Because they knew she never fought back, the conflict at the beginning of the school year had made her afraid to act impulsively. Of course, no one was foolish enough to lay a hand on her. They knew where the line was. Zhu Zuqing didn't fight back simply because she was afraid of being expelled from the academy, not because she lacked the ability. With her talent and effort, apart from Su Cheng, whose depth was unknown, no one among the new students could match her. Moreover, being from the Zhu family, her status and influence in the Star Luo Empire were second only to the royal Dai family. Other noble children wouldn't dare go too far. In addition, the few noble children who were closest to Su Cheng had also conveyed his message in secret. Be cautious in their actions, avoid trouble, and prevent the teachers from intervening. But even these acts of subtle coercion and sarcasm in words were already significantly hurtful to a child. Zhu Zuqing's family environment was already extremely abnormal. Since awakening her martial soul, her once close sister had become like a different person. There was no longer any trace of intimacy, replaced by a look of enmity as if she were a mortal enemy. And the elders in the family didn't try to stop this behavior. Instead, they seemed accustomed to it and even pleased by it. After a brief period of confusion and sadness, what followed was resentment, emptiness, and confusion. The future seemed dark, and she could only strive to find any glimmer of hope. However, after leaving the family, Zhu Zuqing hadn't expected to encounter such immense malice from her peers. The surrounding darkness almost crushed her completely. Over the past year, Zhu Zuqing had become increasingly indifferent. The only thing she could do was to practice tirelessly to improve herself or numb herself. Other than that, she had no other options. Su Cheng shook his head inwardly at her actions over the past year. Zhu Zuqing still hadn't figured it out. In this academy, even if her cultivation progressed rapidly, how much stronger could she be compared to others? What effect could it have on her situation? At the low level of soul masters, the difference in strength between them was actually very limited. Even if she could surpass others by a great realm, she wouldn't stand a chance against 3 or 5 people joining forces. Moreover, Zhu Zuqing simply didn't dare to use force in the academy. The incident last time had already taught her a bitter lesson. Unless she wanted to be expelled from the academy, using force was futile. Besides, even if she became dominant in this small academy, what difference would it make? There were bigger challenges waiting for her ahead. With her current qualifications, no matter how hard she practiced, she could never escape from all of this. What she was doing now was just futile struggling. However, during this year, Su Cheng himself hadn't been idle either. He couldn't spend all his time bullying Zhu Zuqing. These things could be delegated to others. He had many other things to do, such as improving his cultivation. Currently, Su Cheng had raised his soul power to level 10, attached his first soul ring, and obtained the innate external soul bone, mask. The skill effect was simple. After fully understanding a person's appearance, features, and aura, he could use this soul bone to disguise himself accordingly. It was somewhat similar to the effect of the soul bone used by Qian Runshui to disguise as Shui Qinghe. But at this point, it was obviously not as powerful as that soul bone. The difference lay in the fact that the appearance and aura disguise of this soul bone were almost flawless, but the flaw was that it could only deceive those whose strength was similar or slightly higher than his own. If the opponent's soul power level was much higher than his, they could easily see through it. However, the greatest strength of the external soul bone lay in its ability to grow with the soul master's level. In the future, as his cultivation improved, he could naturally deceive people with even stronger abilities. Besides cultivation, Su Cheng also made rapid progress in researching martial souls. This was different from the last time he simulated it. At that time, when he first entered this world, he lacked understanding of many basic concepts and had extremely limited knowledge of soul masters. Therefore, he spent a considerable amount of time solidifying his foundation. But now, with his accumulated knowledge and the ability to draw connections between different subjects, his learning efficiency was astonishing. During this period, as his research on martial souls deepened, he also discovered that his previous understanding of medical arts was somewhat biased. Previously, he had focused only on the human body, but the core of this world lay in the bloodline, and the external manifestation of the bloodline was the martial soul. This mystical phenomenon couldn't be thoroughly explored solely through medical arts. Now, with his accumulated expertise in medical arts and his talent for researching martial souls, he had a deeper understanding of the connection between the human body, bloodline, and martial soul. He even speculated that the power within the bloodline might be obtainable, although the conditions for obtaining it might be extremely strict and complex, but certainly not impossible. In fact, this made logical sense. The fundamental nature of human genes wouldn't vary much, but when applied to martial souls, the differences between individuals were vast. Even in the Douluo continent, the differences between people were greater than between humans and soul beasts, indicating a problem. Moreover, where did bloodlines originally come from? Was it the influence of true dragon blood? The legacy of shape-shifting soul beasts? The world laws of the Douluo star? There must be something more fundamental above bloodlines. But what exactly it was, Su Cheng hadn't fully figured out yet. One day, Su Cheng, as usual, entered the classroom and sat down beside Zhu Zuqing at the back. Zhu Zuqing had long been accustomed to this. Her delicately beautiful face was filled with indifference, as if she hadn't noticed him at all. Compared to a year ago, she had developed a better figure and her appearance was no longer as immature as before, revealing a hint of extraordinary charm. But at the same time, her expression became colder. There was almost no fluctuation in her eyes. If it weren't for the warmth and breath, she would almost seem like a dead person. Su Cheng even noticed that her martial soul seemed to have slightly improved in essence, although the improvement was extremely subtle. Shadow, spirit cat, interesting, Su Cheng thought to himself, it's almost time. He looked at Zhu Zuqing, who was sitting silently as usual, and leaned back. In a casual tone, he said, Zhu Zuqing, it's almost the end of term, and there will be a few days off. We've known each other for so long, why don't you invite me to your house? The famous Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire, I've long been fascinated by it. Zhu Zuqing was initially puzzled by his words. Then she frowned. She was inherently not very expressive emotionally, and now she had completely frozen her inner self. But at this moment, she showed such a clear attitude of rejection. It was enough to show her concern about the word, home, and her deep aversion to Su Cheng. Seeing that Zhu Zuqing didn't speak, Su Cheng continued with a smile, I haven't finished yet. If you choose to refuse, it won't just be a matter of whether they target you or not. In fact, if nothing unexpected happens, you could have stayed in this academy for another 4 or 5 years. Zhu Zuqing stared blankly at Su Cheng. There was a familiar gentle smile on his face. She still remembered the special feeling she had when she first met him. The resonance of martial souls, his affable temperament, had once made her believe that she could find a momentary respite here. Sure enough, fate never let her off. No one ever let her off. Her father, who was once towering and dependable, her sister, who used to have a friendly smile and grew up with her since childhood, her fiancé, who had a marriage contract with her and whom she had hoped to face the future with. In the end, Zhu Zuqing sighed softly, her eyes dimming slightly. Su Cheng, please spare me. Spare you? What are you talking about? Have I done anything to you? Don't make baseless accusations, making it sound like I've bullied you, Su Cheng said, seemingly not understanding the meaning behind her words. As far as I remember, our only conflict was when you injured me, right? He looked into Zhu Zuqing's eyes, tapping lightly on the desk in front of him. There's not much time left. Think about it carefully. Don't worry, I'm just going to visit your home. The Zhu family is indeed a prestigious name in the Star Luo Empire. What, do you think I'll go there and cause trouble for you? You're overestimating me if you think so. Zhu Zuqing glanced deeply at him. After a moment of silence, she whispered, I understand. With that, she stood up, ready to leave the classroom. Her face returned to the cold, almost lifeless demeanor. The moment of weakness just now seemed like an illusion. Watching her departing figure, Su Cheng's expression turned cold, and his fingers continued to tap lightly on the desk in front of him. Zhu Zuqing, it's best not to let me see that expression from you again. Chapter 96. Let's go to your room. Duke's mansion. Unable to refuse Su Cheng's request, Zhu Zuqing eventually brought him back to his own home after the end of the semester. Standing at the grand and spacious gate of the Duke's mansion, they knocked on the door. After a moment, the door was opened by the servants of the Duke's mansion. Upon seeing Su Cheng standing next to Zhu Zuqing, the servants showed a hint of surprise on their faces but didn't say much. They bowed in unison and said, "Fourth miss." Fourth miss. Su Cheng was somewhat surprised. He didn't actually know how many daughters the Zhu family had. He hadn't expected Zhu Zuqing to have 3 older sisters. The tradition of marriage between the Star Luo royal family and the Zhu family was to select the best pairs of children from each family and betroth them to each other from a young age. However, except for the first engaged couple, the existence of later arrivals served more as an incentive, being sacrifices to this bloody system. After all, the gap in talent between outstanding heirs was extremely limited, and the advantage of age often became an insurmountable gap between the two sides. Unless the designated heir continuously received blessings from destiny or the older party deliberately underperformed, there was hardly any possibility for the latter to surpass. However, under the cruel competition system of the Star Luo Empire, coupled with the watchful eyes of other contenders, the likelihood of eventual success for someone like Dai Mubai or Zhu Zuqing was actually very slim. They could be considered the unluckiest children in their families. But those descendants who were not chosen as heirs for marriage might have a much better fate. After entering the mansion, the two were led by the servants towards the main hall. Su Cheng casually surveyed the surroundings and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It could be said that the Zhu family truly lived up to being one of the most powerful family forces in the Star Luo Empire, second only to the royal family. The area occupied by the Duke's mansion alone was several times larger than the Marquise's mansion where he had grown up. The surroundings were splendid, with carved beams and painted pillars, all constructed from precious purple sandalwood and golden nanmu wood. The fences and pillars were all built with valuable materials, and the glazed tiles on the courtyard walls and roofs shimmered with dazzling brilliance under the sunset. The group walked silently, swiftly passing through the front hall and garden, arriving at the entrance of the main hall. The guiding servants stepped back, and Su Cheng followed Zhu Zuqing into the main hall. Despite it being dinner time, only Duke Zhu Hongtao and his wife were present in the hall, with no sign of Zhu Zuqing's other sisters such as Zhu Zuyun. Zhu Zuqing stepped forward, still maintaining her usual expressionless and cold demeanor, and greeted, "Father, Mother." The atmosphere was indeed strange. Su Cheng thought to himself and took the initiative to step forward and bow, saying, "I am Su Cheng from the Fire Leopard Sect, Zhu Zuqing's classmate at the academy. I have met the Duke and Duchess." Zhu Zuqing glanced at him upon hearing this but didn't say much. There was a hint of surprise in Zhu Hongtao's eyes. Wasn't this the illegitimate child of the emperor? But these expressions were fleeting, and he didn't pay too much attention to it. His arrival seemed to be of little importance to them, showing no other special reaction, and their attitude was neither warm nor cold. Nodding at him, Zhu Hongtao said indifferently, "So you're young Master Su from the Su family. No need for formalities, since you're here, let's eat together." No, this attitude wasn't just towards him. Even towards Zhu Zuqing, his own daughter whom he hadn't seen for a year, they maintained an unusually calm demeanor. "Zuqing, please take a seat as well." The two of them sat down at the luxurious dining table in the hall. Su Cheng silently observed the expressions of the Zhu family at this moment. The atmosphere was a bit strange. No, not just a bit strange, it was extremely strange. Despite the hall's magnificent decoration and the delicious food on the table, he felt as if he were enjoying his last meal in a death row prison. The entire atmosphere was oppressively heavy. During the meal, no one spoke, and Su Cheng suppressed his discomfort, taking the opportunity to observe Zhu Hongtao discreetly. This observation was extremely subtle. Most of the time, he only glanced sideways. After all, the other party was a powerful spirit Douluo. If he wasn't careful, he could easily be discovered, arousing the others' vigilance and suspicion. In the midst of silence, the meal was quickly finished. Soon after, servants entered the hall to clear the table and tidy up the leftovers. The four of them then sat down to rest and chat in the hall. The main conversation was between Zhu Hongtao and Zhu Zuqing, mainly about the current situation at the academy and their current cultivation. At this point, both Su Cheng and Zhu Zuqing had reached rank 10, adding their first soul ring and becoming soul masters. This cultivation speed, even considering their innate soul power levels, was considered very fast. However, Zhu Hongtao didn't show much reaction. He simply nodded and quickly changed the subject. Throughout the conversation, Zhu Zuqing remained normal, not mentioning anything about her experiences at the academy. Su Cheng observed coldly, not surprised by her behavior. It wasn't just because of her personality, but because it was futile to speak up. He could see it clearly. Zhu Hongtao's words seemed caring, but they lacked substance. The conversation was merely a formality, even a bit perfunctory. Presumably, Zhu Zuqing was well aware of this. The conversation didn't last long. In less than half an hour, Zhu Zuqing's parents left together. Only then did the oppressive atmosphere finally ease slightly. However, Zhu Zuqing seemed accustomed to this, her expression unchanged. Seeing them leave the hall, her eyes silently turned to Su Cheng. It was obvious that she was hinting that he should also leave. Su Cheng pretended not to notice and stood up to stretch his body after moving it slightly. Looking back at the other person, he smiled and said, "Let's go to your room and rest for a while. I'll leave soon." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zuqing felt a sudden resistance in her heart. It wasn't that she was worried Su Cheng would do anything to her. It was just that her room was her only private space. In this house, and even in this world, only that place could give her a sense of security. However, seeing Su Cheng's expression, she ultimately didn't refuse. Silently, she turned and walked out of the hall towards her chamber, with Su Cheng quietly following behind. "It's indeed a noble mansion, much more luxurious than where I live," Su Cheng commented as he casually surveyed the surroundings upon entering the room. It was true. Zhu Zuqing's room wasn't just a simple bedroom, it resembled a standalone house with a foyer, main hall, bedroom, side hall, each exceptionally spacious. Although the Su family was also considered a prominent household in the Star Luo Empire, they were clearly inferior to the Zhu family. Su Cheng had lived a privileged life since childhood, with living conditions not much different from his time in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. However, compared to the Zhu family, it was nothing. Despite the elegant design of Zhu Zuqing's room, filled with understated luxury, it lacked many decorations and didn't resemble a typical girl's room. "Are you the fourth miss of the family? How many siblings do you have?" Su Cheng asked casually as he walked towards the main hall. "4," Zhu Zuqing replied quietly, trailing behind him. "What about your other sisters? I haven't seen them today. Are they not at home?" Su Cheng inquired. After a moment of silence, seeing Zhu Zuqing didn't respond, Su Cheng stopped and turned to look at her, retracting his gaze from the room. "The eldest sister is studying at the advanced academy and rarely comes home. As for the second and third sisters..." She paused for a moment before continuing, "I don't know where she is right now." "Don't know?" Su Cheng was somewhat surprised. He had thought that the Zhu family's young miss, who didn't have to undertake marriage arrangements, might have a more comfortable life, but it seemed not. However, upon further thought, it wasn't unexpected. Even the most talented offspring had to undergo cruel and bloody competition. Those with lesser talents wouldn't fare any better and would likely face other challenges. It seemed gathering information about the Zhu family's affairs from Zhu Zuqing would be difficult. She herself didn't know much. He would have to wait for an opportunity to dig deeper in the future. Such seemingly trivial information could play a significant role later on. Su Cheng continued to walk towards the main hall, which was considerably larger than the foyer, with bedrooms and side halls on either side. As he glanced into the bedroom, he noticed a cloth doll placed on a table near the door. Though it was clean, it showed signs of aging. Didn't expect you to play with something like this," Su Cheng remarked casually, feeling curious and wanting to take a closer look. "Don't touch." Zhu Zuqing's expression suddenly changed as she swiftly moved forward, squeezing past him into the bedroom, blocking his path. Her face was resolute. Surprised by her reaction, Su Cheng understood the cloth doll held significant sentimental value for her. He didn't insist, as it had nothing to do with him. With a smile, he turned away from the bedroom door and walked back to the hall. "Where's the restroom in your house?" Confused, Zhu Zuqing pointed to the restroom beside the side hall. "What, are you asking me to use the one in your room?" Su Cheng raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zuqing blushed. She hadn't realized it before. Hastily, she whispered, "I'll show you." "No need. Just tell me, I'll find it myself." After Su Cheng left, Zhu Zuqing stared at the cloth doll on the table. It was a gift from her father when she was young. Unfortunately, he hadn't visited her room in many years. Just then, a gentle yet firm knocking interrupted her thoughts. Zhu Zuqing was puzzled. Su Cheng, with his personality, actually knocked on the door, and he returned so quickly. Could he have gotten lost? The Duke's mansion was vast. Even the nearest restroom would take at least 7 or 8 minutes to reach and return. Adding personal time, it should take at least 10 minutes. Her mind raced with possibilities, but she quickly walked over and opened the door. The figure outside made her pause in astonishment. Father. Chapter 97. The Helplessness of Family and the Teachings of Father. Before opening the door, Zhu Zuqing had thought that the person knocking might be Su Cheng, who had just left, or perhaps a servant delivering a message. It never crossed her mind that it would be her father. The same father who had been unusually cold and indifferent to her just moments ago. "Father, how come you're here? Are you not going to let me in?" Zhu Hongtao's voice was steady and deep, but it carried a hint of concern and closeness towards his own daughter, unlike his demeanor in the hall just now. "A random guy walked into the room with my daughter, can't I check on her?" he continued. A faint blush passed over Zhu Zuqing's cold cheeks, but more prominent was her almost palpable surprise. This was different from the impression she had of her father. As she stepped aside, Zhu Hongtao walked into the main hall, poured himself a glass of water, and sat on a chair beside the coffee table. He observed his daughter's puzzled expression in silence for a moment. "Zhao King, many things are not as simple as you think, don't blame father," he sighed. "Our Zhu family seems prosperous, claiming to be allied with the Star Luo royal family, but in reality, we are just their vassals. The infighting among brothers is a tradition of the Dai family, not ours." Here, there was a hint of pain and resentment in his expression as he mentioned the Dai family. In this world, strength ultimately speaks. The weak have no choice. The so-called empire is just a collection of small and large interest groups. The Dai family is indeed powerful, but not powerful enough to suppress all the families. Our progress to this day relies on the fusion technique of our Dai and Zhu family's martial souls. Though the Dai family maintains their bloody tradition, their ultimate goal is to maintain their royal status. Unlike our Star Luo Empire and Tien Do Empire, where the strong prevail, if you are not strong enough, you will naturally be replaced by others. Zhu Hongtao's voice grew deeper. But unlike the Dai family, even if they lose the White Tiger of the Abyss, they still possess a powerful White Tiger martial soul, whereas our Abyssal Spirit Cat clan is much weaker. If we cannot merge with the White Tiger martial soul, the Zhu family will no longer be able to maintain its current transcendent status. Zhu Zuqing looked somewhat perplexed. Softly, she said, "Must it be this way? Sacrificing our clansmen to gain status? Zhao King, don't be so naive anymore." Zhu Hongtao stared at her with a serious expression. "Currently, although we are technically vassals of the Dai family, at least on the surface, we have a cooperative relationship. If you have any rebellious thoughts and are unwilling to follow the Dai family's orders, then this so-called cooperative relationship might cease to exist. Perhaps in the future, we'll just become tools for them to wield their fusion technique." Tools. Zhu Zuqing opened her mouth slightly, her pupils dilating slightly, silently digesting the weighty term in her mind. "That's right, only the strong have the right to choose. If you truly want to change everything, then make yourself stronger. If you're not strong enough, then what you should be thinking about is how to maintain the current balance of power." Strong enough. Yes, strong enough. Zhu Hongtao glanced deeply at her. Not just in terms of strength but in every aspect. No matter how powerful you are as an individual, you cannot match a large force. Even a title Douluo has limits. He then asked, "Zhao King, how do you think our Star Luo Empire compares to the Tien Do Empire?" "Of course, Star Luo Empire is far stronger than Tien Do Empire," Zhu Zuqing replied without hesitation. In terms of national strength and military power, the Star Luo Empire far surpassed the Tien Do Empire, and its power was concentrated, unlike Tien Do's dispersed imperial authority, with many kingdoms within its borders. Why then hasn't the Star Luo Empire invaded the territory of the Tien Do Empire? Is it because they don't want to? Of course not, it's impossible because they don't want to. Zhu Zuqing, though young, had grown up in such a family environment and had a good understanding of many things. Currently, the resources of the empire seemed abundant, but after being divided among the major families, there wasn't much left, impossible to fill everyone's stomachs. Because of the Spirit Hall, she said softly. Exactly. The Spirit Hall stands between the two empires, and the Star Luo Empire simply cannot bypass it to directly attack the Tien Do Empire. Zhu Hongtao nodded, continuing, so, what do you think of the Spirit Hall? It's very powerful. The number of soul masters under the control of the Spirit Hall far exceeds the total number of soul masters obedient to the two empires. Then why hasn't the Spirit Hall become the ruler of the continent? Is it because they don't want to? Zhu Zuqing was at a loss for words. Zhu Hongtao took a sip of water and said lightly, I know everything that happened to you at the academy. Zhu Zuqing looked up, astonished, at her father. To be honest, I'm disappointed. Zhu Hongtao met her gaze with slightly lowered eyes. You only know how to use brute force but fail to think critically. With that attitude, you'll never lift our family out of the mire, nor will you break the cycle of mutual destruction between you and your sisters. Have you ever thought about why that Su family boy, Su Cheng, could command such attention at the academy? Is his strength greater than yours? Have you seen him make a move? Or is it that his family has more influence than ours, intimidating both fellow students and academy teachers? Or maybe he spent money and effort to gather others around him, enticing those aristocratic youths with benefits. In reality, none of these reasons apply. Have you ever thought about why? Zhu Zuqing stared blankly at Zhu Hongtao, unsure how to respond. Indeed, for the past year, she had lived under the shadow of Su Cheng and his clique. But she had never considered why those people were willing to follow his lead and act against her. What benefits did they gain from it? Zhu Hongtao stood up and paced around the room. Being able to achieve this, it's all about having influence. The weak seek protection, the ambitious seek to bask in glory, and the profit-driven seek a leader who can offer them greater benefits. Leader. Yes, a leader. How did Su Cheng manage it? What kind of person is he really? I believe you have a deeper understanding of him than anyone else, don't you? Is he really as gentle, refined, and approachable as he appears? Does he truly regard those people as friends and family? Zhu Zuqing's mind churned incessantly. Echoing in her ears were Su Cheng's devilish threats, whispers, and the dominance and indifference hidden beneath his rarely revealed nature. Conspiracy, calculation, human nature, these are the things you should be considering, not just blindly cultivating and seeking to improve your strength. Unless you're a god, Zhu Hongtao said faintly. If you have the strength to stand up against 100, then you needn't worry about these trivial matters. With strength alone, you can crush everything. But can you do it? Even Tang Hao, the ancestor of the haotian sect back then, undefeated in the world with his own strength, could he act entirely according to his own will? After a moment of silence, Zhu Zuqing nodded. I understand. Father, what should I do? Hearing this, Zhu Hongtao smiled with satisfaction. I'll give you one hint. No one is beyond manipulation. No one is without desires or fears. You just need to find what they desire most, then entice them with benefits, threaten them with power, or move them with emotions, and naturally, you can make them your own. But remember, those who come together for benefits will also scatter for the same reason. No one is worthy of your complete trust, including me. Chapter 98. Shaoqing, you need to learn to utilize Su Cheng. Want to change the fate of the family? Then strive for it, Zhu Hongtao said in a solemn tone. Do you know, your eldest sister is also working hard for this? Eldest sister. Zhu Zuqing's expression slightly startled. Yes, but if neither of you can succeed, then we'll have to follow the traditions of the Star Luo Empire, Zhu Hongtao nodded. I will help you in secret. Yes, not only you, but I have also given her a lot of guidance. He sighed, I hope you will have the chance to end all of this, but to be honest, the possibility is very slim. If you can't do it, be prepared to die. Don't blame me for being heartless, this is my duty as the head of the family. Zhu Zuqing nodded silently, feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. We don't have much time today, so I'll give you one last piece of advice. Zhu Hongtao's face revealed a trace of coldness. Make good use of that boy from the Su family. Su Cheng, Zhu Zuqing exclaimed. Yes, him, Zhu Hongtao said indifferently, with his hands behind his back. You probably don't know yet, he is the illegitimate son of the Star Luo Emperor, with the bloodline of the White Tiger family, possessing the White Tiger martial soul of the Dai family. White Tiger, martial soul. Zhu Zuqing's expression contained both surprise and realization. She had indeed never seen Su Cheng display his martial soul in the past. No wonder there was that strange resonance of martial souls the first time they met. But what about Dai Mubai? Zhu Zuqing hesitated. Dai Mubai, Zhu Hongtao sneered, are you still concerned about him? Now he's probably hiding somewhere, trembling in fear. Do you really want to rely on a coward? Shao Qing, remember, never lack the courage to break the rules. If you dare not even break these small rules, how can you expect to shatter bigger and stronger shackles? Moreover, for you, Su Cheng has a major advantage. Zhu Hongtao looked meaningfully at Zhu Zuqing. He is the illegitimate son of the Dai family. Do you know what that means? What? Zhu Zuqing was momentarily confused and didn't react. You think about it. After a moment of hesitation, she hesitantly asked, do you mean he doesn't have the right to inherit the royal family? Clap, clap. Zhu Hongtao lightly clapped twice and chuckled. You finally decided to use your brain a little. Indeed, he doesn't have a legitimate status, which is crucial. This means that when you two cooperate, you are more likely to take the initiative. And as an illegitimate child, his dissatisfaction with the royal family might be even greater than those of Dai Mubai and the others. I believe he is also an ambitious person. This is not necessarily a bad thing. Ambitious people have stronger desires and are easier to manipulate. Actually, it's not just manipulation, it's a win-win situation, isn't it? Of course, you must firmly grasp the master-servant relationship in this. Zhu Zuqing lowered her head, softly repeating his words, a pawn. Yes, if you choose this path, then you are destined to be alone. If you can't harden your heart, don't waste any more time, and don't waste my energy. Zhu Zuqing's expression changed for a moment, then she became determined. Looking at Zhu Hongtao, she said firmly, I will do it. Zhu Hongtao nodded and continued. In these years, I have also gained some new insights into the family's abyssal spirit cat martial soul and the fusion technique of the ghostly shadow white tiger martial soul. I will slowly teach you in the future. In the future, the martial soul fusion technique between you and Su Cheng may be led by you. By then, you will be close to controlling your own destiny. His expression gradually became serious. Remember, under no circumstances should anyone from the royal family suspect anything. If you want to stay alive, do not reveal any of this to anyone, maintain your usual demeanor. Treat me, treat Xiaoyun and the others the same way. Similarly, towards you, I will continue to maintain the facade of the past in public. I think you should now understand the relationship between us and the Dai family, right? You should also understand the consequences if they were to know about my intentions. You may not know, but your sisters love you far more than you imagine. Including your second and third sisters, they are also striving in their own ways. Perhaps when it comes to the moment of life and death, Xiaoyun might be willing to give up her chance to fulfill yours. At this point, his expression suddenly became stern. But that's your own choice, it has nothing to do with me. After I leave this room today, you must not mention tonight's events to anyone, including your sisters. If you really do that, it will only harm each other and destroy the Zhu family. Maintain everything on the surface as usual. Zhu Zuqing also nodded seriously. She now fully understood her father's intentions. And she knew how enormous the risks involved were. That boy should be back soon. Zhu Hongtao's expression softened as he turned to leave the room. You can quietly leave the academy to meet me every end of the month from now on. If you have any problems at the academy, you can ask me. Shao Qing, don't disappoint me. Dad, wait. Seeing him about to leave, Zhu Zuqing hurriedly spoke up to stop him. After speaking, she quickly ran back to her own bedroom. After a moment, she came out holding a slightly worn-out teddy bear. Dad, do you still remember this? Zhu Hongtao's expression was slightly surprised. After a moment of blankness, he reacted and said, Ah, isn't this the plush toy I gave you back then? I didn't expect you to still keep it. If you like it, I'll buy you a new one in the future. Not long after Zhu Hongtao left, Su Cheng returned from the bathroom. He didn't knock, just pushed open the door and walked in directly. After entering the room, Su Cheng found Zhu Zuqing standing dumbly in the middle of the living room, holding that old teddy bear. Unable to help but raise an eyebrow, he chuckled, why did you suddenly bring that out? Before, you treated it like a treasure, not even letting me take a look at it." After finishing his sentence, he glanced at Zhu Zuqing with some confusion. "Why aren't you wearing your usual deadpan expression?" Zhu Zuqing didn't respond to his teasing and turned back to her bedroom. That teddy bear is indeed the one her father gave her. When Su Cheng left the Duke's mansion, he felt a cold sweat in his heart. That tattered doll almost revealed his flaw. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and was lucky enough. At that time, he didn't have time to think too much and could only say the most likely option. There was a gambling element in this, but fortunately, he guessed right. If he pretended to forget, it could also work, but it would definitely affect Zhu Zuqing's reliance and trust in his other identity, which would be disadvantageous to the subsequent plan. To be honest, considering Zhu Zuqing's current intelligence, he didn't think she would come up with a spontaneous probing idea. It's probably just because she hasn't experienced the taste of family affection for too long, so she subconsciously made this move. Choosing Zhu Hongtao as the disguised target was Su Cheng's choice after careful consideration. First of all, this person needs to be trusted enough by Zhu Zuqing. Secondly, this identity must not easily reveal flaws on the surface or have a poor relationship with Zhu Zuqing at the current stage. Apart from Zhu Hongtao, Su Cheng had also considered Zhu Yun or a teacher from the academy. But the former, he was a bit uncertain about the relationship between Zhu Zuqing and Zhu Yun, and there might be too many conflicts and intersections between the two, which could easily lead to exposure. As for the latter, he didn't have enough standing to do this, and it was difficult to stimulate Zhu Zuqing's belief and ambition. After observing the Duke's mansion today, he found that the Abyssal Shadow Duke was a perfect choice for the disguised role. He was cold and deep, had a reason and position to do this. Most importantly, he rarely had any contact with Zhu Zuqing. Not to mention when she was in the academy. Even if the daughter returned home, he just perfunctorily said a few words, greatly reducing the possibility of exposure. As for the talk about helping Zhu Yun and the like, that was naturally a fabricated content. Su Cheng didn't know how Zhu Zuqing truly felt about Zhu Yun. From the original timeline, it was indeed a bit unbelievable that Zhu Zuqing could escape such intense pursuit, but what if she was just lucky? Chapter 99. Zhu Zuqing's Transformation. After the second year of the academy began, everyone noticed a change in Zhu Zuqing. She was no longer submissive. The girl who used to endure bullying silently began to show her claws and fangs to everyone. She started by targeting the peripheral members of Su Cheng's group, gradually causing division and disintegration. Most of these individuals sought refuge in Su Cheng's group out of weakness or to gain some prestige on the surface, despite lacking exceptional talent, strength, or strong willpower. They weren't particularly valued by the noble or talented students even before joining Su Cheng's group. Joining the group only made them inferior. Zhu Zuqing's approach was simple: resort to force. Of course, she wouldn't openly attack people in public. Instead, when provoked verbally, she would assert her aura as a soul master. Among the students her age, there weren't many who had reached the level of a soul master. The gap between those with soul rings and those without was significant, let alone with her powerful Hell Civet martial soul. Often, Zhu Zuqing only needed to reveal her martial soul slightly, without even resorting to physical violence, to overwhelm her opponents and gain the upper hand. But it didn't end there, she would also retaliate afterward. With her current strength, even without using her martial soul, she could easily discipline these weaker students in secret. And as long as she didn't reveal her martial soul or use the unique attack methods of the Hell Civet, and kept her attacks moderate, who would pursue her responsibility without evidence. Conflicts among soul masters were not uncommon. As long as one maintained restraint, it wasn't a major issue. Last year, Zhu Zuqing had only refrained from using force because she was scared off by the principal's criticism and threat of expulsion on her first day at the academy. In reality, the situation was not dire enough for such severe consequences due to a minor conflict. At that time, Su Cheng had exaggerated his injuries, and his somewhat unconventional identity, combined with the faction he had already built during the early days of school, earned him excellent reputation among the teachers. Multiple factors led to the principal's outburst. As for others, why should they receive special treatment from the academy? Not to mention Zhu Zuqing's own unique status. Even though the likelihood of success was low, she was also a candidate for future queen. Indeed, as a teacher in the Royal Academy, One wouldn't particularly care about the students' backgrounds. The principal's words at the time were not wrong. Even if members of the royal family enrolled, they had to abide by the academy's rules. But the bottom line and standards of punishment for different students would inevitably differ. Now, the only issue Zhu Zuqing needed to consider was retaliation from the opposing group. But these people were mostly marginal figures, not worth much attention. As the team leader, Su Cheng had been keeping a low profile lately, rarely appearing in public. Naturally, this gave her ample room to maneuver. Violence was just one aspect of her strategy. She also utilized her status advantage. The position and influence of the Zhu family in the Star Luo Empire were widely known. In the past, Zhu Zuqing had been targeted by many people, and Su Cheng's covert instigation was just one aspect of it. Her noble birth was also a significant factor. Being able to overlook the duke's mansion as a commoner born into an ordinary family was psychologically satisfying and attractive. Unlike Su Cheng, whose influence gradually expanded through his own abilities, speech, demeanor, and prestige in the academy. Now, Zhu Zuqing was constantly using her family's influence to win over followers. Coupled with her exceptional strength, she had gathered quite a few people around her in a short time. After all, compared to Su Cheng, her advantages were quite obvious. There was no need to elaborate on her family background, and currently, Zhu Zuqing seemed to be stronger. After all, except for the time of enrollment, Su Cheng had hardly revealed his strength. He had even been knocked down by Zhu Zuqing with a punch in the beginning. Even those closest to Su Cheng didn't fully understand his depth, let alone these peripheral figures. Although Zhu Zuqing's way of resolving conflicts and rallying people's hearts still seemed somewhat immature, it was sufficient in this elementary academy. Some of this was due to Su Cheng's teachings. But more importantly, it was her own insights in daily life. Zhu Zuqing wasn't stupid, she just hadn't awakened before. In addition to that, there were also a few noble children like Tang San who didn't appreciate Su Cheng's past actions and behavior, and Zhu Zuqing managed to win them over as well. What Zhu Zuqing didn't know was that those few people were actually intentionally left by Su Cheng for her. Although Su Cheng regarded these struggles in the academy as mere trifles, they were fundamental to Zhu Zuqing's training. Moreover, the resources behind these people were not negligible either. Especially someone like Tang San, who was practically the future heir of his family. Even in the future, he would be of great use. The situation of these silent changes went mostly unnoticed by everyone except Su Cheng. Although Su Cheng noticed, he evidently welcomed it. He even took the initiative to conceal his own presence, spending most of his time in the academy's library, studying various materials related to martial souls, and hardly attending classes. And so, 3 months gradually passed by. The atmosphere in the academy began to undergo significant changes. At the end of the month, Zhu Zuqing quietly left the academy alone. At this time, Su Cheng, disguised as Zhu Hongtao, was already waiting in the forest outside the academy. "Father, I'm here," Zhu Zuqing greeted softly. This was the third secret meeting since the beginning of the year. Now, she was no longer as gloomy as before. Though she still had a cold demeanor, it was more of a habit. Compared to before, her facial contours had softened, her eyes were bright and captivating, and her long hair gently swayed in the night breeze. This coolness only added a layer of special mystery and personal charm to her. "Zhao King, it seems like you're making good progress in the academy," Su Cheng asked, looking at the increasingly beautiful Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing nodded gently at the words. With the shadows in her heart gradually dissipating, she, who had tasted a bit of power, had become more confident. "Su Cheng is different from those people. If you want to win him over to your side, besides appealing to his interests, you also need to have enough strength." Su Cheng looked at Zhu Zuqing, who had transformed into a more beautiful version of herself, and said in a deep voice, "Do you think, with your current strength, you can defeat him?" Zhu Zuqing hesitated for a moment and shook her head, "I don't know." During these days, Su Cheng had kept a low profile in the academy, and they didn't have many opportunities to meet. Even though her strength had made great strides now, she didn't dare to underestimate him at all. The shadow left by him in the past year was too heavy. Su Cheng nodded at her response, seeing that Zhu Zuqing's mindset was still very stable, not overly inflated. She was indeed a talent worth nurturing. He took out a manuscript from his pocket and handed it over. This was a method of practice he had developed over the past year, combining martial soul bloodline and human medical studies, which was more suitable for soul masters to use. Although he didn't know how it compared to Tang San's mysterious heaven skill, its efficiency was evidently far superior to the basic meditation techniques prevalent on the continent. The most crucial point was that this cultivation method was rooted in the same source as soul power operation, without the need to scatter power before attempting to cultivate. Furthermore, besides enhancing cultivation efficiency, practicing in this way could also briefly stimulate bloodline potential every day, increasing the upper limit of cultivation without harming the foundation. In fact, this second point was the most critical advantage. For soul masters, what limited their cultivation level was not the rate of practice, but the bottleneck of how much soul power their body could contain each day. With a poor martial soul quality, the amount of soul power that could be increased daily would be limited, no matter how much time and effort was spent on cultivation. However, using this cultivation method, although it couldn't fundamentally enhance the martial soul, it could greatly expand the future development potential. Also because of this characteristic, Su Cheng himself named this practice method, Nirvana Sutra. Considering the current effect of this cultivation method, the name indeed sounded a bit exaggerated. But he had just started, and with further research in the future, perhaps it could really achieve the effect of bloodline nirvana. What is this? Zhu Zuqing asked curiously as she took the manuscript. This is a unique inheritance cultivation method exclusive to our Zhu family of the abyssal spirit cat. I didn't give it to you before because you had just awakened your martial soul, and practicing too aggressively could be detrimental to you. Now it's time. With this assistance, defeating Su Cheng in the future won't be difficult, Su Cheng casually fabricated. Inheritance technique. Zhu Zuqing was somewhat puzzled. Since such a thing existed, why was the family's strength still lagging behind the royal family? Seeing her confusion, Su Cheng explained lightly, this technique can only increase your cultivation speed but cannot raise the potential upper limit of your martial soul. In the end, what determines your final strength is still the quality of your martial soul. Martial soul quality. Zhu Zuqing's body trembled slightly, feeling a bit heavy in her heart. It's too early for you to consider these things now. Let's talk about it when you reach the limit of your cultivation. Su Cheng shook his head, glanced at her, and then took out several glass bottles filled with green liquid. Take these potions. Use them during your usual practice to help you solidify your foundation. Remember, take 3 drops into the water each time, and never use more, or it will affect your future potential. Zhu Zuqing reached out and took the bottles of potion, her face showing surprise once again. The fact that the family had such a profound accumulation of resources, with both techniques and potions, completely exceeded her expectations. Even before, she had never heard of techniques like this. In fact, Su Cheng was a bit helpless at this moment. These things had to be given. Otherwise, with Zhu Zuqing's innate talent, no matter how hard she tried to cultivate, it would take countless years. By then, the Star Luo Empire might be wiped out by the emerging martial soul empire, let alone her ascending to the throne. Even if she had doubts because of this, there was nothing he could do about it. As long as she could be cultivated, everything else didn't matter. Whether she harbored doubts or not, once she experienced the benefits, she would naturally understand. Zhao King, I have to remind you, you don't have much time left. It's best to establish a stable cooperative relationship with Su Cheng before the end of this year. As he was leaving, Su Cheng looked at Zhu Zuqing solemnly. Chapter 100. Su Cheng, would you like to be my underling? After enjoying a luxurious aristocratic lunch in the cafeteria, Su Cheng stood up, ready to leave. But just as he was about to leave, a figure suddenly blocked his path. It was none other than his long-lost, old friend, Zhang Sansan. Su Cheng didn't pay much attention and tried to walk past him. However, Zhang Sansan moved slightly and blocked his path again. Su Cheng raised an eyebrow and said casually, "Good dog doesn't block the way. Is this cafeteria yours? Can't I stand here?" Zhang Sansan retorted provocatively. Su Cheng couldn't be bothered to argue with him and tried to push him aside. "What are you trying to do? The young master of the Su family is quite domineering, expecting everyone to make way for you," Zhang Sansan mocked. Really, it dawned on Su Cheng that the other party seemed prepared for this encounter. While Zhang Sansan had occasionally acted provocatively in the past, he had never been so brazen. Su Cheng glanced around and noticed many people silently watching. There were quite a few people now associated with Zhu Zuqing, and Zhang Sansan was one of them. Zhu Zuqing herself was quietly dining nearby, with no one sitting beside her, seemingly unaware of the situation. As the conflict between Su Cheng and Zhang Sansan attracted more attention, more people gathered around. Su Cheng immediately understood the situation but pretended to be surprised, saying, "Oh, what's going on here? Sansan, you seem unusually bold today. Have you forgotten the pain from last time? Your face doesn't hurt anymore." Zhang Sansan's face turned pale at the mention of the public humiliation he had endured in the past. He regarded it as the biggest disgrace of his life. His anger flared up, but when he met Su Cheng's cold gaze, he couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Over a year ago, Su Cheng had effortlessly injured him, and he couldn't even follow Su Cheng's movements. Their innate soul power levels were similar, with little difference in cultivation talent. So, chances were, he wouldn't be Su Cheng's match now. Ha! Su Cheng sneered and walked straight ahead. Zhang Sansan was further provoked by his indifferent attitude and blocked his path again. "Aren't you done?" Su Cheng frowned, raising his arm as if to make a fist. "Do you dare to assault a fellow student in public?" Zhang Sansan questioned loudly, his eyes flashing with defiance. Su Cheng raised an eyebrow but didn't speak. Instead, he moved closer. "So what if I hit you?" This time, Su Cheng didn't use the technique of disrupting meridians. Still, his speed far surpassed Zhang Sansan's. Zhang Sansan could only dodge slightly but found it difficult to evade the blow entirely. He watched helpless as Su Cheng's fist approached his face, closing his eyes in resignation. Suddenly, a fair hand reached out and intercepted Su Cheng's fist. Su Cheng turned calmly to look at the newcomer, unsurprised by the intervention. "Oh, look who it is. No wonder you dare to challenge me. You've found yourself a backer. So, are you going to serve the Zhu family now?" Su Cheng's words made Zhang Sansan's face flush with embarrassment and anger. He glared at Su Cheng. Zhu Zuqing, noticing the tension, furrowed her brows slightly. Speaking out like this in public didn't align with Su Cheng's usual demeanor. Was he becoming too arrogant? Although it seemed like he was trying to sow discord between her and Zhang Sansan, in reality, it was more detrimental to himself. Zhang Sansan serving her family. Then what about Su Cheng's own followers? Were they serving the Su family? A glance around confirmed that some of the onlookers looked uneasy. The atmosphere grew awkward. "Su Cheng, there's no need for such harsh words," Zhu Zuqing said calmly, breaking the tense silence in the cafeteria. "As friends, helping each other is a responsibility we should fulfill." Helping each other? Su Cheng looked Zhu Zuqing up and down, feigning curiosity. "Why, do you have the ability to help him?" Debating verbally is meaningless. Let's see who has the ability when it comes to action, Zhu Zuqing replied calmly. "Fascinating, truly fascinating." Su Cheng suddenly chuckled. "It's been a few days, and you've impressed me. I remember you used to struggle to speak coherently." He crossed his arms, leaning against the table behind him, and taunted, "Miss Zhu, how do you want to settle this with me? In 3 months, let's have a showdown between soul masters. Do you dare?" 3 months. Su Cheng was slightly taken aback. He still had about half a year left for the plan he made with Zhu Zuqing. Why was she speeding things up? Moreover, she chose a direct and effective but risky method, a duel. Did she not consider the possibility of losing? Ultimately, conflicts between soul masters were best resolved through strength. Duels among students were quite common, especially in public, fair contests where strength determined the outcome. However, Su Cheng couldn't outright refuse, though he wasn't obliged to accept either. Because this duel wasn't fair. For Zhu Zuqing, losing wouldn't be a significant loss. She had always been overshadowed by Su Cheng at the academy, and even though she showed signs of improvement, she still lagged far behind him. But for Su Cheng, losing to Zhu Zuqing would damage his prestige. The best option for Su Cheng would be to find a random excuse to decline. Although it might seem cowardly, he could easily defuse the situation without any repercussions. After all, they had already been estranged publicly, with no significant conflicts except for their initial encounter at the beginning of the school year. Su Cheng was somewhat surprised at this moment. He hadn't instructed Zhu Zuqing on what to do, he had left it for her to figure out. Yet, she chose this seemingly straightforward yet highly effective approach. Of course, the premise was that she could win. Indeed, She had grown. Su Cheng smiled and looked at Zhu Zuqing, silent. Zhu Zuqing also felt a bit nervous at this moment. She didn't know if Su Cheng would agree to her challenge. If he refused, it would be difficult to fulfill her father's requirements this year. After a long silence, Su Cheng nodded slowly. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. All right, I accept your challenge. As the dust settled on this matter, the crowd gradually dispersed, and Su Cheng left the cafeteria on his own. However, Zhu Zuqing caught up with him alone. Su Cheng turned to look at her. Standing in front of him, Zhu Zuqing's expression was gentle, her eyes like autumn water. Su Cheng, I don't want to trouble you. But San San is my friend, and I can't let him be embarrassed. What do you mean? Su Cheng raised an eyebrow, mocking, you declared war on me just now, and now you're here explaining yourself. That's not what I meant. Zhu Zuqing shook her head earnestly. I know you're not truly from the Su family. You have the white tiger martial soul and royal blood flowing through your veins. Su Cheng's face darkened. Are you here to mock me? What right do I have to mock you? Zhu Zuqing's cold face showed a hint of a bitter smile. You know the bloody traditions between the Zhu family and the royal family. If I fail in the competition for the heir, the outcome will be miserable. I just feel that you must be as unwilling as I am, right? What? Now that the fourth Mrs. Strength is impressive and she's gaining popularity, you've started lecturing me? Su Cheng replied casually. No, Zhu Zuqing denied solemnly, I was too naive in the past, thinking too simply. When we first met, I was too heavy-handed and accidentally injured you. I should apologize to you. Su Cheng silently scrutinized Zhu Zuqing for a long time. This little girl had finally learned to wear a mask. She first declared war on him in front of everyone, establishing her leadership and fulfilling her responsibilities as a leader. Then, privately, she came to explain and reconcile with him, using words to bridge the gap between them. In this way, she didn't lose her authority, nor did she let him feel resentful, paving the way for future cooperation between the two parties. She even reversed the impression of her being weak and easily bullied in the minds of many. She really grasped these small tactics well. But the premise was that she had to win against him in 3 months. Su Cheng didn't mind giving her this opportunity. But when the time came, he wouldn't go easy on her. Whether she could seize this opportunity depended on her own abilities. All right, I understand what you mean. Su Cheng stretched lazily, his tone reverting to his previous indifferent demeanor. I'm not playing mind games with you. You're right, I'm just an unwanted illegitimate child. If you can defeat me in 3 months, I'll accompany you in a gamble. I hope you won't disappoint me. With that said, he ignored Zhu Zuqing and turned to leave. Su Cheng, did you intentionally give me this opportunity today? After walking a few steps, a voice suddenly came from behind him. You're not satisfied with the status quo, are you? Su Cheng's steps paused for a moment, then he left without looking back.